Hi everyone, welcome back to CSharpCorner Power Platform Virtual Conference, day number 5. I cannot believe it. We have made it to 4 days and we are at 5th day. What an amazing 4 days. It has been some really great sessions from some amazing speakers and some great audience who has been joining us from last 4 days. And thank you so much actually who has joined us from day 1 to day 4. And also thank you so much to everyone who has donated for this conference. As you know, all these conferences that we do, we raise funds for a particular charity. The last one that we did was for a NGO that was Voice of Slum, based out of India, that provide food and security and education to the kids who are in slum, from their primary education to the post graduation and all. And for this conference, we are raising funds for First Responders Children's Foundation. It's a NGO based in United States that provides the food, shelter to the kids to kids and families affected by COVID-19 and the frontline responders. So thank you everyone who has joined. I see many more people joining. Welcome Suraj, Kuri, Code, good morning. Hi Venkat. Drop your location in the comments and let us know from which location you're joining. It's always very interesting to see the people you're joining from which locations. Maybe someone is joining from your city, right? So drop your location in the comments and let's see which city or country wins. With that, we are now at day number 5. Now, if you go ahead and visit 2020 conference website, that is 2020.net Power Platform Virtual Conference. We are now at day number 5. So we have gone to day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and now at day 5. So starting with the first session is by Alexander, who's going to talk about building an empire by implementing Power BI step by step. Really looking forward for this session. Then we have a modern factory power platform based real-time production for monitoring. Then we have Power Virtual Agents, some tips and tricks. Then Power Apps, build Power Apps teams with data words by Gokun, who is an RD and a Microsoft MVP. And then Priscilla talk about Power BI pointers and many more sessions. So on day 5, we have 9 sessions. Day 4 was 10 sessions. So put in your seat belt, and it's going to be a long day, but the final day of the Power Platform Virtual Conference. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and invite our very first speaker. He is Alexander. As I said, Alexander is going to talk about building an empire, implementing Power BI step by step. Quick intro about Alexander. He's a principal solution architect at Solution Expert in Sweden. He has spent over 22 years toying with databases, related infrastructure services such as storage, networking, virtualizations, occasionally emerging from the technical darkness to attend Star Wars conventions somewhere in the world. That's pretty cool bio. So let's go ahead and invite our first speaker of the final day of our Platform Virtual Conference, Alexander. Hi, Alexander. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference. Oh my goodness, how do I do this? Oh, this is a scary thing to do. Can you hear me? Oh, your mic is gone. I think I'll have to add this one. Okay, now it works fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Now I hear you. Now everybody can hear you. So hi, Alexander. How are you doing? How's life in Sweden?
Life in Sweden is, well, it's still March, so it is cold and windy and dreary, but it'll be getting better as soon as spring comes along, and especially as soon as we get vaccinated, everything will be much better than it has been the last year.
Yeah, really looking forward for this whole vaccine. I think things have started to be better now. I think now people can go out for some reasons. Some cases are looking some spikes, but great. So Alexander, thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Thank you so much for all that you do for the community. Really appreciate for being a part of this conference and giving your time. And feel free. I think I already have your screen. I won't take much of time. I know you have exact 15 minutes. So let me know if you want to put this screen or the next screen.
Yes, this one.
Okay, this one is good. All right. So next 15 minutes is all yours.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. And thank you so much for everybody attending. And one thing that really struck a chord, the charity that is chosen in this case. I used to be a paramedic many years ago, but I have the utmost respect for anyone who collects money for a charity that is connected to first responders. All right, welcome to Building an Empire, implementing Power BI step by step. So every story has a beginning, and as most stories do, this one started with a phone call. I was asked to come out to a customer that had jumped in both feet first into Power BI, and they had embraced the whole self-service approach, i.e., anything goes. And now they wanted to discuss the state of the project. I thought I detected an undertone of desperation, so I prepared for the worst. It wasn't enough. So, as I said, I used to be a paramedic, and the first thing you do at a scene of an accident is what's known as triage. And this is to quickly get a grasp of the work ahead and to start prioritizing patients. And that was pretty much what I had to do because the issues in this case were absolutely legion. The data sources were slow. The reports were hammering the data sources. The quality was absolute crap. The security was no security at all. The work was endlessly repeated, and no one was certifying any data anywhere. Something needed to be done stat, as well. The patient was very rapidly expiring. So how do you build an empire? Well, you build an empire on control. You build an empire on order. You build an empire on structure. But you also build your empire on efficiency, on empowerment, and simplicity. What I saw coming into my customer was none of that. It was the ugly aftermath, if you will, of rampant self-service BI, where control was nowhere to be found, structure was completely unheard of, and empowerment meant that anyone could do exactly as they pleased. That is not an empire. That is chaos. And that's why we'll today go through how to use Power BI to empower users to achieve more, hopefully without the chaos part, because that kind of sucks. We're going to look at the why, the how, and the what, or the why, what, and how of Power BI data flows and data sets. What are they and how do they enter into this huge equation? Hopefully, we're going to see a few tips along the way as well, because you might recognize some of the issues that my customer faced. You might even face some of them right now. My goal is to give you food for thought on how you might take back control and increase order, efficiency, and empowerment. As Simon said, I'm Alexander. I have 23 years in IT, pretty much all of it spent with data, databases, infrastructure in some way, shape, or form. These days, I work for Solution Experts in Sweden as a principal solutions architect, which is probably the best title I've ever had because nobody has a clue what I do. Well, that's kind of easy to explain, really, because I make data matter, because only data that matters can inspire any change. And I do this, or I should say, I used to do this by going all over the world, speaking at conferences, teaching courses, and doing consulting. But as everybody else, since the world ended back in March 2020, I've been stuck inside my home office. I know exactly where my four walls end. I'll tell you that much. I'm one of 7 data platform MVPs in Sweden. I co-host a podcast called the Knee Deep in Tech, and yes, for you who are in my age or older, that is the Doom game logo. And just a small aside, I'm a bit of a Star Wars fan, like a very big Star Wars fan. So yeah, but there will be preciously little Star Wars in this specific session. I have another session that has a lot more Star Wars. So in order to find ourselves on common ground, let's backtrack a bit and make sure that everybody is on the same page, because my customer had this issue. And Let's pretend just for a minute that we are the San Francisco Police Department. Just pluck that out of the air. And we want a dashboard that shows the crime rate per police district, and we also want it broken down by category and time. So whenever I click around on my Power BI report, well, it's going to behave like a normal Power BI report, but I can dig into the data and I can visualize whatever I'm seeing. But this didn't happen just automatically, magically. Suddenly, one Tuesday morning, I had this beautiful report. And no, it is not beautiful. Never mind that. So, where did this come from? We started with the data source. Most data starts somewhere. And we brought the data from this data source into Power BI. Unfortunately, it is never just plug and play because some data needs to be tweaked, some data types maybe need to change, some data should be removed, and well, it might not be relevant. And well, you never know what you need to do. And this is done through Power Query or with the language M. And this is generally the domain of the data engineer. All right. When we've done the, as Patrick LeBlanc of Guy in the Cube calls it, massaging of data, we are ready to punch it into Power BI. Because when the data is in a format that we can basically make sense of, it is time to put it into the hands of those who know the data best, the business. And armed with a good data set, it's up to them to create the nice visuals, basically supporting the analytical efforts. Because if it doesn't matter if you have the best data ever, if you can't visualize it, it's useless. So this generally requires a number of competencies, and the primary two being visual communication and the ability to write data analysis expressions, DAX code. So what happens when we do a refresh in Power BI? I want to see updated data, right? So I click the refresh button. What's going to happen is it is going to reach out all the way to the data source, and it is going to grab the data in the data source and pull it, screaming and kicking in some cases, through the data wrangling step, the Power Query step. So all the steps that we have defined in Power Query, well, they get applied, and then we have the data. So you can view the Power Query steps as a recipe, if you will, a number of steps, a number of things you'll do to the data before it becomes cooked for the consumer. So we can instantly see the value of Power BI in this context because we don't need to bug IT. We don't need to learn complex ETL or extract, transform, load systems, and we do not need to wait for results. If only all the data we ever needed was neatly packaged in one file. How amazing wouldn't that be? Yeah, no. So let's look at a slightly more advanced example. Let's see if the weather plays a role in the crime statistics from San Francisco, because it turns out that we can get access to historical weather from the American NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And again, it is in CSV format. So let's look at bringing that into the report from earlier. Now, the file is easy enough, but there is a lot of columns here that are not relevant or even empty because and the main issue is that TAVG, or the average temperature, is not, it doesn't contain anything either, so we'll need to calculate that. So choosing the columns means that we only see what we need to see, and in this case it's precipitation. It needs to change the type, and something that is always fun if you're not an American is that you need to do the change with locale. Otherwise, you're going to learn everything you ever needed about decimal comma or decimal point. Now it is in numeric, and as we know, this is precipitation in inches, so I'll change the name of the column to precipitation inches. Now I'm going to add a column because I want to see a precipitation in millimeters as well. And that means that we need to do some math. That's basically just multiplying the number by 25.4, as there are 25.4 millimeters to 1 inch. We change the type again. This one we can do with decimal number because I am already in a Swedish setup. And I move things around and give it a name. Then we have the Tmax and the Tmin. That's the temperature maximum and temperature minimum of Fahrenheit. And again, we need to have an average. So that's basically just Tmax divided by, or Tmax plus Tmin and divided by 2. That's it. And then we need to convert this to number as well. And then we need a custom column to convert this to Celsius. And I'm not going to bore you to tears with the calculations, and that's why I already have it just ready for copying here or pasting. And there we go. Boom. We now have a column that shows us the numbers in Celsius, because that's what we do over here. We're going to call this the weather data 2016, SF 2016, and voila. We now have what's applicable and available for us to use in Power BI. So let's add this to the report. And we're going to be putting this on the lower right visual, because that's already prepared as a combo chart. So we are bringing in the new data, and we are taking the T average. The thing is, it did not put it in the right place, because this is not a combo chart yet, but I can change that. So now I have a column chart and a line chart in the same visual. I just need to move the number of crimes down to the line. But wait a second. Everything is the same. Yes, everything is the same. Okay, that's interesting. Why is everything the same? Because we don't have any connections between these two tables. And in order to fix that, we need to drag the date column from the date table to the date column in the weather data table to enable them to talk to each other. We need to create a relation in this case. Because when we do that, suddenly, well, everything works just the way we want it to work. And then we can change the title, number of crimes per month. Well, we are going to add and weather, average temperature. And then we can see if this data makes any sense. So does the average temperature have any effect on the crime rate? No, not very much. Okay. So what we've done thus far is basically take the report and make it more complex by adding a second data set. A normal report can have many data sets, so this is nothing strange. And every data source is different, and it'll need to be wrangled and connected in different ways. That's just the way things work. But the problem here is starting to compound, because when we do a refresh, remember what happens? I click refresh in Power BI desktop or in the Power BI service. What's going to happen is it is going to reach out all the way back to both data sources. Yes, both data sources at the same time, and then it's going to hammer them and grab them and drag the whole thing screaming and kicking through the wrangling steps and putting it into Power BI. Okay. This means that we have already started to increase the load on the data sources, right? But what if we don't only have one report, but we have 3 reports, or we can just as easily have 50 users looking at the same report, all clicking refresh at the same time? Yeah, this is going to get ugly, because what's going to happen is all these reports are going to be going to the same data source and hammering the data source relentlessly. This is a great way of killing a database. You're going to have a set of very angry DBAs, and yeah, no, not a good thing. You should take care of your DBA. So how do we fix this? Well, what's even worse is we might have slight differences on all these reports. What's to say that someone does not just slightly tweak one of the wrangling steps? Suddenly you have deviating data, and especially in financial reporting, that is a bad thing. So how do we sort that? Well, I'm very happy you asked, because it is time to introduce data flows. So a data flow is taking a data source, adding the Power Query magic, and packaging it into a new data source, basically. So we have our steps, we have our data sources, be it Excel or databases or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Then we are doing the Power Query steps, the M code that we're applying on it. We're dumping the whole thing into something called a Power BI data flow, which happens to be underneath the covers, CDM or Common Data Model or Dataverse data inside of a data lake. But don't worry about that for the moment. And then we put the whole thing into the Power BI report, because this means that I can now build multiple reports off the same data flow, meaning that I do all the heavy lifting once. And that is kind of cool. Take, for instance, I usually demo some data from the Swedish Statistical Agency, Statistics Sweden. The problem is they have a great API to give you all the data you ever need, and more than that. The issue is that you're going to get it in a somewhat weird JSON format. And in order to get it into a format that Power BI can read in an easy manner, I need to do a few steps. And that is, well, it's not hard per se, but it's a lot of work. So if I just do that once and save the whole shebang as a data flow, and then I tell my users, here you have a curated and ready to go data flow. You can connect to that and you don't need to do all the heavy lifting stuff. I already did that and packaged it as a data flow. People go from meh to yay very, very quickly. And that is a better thing than meh. But there is a few gotchas here. One is, let's go back to the whole idea of refresh. If I click refresh in my Power BI desktop or in my service, what's going to happen, you think? Well, we're not going to go back to the original data source because we're going to reach into the data lake. And we're going to be pulling the data from the data lake to Power BI, the Power BI report. And while this even works for all the different reports, you need to do a Power BI data flow refresh. And it's only the data flow refresh that in turn goes to the data sources. But we're going to come back to that in a bit. So, why are we doing this in the first place? Because we're going to have several effects. It's all about reusing data. First of all, we take away the risk for deviating data. And second, we're actually increasing the performance because we're not pulling data from the source system every time we're doing a refresh. And third, it's easier for users to find usable data sets. Instead of having to scour the internet or hoping to find the data source you're looking for, well, you can use the already curated data sets. And actually, fourth, with incremental refresh, we can also make sure never to pull in more data than has changed. Word of warning about the incremental refresh, it requires premium, but that's not such a bad thing anymore. More of that in a bit. All right, we're going to dive deeper into the data flows here. So what about creating a data flow? How hard is that? Well, not very. There are a couple of ways of doing it. And again, to paraphrase Patrick from Guy in the Cube, I am not lazy, I am efficient. And I love being efficient because it means that I can spend more time on the things that I want to do, like play with Star Wars stuff or go flying, because I fly gliders as well. So how do you create them? Again, you can either do all the fun work graphically and do all the steps in the Power Query as we did in Power BI Desktop. Nah, that's boring. I don't want to do all the steps again because that's already been done for me. Because this is the M code or the Power Query code. It's the same thing. This is taken from the desktop. So you can just go advanced editor and voila, you have all the M code you ever need. Now you can use this to make the foundation for your data flow because again, data flow is just Power Query online. So what what are we looking at? Well, for starters, this line here, this is where we point out the source file. And here we're going to run into an interesting problem because the source file is on my laptop. And that's fine as long as I'm running Power BI desktop on my machine. What happens when I put my data, my reporting in the cloud? Well, it's not going to be able to reach down to my laptop. And I think we're all in agreement that is a good thing. Unless I have a way of doing that. So the normal way of doing this, or the most obvious way of doing this, is to have the data source on-prem. It might be a CSV file, it might be a database, doesn't really matter, but it's on-prem. In order for Power BI to be able to reach this data source, it needs to go through what's known as the Power BI gateway. Now, the Power BI gateway has a tendency to scare people half to death, and I don't see why, because this is not the huge hole in the firewall that a lot of admins think it is. This is basically just a connection to two parts of Azure. So Power BI pokes the Power BI gateway and says, would you be so kind as to ship me the data? It does not reach through it and grab the data and pull it back in. No. It is very polite and kindly asks the gateway for the data. So it is a push only, it's not a pull. And okay, we have installed the Power BI gateway on a machine on-prem. It can talk to my data source. It can talk to the service. And basically what's happening is the Power BI data flows, which is part of the service, is going to ask the Power BI gateway nicely, can I please have the data? And the Power BI gateway is going to go, yeah, sure, and dump the whole shebang into the Power BI data flows. But there is a way to get around this hassle. And some of you might know it, some of you might never seen this or thought about it, because we can use OneDrive here. Let's say that the data source in this case is indeed an Excel file or a CSV file. That's a file. And if I put this on my local OneDrive, it will automatically sync to the cloud. And suddenly I can read the file from the sync destination because it is also in the cloud. Azure, Office 365, Power BI, hello, we're all living in the cloud. Suddenly we don't need to go to the gateway to grab the data. However, we're going to need to change some of the code in the beginning that deals with how to get to the file, because we're going to be needing to use what's known as a web API connector instead of a normal CSV data source. And there we have it. That's how we're going to do this. Okay, how do we change this? Well, we're going to be modifying it in just a second. Let me show you a demo of how to do this. We're going to start by creating ourselves a new data flow. So we're going to go create data flow. And this is in the service. We're going to start with defining new entities. And here we have all the different data sources that we can use. And these we get more and more every day. We're going to go for the web API. I am going to just input the URL to my OneDrive destination. I've also already signed in, so I don't need to do that. And then I click next, and suddenly, boom, Power Query can read the file that I stored in my OneDrive. And it looks exactly the same like the one that I have on-prem. So what I need to do is I need to change the source, or let's do this instead. Let's just steal this whole thing and paste in the M code that we already had. So I'm using the starter part of the graphically fixed data flow, and then I'm pasting in the M code from the previous steps that I did in Power BI Desktop. Then I can just call it, again, the something weather, and I store the data flow. I'm going to save the data flow as weather data SF 2016. But danger, Will Robinson, danger, because this is where you get the refresh now or set a refresh schedule. What is a data flow? Well, it is essentially a Power Query, a set of Power Query statements, right? It does not contain the data yet. I need to refresh at least once in order for the data to be pulled in and be stored inside of the data lake. And either I can do a refresh once, that means that the data will never change, or I can set a schedule that gives us a scheduling operation like for once every day. And depending on if you're running Power BI free or Power BI Premium or Power BI Pro, you're going to have different max number of refreshes per day. All right. So remember what I told you. I pasted in the whole shebang. And essentially what I need to change is this. I need to just change, and instead of going to the C :/temp or wherever I have my file, it is now going to be pointed at the destination for OneDrive, i.e. the OneDrive is actually SharePoint underneath. So I have a SharePoint URL. Kind of neat, right? And again, I reuse all the work that I did in Power BI desktop in order to apply that to my Power BI data flow. So again, the whole refresh thing, when you set up a refresh schedule or when you refresh the data flow, what's going to happen is the data flow is going to reach out to the data source and pull the whole thing through and store the result in the Power BI desktop. No, in the Power BI data flow. I mean, Power BI D something, and then you can insert so many different words. Yeah. Okay. But there are a few limitations. And some things that you might be used to be able to do in Power BI desktop and the Power Query workbench there is what's known as advanced data flows. Because if you want to do more complex things, such as referencing other entities, then we're at what's known as the computed, the enhanced data engine or the enhanced data flows engine. This is part of Premium. And remember what I told you that Premium, it used to be outside of the grasp of most people because Premium, well, a P1 costs roughly $5,000 a month. And one of the interesting things with working with predominantly European customers is that most of them, they just scream bloody murder when they see the price tag and go, yeah, no, we're not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Now, you can always argue that what you get if you buy a Premium is so many fantastic things. And I totally agree. But $5,000 a month is a huge sum. So what just came out and what will be publicly available on April 2nd, my birthday, that's a heck of a birthday present, is Premium per user. Yes, that means that you can license the Premium functionality, all roughly 90% of it, as a single user thing. So instead of buying the whole shebang for $5,000 a month, you're going to be paying $20 per head. And that is a steal. Holy cow, you're going to be able to do so much fun stuff with Power BI Premium per user. But I get ahead of myself and back to the whole computed entity and linked entity. A computed entity is when you reference things in Power Query. Maybe you want to do an aggregated version of the same query. That's when you reference another query in Power Query. That's a computed entity. You can actually do the heavy lifting inside of the Power BI enhanced compute engine and not tax the data source. That's kind of cool. In the linked entity, well, that means that you're referencing another data flow. So you can kind of make a multi-step data flow, if you will. One data flow that does something, and then you have another data flow that references that, and then you reference that, and so on and so forth. And you also, if you buy Premium per user, or you buy Premium, you get incremental refresh for Power BI data flows, and that is huge. Incremental refresh basically means that you have a high watermark. So if I load, the first load is going to be all the data, let's say 2 billion rows. And then you're going to set up a schedule that says every week or every month or every day, we're just bringing in the new rows. That's incremental refresh. And oh, yeah, that is a lot of fun. And it is super, super fast as opposed to bringing in all the rows of the data set. So let's recap what we've seen so far. It turns out that this is almost the same Power Query code. You can get away with stealing roughly 90% of the Power Query code that you've done in Power BI Desktop. You can just take that and dump it into a Power BI data flow. That's kind of neat. Again, I am not lazy, I am efficient. Some features do require premium, and the first time I did this session, I had a lot of people go, "Oh, this is so cool," and then I said it needs premium, and then we went, "Nah, it's not so cool anymore." But again, that is no longer a hurdle because $20 per head, wow. And always consider the refresh, because if you do not have a refresh schedule set on your data flows, your users can push refresh to their heart's content. The data is not going to change up in the reports. So just be aware of this. So is this the fix-all? No. This is one of the tools you're going to be needing to build your empire. If we go beyond the data flows, we're going to find the next step. And here is where I find that most people conceptually kind of trip over themselves. So let's talk about what's not in the data flow. Remember the phenomenon when we brought in the weather data, right? This was due to not having any relationships between the new weather table and the already existing date table. This is easily solved because I just put in a link. I have my data model, and I just pull in and do the connections. This is something that people can forget or do wrong. And despite using a good data flow, they might end up with a seriously funky report. There are more things that are not part of data flow, such as measures. The entire report that I've shown you has one measure, and that is rare. Normal reports have a lot of measures, but I just need one measure to do the demo. And it looks like this. This is just a count of all the number of crimes, but depending on the filter context of the report, it is pretty much the key part of the entire report. And these are part of the data model in the data set, but they are not part of the data flow. Make sense? Because the data flow is the data source, and now we're starting to cook something on top of the data source. But the funny thing is, you can share the data set instead of the data source. Then all the good stuff we've already put into the data model and the data can be shared. So basically what we're doing here is we're having one data set based off one data source, and we're doing multiple reports based off that data set. So the whole thing looks like this, where we have the data source all the way out to your left, and we're doing the data wrangling inside of Power BI data flows. We're dumping the result into a Power BI data flow. It's going to be in a data lake. And then we're building a single data set on top of that data flow or that data source. And then we're producing multiple reports based off that data set. So in essence, what you're going to end up with is a PBIX file with just the connection to the data source and the different tables, such as date tables, such as extra dimensions, measures, whatever you want to have it. That's it. There are no visuals in that file. And then you're creating a PBIX file with no data, unless you want to have them there, but you just connect that to the data set. Now, the very, very cool thing came out very, very recently, and that is the ability to do data sets and add your own data to it. Because previously, this meant that the reports that you made, they were not able to bring in any other data than was already inside of the data set. And yeah, it was nice, but it kind of sucked, because you could not use a data set that somebody else had done and add your own data. Now you can. It's in preview and it has some pretty funky behavior, but it's heralding where we're going, and that will be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait for this feature to get into GA, but definitely do look at it already, because it is a total game changer when it comes to um, bring your own data and any kind of self-service BI. That kind of brings us back to the self-service part of things, because how do you find the right data set? How do you find the right data source? There's a saying here that you're not seeing the forest because of all the trees. And that's kind of where you might find yourself with a lot of data sources and a lot of data sets. You're literally going to drown in them. So there is a way to add an endorsement to both a data flow or a data set. And I highly recommend you to do this. It basically means that I can promote uh, a data source or a data set, data flow or data set, and it is going to be on the top of the list of data flows or the data sets. Or I can certify it. So what does it mean to certify a data source or a data flow or data set? Well, it means absolutely squat. Nothing. It is not. It is a nice tag. That's all there is to it. So you need to add your own methodology behind the certification. You can specify who is able to add a certified label to a data flow or a data set. That's easy, but you need to implement a methodology to certify the data before you add the tag. That's not part of the tool itself. Okay. So to wrap up the whole data flows discussion, we're going to find basically this. So we have the data flows, because the data flows is going to be the data sources, the original data sources, CSV files or databases or whatever it is, and we are bringing this into a data lake through Power Query. We're going to do a number of steps, and then we're going to take the code for these Power Query steps, the cogs, and then we're going to take the data and dump the whole shebang inside of the data lake. Okay. Then we have the data sets, which are based off the data flow. So we have taken reused a lot of the code for the heavy lifting for the data sources, and we put that in the data flow. Then we're taking the data sets and reusing date hierarchies and date tables and all the kind of good stuff that we want to have inside of a data model. Here we also create all the measures, and hopefully we're going to hide all the irrelevant data that is not really usable for the next step. And then we have the cooked and ready data set ready to be handed over to the analyst that is going to do the report. And the thing is, as I told you in the beginning, we have different kinds of people doing this. Back in the old days, there were a lot of different kind of people doing this. For instance, if we go back here at the data flows, that's the ETL stuff. That's the domain of the data engineer. That's a specific skill set, right? Here we have the data analysts for the most part, or the data modelers. All right. And then we have the most of the time the business people. The thing is, you're not going to find that it's different people these days. It's probably going to be the same people. And especially if you're doing this from a self-service BI perspective, well, people are going to be doing all these steps by themselves. Okay. So how do we move forward? How do we move forward from this? Because we are now looking at an embryo to creating a self-service, a working self-service environment where we do not endlessly just code. We're going to be reusing everything. We're going to have good order and all that stuff that we asked for in the beginning. Well, we can look at one pretty interesting thing. That is the data lake. Because it turns out that all the data flows we've used so far, they are using an internal data lake inside of Power BI. You can't touch that. It's just there. You don't have to worry about it. It's fine as is. And I'm going to go ahead and say that 85% of people are more than happy to just leave it in the Power BI data lake. But for the last 15% and the people that realize, wait a second, I can use this to my advantage. Remember what I told you very, very quickly about CDM and Dataverse, right? So CDM and Dataverse, it's the same thing. It changed name from Common Data Model to Dataverse a while back. Dataverse is a specified nomenclature of ways of storing data entities. It's basically a file system inside of a data lake that you know exactly how it works. It has some data, it has some JSON as a definition for that specific folder. You can, instead of using the Power BI inbuilt data lake, you can move all your data flows into your own data lake. Why would you want to do that? Well, you can read and you can write to the data flows from a third party. You could, if you were so inclined, write your own data flows and dump them inside of the data lake. No Power Query or Power BI desktop ever involved. You can do this programmatically and then have it accessible to the next step. And I've seen some pretty nifty ways of doing things because, again, you can programmatically do this. So in one case, as soon as they added a new data source in their environment, they also programmatically created data flows for the different entities automatically. All was done through DevOps. But it also means that I can read the data from the data flow in a third-party tool. Say, for instance, that I want to use an Azure function that goes to the data lake and just picks up the results, the result set, I should say, from a Power BI data flow. Well, I can do that because it is stored in a data lake, my data lake. I used to say that a word of warning was don't try this unless you want to go for your own data lake because you could not disconnect your own data lake. You were kind of screwed. This has since been fixed. So now you can disconnect your data lake. That's a good thing. Okay, let's recap the final part here because what can we more do? Or I should say recap. We can put things into data flow workspaces. This is also a highly recommended best practice to put all the data flows in their own workspaces. And this is a great way of separating stuff from each other because you can put reports and data sources and data flows in the same workspace. Just try to avoid that. Have a specific workspace for data flows, and then you reference that from your other workspaces and thus from your other apps. That is definitely the way to go. You should probably implement a data catalog. A data catalog is this mythical place where all the metadata of your data is. Why would you want to have that? Well, if you have 1 or 2 or 15 data sources, it really doesn't matter because it's going to be in the head of whomever is working with that. if you come to that person and said, I need the sales data for last year, where do I find that? You're going to get a file or a link and just go on your way. But if you have thousands of data sources, that's a whole different kettle of fish. And you might have raw data sources that has just been put in from the source system. You might have different levels of cooked data sources where you look at the changes made from a previous step. How do you figure out where all your data is? That's where data catalog comes into play, and that's where you might want to look at Purview. Purview is in preview, but a word of warning with Purview, look at the pricing. I've had a few friends get burned on Purview. It's a fantastic tool, but be aware that it is not free nor cheap. And then you want to establish a data culture. That is 4 words that are very, very simple to say and so hard to do. A data culture is all about getting people involved. And if you have a proper data culture, then a lot of the issues that my customer from the beginning were facing, they're going to go away. But a culture is something that gets implemented over time. And I highly recommend the blog of Matthew Roche. He's on the Power BI Cat team, Microsoft. He talks a lot about data culture and the necessity for creating a data culture, and also about why you need one, because that's going to be a whole session in and of itself. So to summarize this entire session, order is absolutely necessary. If you just turn people loose on Power BI and go, yes, we now have a self-service BI solution, it is the equivalent of pulling the pin in the grenade. And as the saying goes, when you pull the pin, Mr. Grenade is no longer your friend. And you're going to end up in a ton of issues unless you implement strict order and do so from the beginning. Reuse will increase efficiency. And again, I'm not lazy, I'm efficient. I want to reuse. Not only because I can keep my code in one place, but also I'm prone to making mistakes. And if I reuse code, hopefully I'm reusing debugged code, so I'm not introducing any more mistakes. Yes, that means that if you reuse code that is full of bugs, well, then you have more issues, but that's a whole different story. And empowerment will ensure collaboration. People want to do the right thing. That's just the way people work. But the more limitations you set and the more difficulties you put in their way, the more creative they are going to be to find a way to get to their perceived end goal. But if you empower them and give them the tools and the training and the guardrails, then people want to really do good stuff. So, in essence, stop inviting chaos and just hope that things will work out for the best. Because take it from my friend, my customer, they won't. Instead, use the tools and the people available to work smarter. Make sure that the business is on board and always have a very, very clear why as your guiding star. Take everything you've learned this 50 minutes and let's go build an empire with Power BI. I thank you so much for your time. My name is Alexander, and if there's ever anything you need, don't hesitate to hit me up on Twitter or send me an email or come grab me at a conference when we can meet in person. I'm so much looking forward to that. That's it. Thank you so much.
All right, friends. Alexander, that was a great session. I think you covered a lot in just 50 minutes. Okay, that's right. Now we can do the normal thing. Okay, so there's a lot that you covered in just 50 minutes. I see you did share some of the best practices that would definitely help developers to avoid any pitfalls during development or when they do. We have one question that maybe you'd like to answer. It's from Bhaskar.
Oh,
He
yes.
says, Comparing to traditional data warehouse, how Power BI is managing ODS and data marts?
Oh wow, that's a great question, and it is also one of the longest running discussions. Does Power BI do away with the traditional data warehouse? No, I don't think it does. I think it is a great complement. And but yes, definitely you could look into using Power BI as the data marts, but as Azure Analysis Services and Power BI kind of merge, maybe we're going to see over time that Power BI will subsume the normal data warehouse. But I don't see that as happening anytime soon, in my view.
Okay, yeah, all right, makes sense. I hope Bhaskar, this answer helps you. Any, we don't have any more questions, Alexander, but I definitely believe you have shared your social details so people can definitely reach you out. Right?
Yep.
Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session or anything like that?
No, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for putting together such an amazing conference. I didn't know what CSharpCorner was when I submitted. Now I know, and holy cow, this is fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Alexander, thank you so much, as I said in the beginning, for accepting the invitation, and thank you for all that you do for the community. I see your Microsoft MVP, so definitely spend a lot of time apart from day-to-day time. So thank you so much. Really enjoyed your session. All this session will be available to the audience after the conference ends for free on CSharpCorner platform, so people can watch on the archived sessions too. So thank you so much, Alexander. Have a great day, and actually have a great weekend. Bye. Take
You
care.
too. Bye.
All right, with that, we move to our next sessions. We do have some of the questions coming up now. So maybe Ferenc will ask it, or maybe Alexander can answer behind the scenes. Apart from that, we also have many other conference going on. We also have a growth mindset conference coming up. So definitely go ahead and check that out. It's a kind of very unique conference, and not a tech conference, but I'm 100% sure that you will enjoy that conference. So the link is there. Just visit Growth Mindset Conference, because we don't want you to go ahead and keep on coding for your entire life. Just become a leader. So visit that conference. It's really exciting with the new concept. And now let's move to our next session. That's by Ferenc. And Ferenc is going to talk about a modern factory power platform. Again, he's going to talk about, Power Platform based real time production floor monitoring. Quick intro about Ferenc. He is a PhD in computer science with over 20 years of experience in software development, 10 years experience in Microsoft BI Stack, day by day usage of Power BI since its very first release. That's really great. He has been very active community contributor. He runs few chapters, Dublin Power BI user group, Power BI Break, Data Platform Summit 2020, and some amazing user groups. So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Ferenc. Hi, friends. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hello, Simon, and hello, everybody who is joining to this session.
So, friends, thank you so much for accepting the invitation. As I said at the very first place, I see I am connected with you on social media platforms, and I see you do a lot of these events and virtual conferences. So, thank you so much for all the time you spend for the community. Really appreciate it. By the way, you are joining us from Hungary, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I'm speaking from Budapest, which is the capital city of Hungary. It is in Central Europe, so a bit far from you at this moment, but it's a nice place. Today is really nice, sunny. The sun is shining. Really nice spring weather is in Budapest.
All right, so you're looking at good summer now. Summer is coming soon, so it should be exciting. Yes. In Asia, summer we try to avoid summer because summer goes like too hot. So not something that we like to celebrate. But friends, I won't take much of your time. I see already we are 5 minutes in your session. So I see your screen. Once you move to the slides, I'll add it to the stream, and I'll let you know when everyone can see your screen. Perfect. And next 50 minutes is all yours.
Okay. So in the next 45 minutes, I will speak about how today's factories, production and manufacturing factories, could use a no-code, low-code solution like this Power Platform, which is, I believe, a really great solution for no-code, low-code solutions, and how they could use this for creating production floor monitoring, and especially how to create for some kind of IoT solutions. So first of all, after the nice introduction from Simon who I am. So I'm speaking from Hungary, Budapest, capital city of Hungary. I'm working for a small consulting company called Fiscode. I've worked in many areas in software development in the last 20 years, but mostly focusing for BI, data warehouse, data lakes, etc. topics in the last 10 years. From the very first days, I'm working with Power BI, and nowadays, as Simon also mentioned, I'm a public speaker in Power BI, Power Platform, and Synapse topics. And just to comment Simon's thank you. I really liked this kind of sessions because every time I could show something else, which is not typical for a company day by day projects, rather just focusing some of my hobbies or pet projects, etc. And this whole session is also coming from one of my pet projects at home, and I would like to share my experiences from this pet project because I believe it could be useful not for home but also for companies. So nowadays, there are a lot of terms which are really important in this industry. The digital transformations of the company, the smart factory, smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0. In Europe, it is a really important phrase, or just saying that IoT, industrial IoT. So a lot of words, a lot of concept terms, buzzwords, but I believe they are really important because nowadays our companies, our manufacturing and producing companies and factories has a lot of information because they're not just having some machines and different devices in the factories, but rather we have a lot of sensors, special measuring devices, which are sending the data to some kind of local environment, and then from the local environment they are sending the information to the cloud, and then in the cloud we could process this lot of data using machine learning algorithms. We could find anomalies, we could predict that a predictive maintenance should be executed or not, etc. A lot of things could be done nowadays using the cloud, using all these data technologies. And it's really cool if you just think about in the automotive industry. The biggest automotive manufacturers all has a lot of robots, devices, and sensors, and they just would like to solve a lot of issues within the company, within the factory. It is called edge computing, and in the cloud also, which is the typical IoT scenarios. My idea was with this whole topic. It's coming from last Christmas, because in the Christmas I've got a gift from my wife and my son. It was a Raspberry Pi, and for the Raspberry Pi I just started to do a pet project, which is I would like to create some kind of device simulation. So there is humidity and temperature and maybe something else. I could simulate somehow that there are some machines in my company, in my factory, and I would like to push this information to the cloud and do some data analysis and some kind of other machine learning algorithms just to play with these technologies. And one of the first ideas was from me that maybe can I use the whole Power Platform, so the Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, maybe Power Virtual Agents for such a situation, or is it not the best technology for it? And I realized that, and my answer is that I believe for smaller IoT projects, yes, the Power Platform is really good. And then I just start to think that maybe not for big automotive industry companies like Audi, Mercedes, etc., but for smaller producing and smaller manufacturing companies who has just some CNC machines or 1-2 machines which produces items day by day, they could buy some devices and sensors and create some smaller IoT projects. But until now, they haven't started to invest such IoT projects because it is an expensive project. But using the Power Platform, I believe they could solve it because it is a no-code, low-code solution. So maybe one of the guy in the factory could learn it and start to do some smaller IoT projects. So that was my question, that Power Platform could be used for such scenarios or not. And I believe, yes, we could use it. So in the next 30 minutes, I will show some examples how it could use for such scenarios. So we will simulate different devices. There will be 3 different machines, which will send the event messages notification to the Azure IoT Hub, which could ingest this data coming from the different devices from the factory. And then there will be 2 different approaches we called in the IoT scenarios passes, where we will check what kind of data arrives, process them, and if it is needed, we will make some actions, because all this IoT scenario is needed for to have more better manufacturing or producing in our factory company. So there will be one approach which is called the hot pass. Hot pass means that we would like to process the data as soon as possible, and we would like to get insight from this processed data. And for example, if one of the message from one of the machine shows that the temperature of the machine is really high, I should create an alert and send an alert to one of the responsible people who could go to the machine and do what's needed to stop the machine or decrease the temperature of the machine in order to avoid any kind of breakdown of the machine and then a big loss for the company. So there will be one approach for us today is the hot pass. We will use the Power Automate for it. And the other pass, which is called in this IoT scenarios cold pass, is typically we would like to process the data as fast as possible, but it is not in the scope that it should be as soon as possible, because the goal with this cold pass that we would like to store the data. In this session, we will store the data into an Azure SQL database, but maybe in another bigger project, we could use a Synapse dedicated SQL pool, or just store the data at first in a data lake, and later we will upload to a curated layer in a SQL database or a dedicated SQL pool, or maybe it will be processed, brought into a Cosmos DB, whatever. The cold pass means that we store the data somewhere, and later we could analyze and reuse this information. Maybe we will execute a complex machine learning algorithm to understand what kind of patterns in this data. Today we will just create a Power BI report, but not just a typical Power BI report like we will analyze the data over time and say that how many items are produced, what was the average temperature of the machine, so something like this. I would like to show something special. And the special is that if you go to a factory, a manufacturing, producing factory, you every time see a big LCD screens, and on the screens there are numbers, KPIs that we produce, how many items, what is the speed of the machine, what is the temperature around the machine, what is the humidity around the machine. So several most important KPIs are available on these LCD panels. And I thought that maybe I could reproduce this kind of dashboards in a Power BI. So we will show how to create automatically refreshing Power BI reports. We will show this kind of information. And last but not least, we will create a Power Apps application to do some data manipulation. What kind of data manipulation you could imagine in this scenario? So typically, if you are ever been in a factory, you know that there are a lot of machines, people. So every time there is something happens, so you could imagine that one machine which was planned for today, for example, 500 items will be produced on this machine. Maybe we had to stop this machine and overheating or something problem happened. And now after 1 hour, we could use this machine again, and at the end of the day, the realistic is that we could produce 400 items on this machine. So typically, somebody who is responsible for the production floor, a team lead, for example, during the day, maybe hour by hour, just refine the actual plan for today, and so he is refining the planned volumes for the day. So for such scenario, we will implement a small data manipulation application using Power Apps. So let's start. The first and very important thing, how to create such a situation, how to create such reports, or use the Power Platform to be able to check I could be a citizen IoT developer at home, or I could be a citizen IoT developer in a small factory where I would like to grab the data from the different devices and sensors and create some nice reports and do the hot pass to send alerts to the responsible people. How can I start such a situation and such a project? The first one that I also did last Christmas, that I've got a Raspberry Pi, like here, with keyboards, mouse, Raspberry Pi OS, and etc., etc., etc. Or maybe I just got Arduino or whatever sensors and other technologies, and start to type Python or some kind of C++ programming language, learn what is MQTT protocol, how to connect to a cloud, so a lot of things. And I believe it is not the good way to start an IoT project, especially for a citizen developer, but also for a professional developer, because too many things you have to learn to start such a project. So then I just thought that maybe we should use, Microsoft has a great solution to do Raspberry Pi Azure IoT simulator. So here you see the URL of this Raspberry Pi Azure IoT simulator. It is a web-based simulator. You could do whatever you would like to simulate with a Raspberry Pi. You could write Python code, and the data could be uploaded to Azure IoT and then process, ingest, and also do all the stuffs. It's much better to start, but I have to say, because it needs some Python development, so maybe it is also not the best way to start, but it's much better to start, I believe. And finally, I realized that Microsoft has another great open source solution, absolutely free. It is called Azure IoT Device Simulation. Here is the URL. You could imagine that you go to this GitHub page. There is a step-by-step, very detailed instruction how to deploy this solution to your machine and to your Azure subscription. And after 10-15 minutes, you are able to create a nice environment where there will be a web page. And within 1 minute, I will show this web page. You could create as many machines and sensors as you like. You could define what kind of sensors and what kind of data could be sent from these sensors. And then you could start simulations with a lot of devices and machines. And all this data is automatically sending to your Azure subscriptions. And in Azure subscription, there will be an Azure IoT Hub, which will ingest this data. And from that moment, you are good to go with your different IoT scenarios, or, for example, with our Power Platform solutions. So how it looks like in reality. I'm just showing, first of all, if I install this solution, I will see that there is a new resource group in my Azure subscription. And below this resource group, there will be a lot of new resources. For example, there will be an IoT hub, which will ingest the data. There will be a virtual machine skill set, because in the background to generate these simulated devices and messages and sending all this stuff will be run on a virtual machine. There are some new items for having all the required network capabilities, load balancer, network security group, IP address, virtual network, etc. And finally, there will be a web page, an app service, which will helps to execute this kind of simulation. So let's check how it looks like. It is not the most fancy application, but really useful to create such pet projects. I believe it is a really good solution. So this application called, as I mentioned earlier, Azure IoT device simulation, it's absolutely free. And there are only two screens on this application. One is that what kind of device is available for you. And the second one, using these devices, you are able to start simulations. I just would like to show one of there are a lot of built-in devices just to be able to start the project without doing anything. But I just created one of my devices, which is a floor machine number 1. And in this machine, there are 3 sensors which could generate temperature data, humidity data, and how many items are produced on this machine. And you are able to say that how to generate this kind of data. So for example, temperature is just a random number between 20 and 50 Celsius. Or humidity is random number between 20 and 70%. But for how many items are produced today is typically an incremental behavior. So first item produced, second item produced, third item produced. So you are able to do this kind of specification. And now we have one device. Then you could define another machine and another machine. And then you can go and say that I would like to create a new simulation. First, you say that the name of the simulation is this, and then just go here, select which kind of devices I would like to add to this simulation. For example, I just use only the floor machine number 1, and maybe I would like to have 5 similar machines in this floor simulation, and I would like to generate messages every 10 seconds. This is the minimal interval that could use this simulator. And then which will be the IoT hub which will ingest these messages, and then you could start the simulation. Previously, I just created a modern factory simulation with 3 different devices. Every device generates different sensor data. The first machine generates every 10 seconds a message, the second every 15 seconds, the third machine generates messages every 20 seconds. And if I just click on this button here and say that start simulation, now in the background, first the virtual machine is warming up. It takes some seconds, not too much, takes some seconds. And then within 15-20 seconds, you will start to ingest the data and get the messages. Okay. So let's start to speak how to implement this hot path. So when you know that as soon as possible, we would like to process the ingested data and check that the message doesn't show a temperature which is too high for us, for example, or something else. And then if it is too high, the temperature, then we would like to send an alert to a responsible people. For such scenario, the IoT hub should be somehow connected to the Power Automate, because in Power Automate we could process this message and do a condition that if the temperature is higher than this Celsius degrees, then we could send an alert. For this situation, I will use a so-called Azure Event Grid technology, which is nothing else, just a very robust, very scalable event receiver, event sending service in the Azure. For, as I remember, in 1 month, you could send 100,000 events for free. So to start a smaller IoT project, it is nearly free, or very small cost will be at the end of the month. The first step to use this event grid that we should somehow connect this event grid with the IoT hub. To do this, you have to go at first to the Azure subscription, and as you see on my screen, you have to check that EventGrid is registered to be a resource provider. If not, then you should register it. So one click, and then later you are able to assign the EventGrid to the IoT Hub. But because the EventGrid itself doesn't have a built-in monitoring stuff, it is a bit hard to show that something is happening. So Ferenc is just speaking about EventGrid, but how can I check that the events, the messages are arrived to this EventGrid? So there is another great free open source solution for Microsoft. I just add also the URL here. It is again a GitHub solution. Azure EventGrid Viewer. It takes around 2-3 minutes to install this grid viewer, which again web application in the Azure, and it will show you that what kind of events are arrived to the EventGrid, and you could check that everything is fine, so it's good to go. So I just would like to show how it looks like, this EventGrid, because you remember some minutes ago I just started this simulation. You see that a lot of messages arrived in the meantime. So I just click here, and you see that one of the telemetry data which is coming from one of the devices is this, which is a JSON file. It has temperature data, how many pieces generated, what is the humidity, etc., etc. So this information is now arrived to the EventGrid, and because the data is arrived to the EventGrid, we will be able to process them using the Power Automate. But one step is that I would like to show before it, how the EventGrid is connected to the IoT Hub. It's very simple. In the IoT Hub, there is a section called Events, and you have to click on the event subscription. You have to say that you have an event grid for this IoT Hub. Just fill what kind of events you would like to subscribe. For example, you would like to grab events like a new device is created, a new device is created, a device is updated, a device is removed. Or for our project, I believe the most important one is the messages that is arriving from the sensor. So I just focus on the so-called device telemetry data. So then you are able to create a Power Automate alert mechanism. So let's check how to create a flow in Power Automate, which will get the data from this EventGrid. And for example, hot flow, it will be the name. Then event. You see that there is something which has to trigger this flow, this Power Automate flow. And there is one triggering is when a resource event occurs in an Azure EventGrid. Okay, then I have to say that which subscription, this is my Azure subscription, what kind of resource should be done, IoT Hub should be used in the EventGrid, which IoT Hub should be used. I have only one at this moment. And what kind of event coming from this IoT Hub should be checked, for example, the device telemetry information. And now I've got immediately messages, events that is coming from the EventGrid into the Power Automate. The next step is that in this event, as you saw, it is a JSON file. The body is a JSON file, so the temperature, the humidity, and all this information is coming in a JSON file. So first of all, I have to parse this JSON file to be able to handle this information. First, I have to say that which data which is coming from this EventGrid should be parsed as a JSON, the body should be. And then I have to add what kind of JSON schema is available in this body, because it is not so easy to know from scratch what kind of data is available. I'm just coming back to this EventGrid viewer, copy paste an existing data like this one. Go here, and say that I have a sample. Hopefully everything will be done. I just click here, and from this sample JSON file, he created the schema instead of typing from scratch by me. Okay, now we parse the JSON file. Now we could say that I would like to have a condition. In the condition, what is my goal? If the temperature is greater or equal than, for example, I just write a very small number, 25 Celsius degrees, then I should create an alert. In a real project, of course, we will write a much higher number, but to show you that it is working, I just would like to show that a very small number here. So if there is a threshold exceeded, so this 25 Celsius degrees, then I would like to send an alert. And for example, the responsible people will be me. I just say that, oh, it is an alert email, hot temperature. And then you could add that what was the date for this event. Maybe this is the creation time. What was the machine which generated this problem? This is the device ID. And what was the temperature, for example, at that moment, and which generated this alert. And you could say this was the temperature, and this is the temperature unit, the Celsius degrees. And that's all. I'm just coming down, save, and now I have a flow which could get the data from the event grid, check this conditional thing, and generates event alerts as an email to me and sending to me if there are some items which has temperature over 20. And hopefully I'm just trying to show it in reality. Maybe within some seconds there will be some new alerts. Yes, I'm just coming one. This is the date. This is the machine as a global unifier agreed, and the temperature here, which is another, and you see another alerts are arriving because I entered a very small temperature number just to be able to show very quickly how the alerts are receiving. So using this hotpath, we are able to process the data which is coming from the simulated devices, arriving to the IoT hub. The ingested data is go to the event grid, and from the event grid, Power Automate is able to process and check and send alert if it's needed. So within some seconds, we are able to send the email alert to the responsible people in our factory. So I believe it's really cool, and as you see, it doesn't need too much professional implementation. You have to know, of course, the basic items in an Azure IoT, that there is an IoT hub, event grid, and you have to, of course, know the Power Automate, but you don't have to write long codes. We don't know anything about what are the different protocols, etc. So I believe it's really cool. The other way that I would like to show is the call path. It was that we will store somewhere the data which is coming from the devices, and then we will start to analyze this data. For this session, I just stored the data in an Azure SQL database. Like here, previously I created an Azure SQL database with a device data table, and in this table I just store which device, how many pieces I created, what was the temperature, humidity, etc., etc. Then I created an Azure Stream Analytics jobs, and it's better to show it in reality. So what is this Stream Analytics thing? I'm just starting this job because it takes around 1 minute to start Stream Analytics jobs, and until it is just forming, I will show you what is it, and you will see again that it doesn't need too much professional development skills. It's very simple thing, but it's a really good technology for such scenarios. So what is this Stream Analytics? You could imagine it is a tube The tube has an input part where the messages from the IoT hub is arriving. In the tube, you are able to do some transformation. We will do a very, very simple transformation only in this session. And then at the end of the on the tube, there is the output. So what kind of output service you would like to use. For our service, for our session, we will use an Azure SQL database. So here you could say that what kind of inputs are available for the stream analytics. This is an Azure IoT hub. And what kind of outputs are available. For this session, I just created an Azure SQL database, but previously I just checked also that in a Synapse dedicated SQL pool, you are able to also to do this stream analytics job. And what is this job? I understand the data is coming from IoT, then we will write into an Azure SQL database, but what will happen in this Azure SQL stream analytics? So you could imagine, I just try to show it a bit bigger. So the data is arriving from the IoT hub like this: temperature, unit, humidity, and the last item is the IoT hub. And in the IoT hub, there are additional information: what was the device ID, when this happened, etc., etc. And from this data, I am able to transform it to another data. So I have to write a SQL, which is not a full SQL, but lots of SQL items are possible to use. So I just write a SQL, select from the input IoT hub. The result should be goes to the Azure SQL output, and I just selected some of the columns from the input stream and says that the input stream has this IoT hub with a lot of information in a record. I just select only one item, the connection device ID as a device ID. And if I just execute this test query, you will see that it transforms the data which as input stream, which is coming from the IoT hub, and generates something else which could be written into an Azure SQL database. If everything is fine, I just would like to show that this, because this Azure Stream Analytics job is executed, a lot of items, a lot of messages now are available in this database, because originally, previously, earlier I just deleted everything. Now we have several messages that is stored, and if this stream analytics job is running and running, there will be more and more and more messages in the SQL table. Okay, so we are able that all the machines will be, and all messages from the different messages ingested in IoT hub, streamed and write into a SQL database. So now all the information now in a SQL database, so we are able to process them, somehow analyze this information. So I just created a nice Power BI report, which is called floor monitoring report. And as you see, every 5 seconds, this Power BI report is updated, refreshed, because it uses a technology called automatic page refreshing. It is a technology which is released last year in Power BI. You have to select the page itself, and in the format panel, the last section is this page refreshing. You have to first enable it, and then you have to say that what kind of technology you would like to use for this page refreshing. There are 2 approaches. One is that you use a fixed interval, like here I am just using every 5 seconds. I'm trying to connect to the Azure SQL database and grab the data from the Azure SQL database. Here I would like to emphasize that this technology, this automatic page refreshing, using the direct query, because direct query connection ensures that the data is always the latest data. The other way to use this automatic page refreshing technology is that you are able to write and measure in DEX which will say that the data is changed on the data source side, and you don't have to every time load the data from the Azure SQL to the Power BI every 5 seconds, for example, in our case. Rather, a measure could find out that you should do something, or the data which is arrived last time, it is also good. For our small project, I believe this 5 seconds automatic refreshing time is really good. And as you see, every 10 seconds, the machine one is arrived a message and says that a new item produced. On the machine 2, every 15 seconds generated, and on the machine 3, every 20 seconds generated that something happened. And you see, this is a temperature over time thing which is automatically updated due to this automatic page refresh technology. So sounds really good. We just checked this Power BI report. Now we are able to create such an automatically refreshing report, which could be visible on a big LCD screen in the factory wall, and everybody could see what is happening in the production floor. Cool. The next thing that I promised to you, that there will be a data manipulation application which will be implemented in Power Apps, because this daily refining of the plant volumes. So I've just created, using the Power Platform, another component, Power Apps, a small data application. It is not a very complicated application, I have to say. So I've got only one data source, this Azure SQL database. This Azure SQL database has another table which contains plant volume. So it would say that on this machine, on that day, I have to produce this and these volumes. And this data is visible, as you see, on a data table here. And when I select something on this data table, it will be visible in this small modification area. The only value that I could modify the plant volume, and then I could click on the Save button. I just would like to show that how the Save button works. So when I click on the Save button in Power Apps, it means that every object has a property and event handler, and one of the event handler is the onSelect. OnSelect means you click on the button. And if you click on the button, you will see that we will update this table in the SQL database. I just found which machine data should be updated, and then store the value from that input editor. So nothing special. As I remember, it was 10-15 minutes with all the design work to create this Power Apps application. Then I just published this application, shared with my colleagues, etc. So from that moment, a responsible people on the floor is able to modify the plant volumes for that day, based on the actuals, based on the knowledge that this machine was bad, or these people is sick now, or something happened, so I just modify the plant data. But I believe for a factory where there are so many problems and so many tasks to produce and manufacture items, the most important thing is not our Power Apps application or Power BI report or another application and another application. Rather, the responsible people, this team lead people and the production floor needs one place, one hub where he is able to check the KPIs in a Power BI report, do the plant volumes, etc., etc. So the next step, I believe, in this code path is to integrate the Power Apps application into this Power BI report. Instead of having apps in a browser, a report in another browser, that we are able to have one place where all the important things are available for these responsible people. So how it looks like in a Power BI, I just created another page, a report page in the Power BI, and add Power Apps visual to this page, and this Power Apps visual referring to this previously implemented Power Apps application. If everything is fine, then it should show the data in this visual. But really simple thing, it is just connecting to the Power Apps application, grabs the data and show the same screen that is available in your browser application, in your Power Apps application. Now it is embedded into Power BI. Okay, and then after it is done, the only thing that could be questioned, asked, that okay, everything looks nice. There is a nice Power BI report. There is an embedded Power Apps application. Okay, but it is in Power BI desktop. Is it possible to publish this Power BI desktop file to the cloud? What will happen? I need premium capacity or not? And the answer that this whole automatic page refreshing technology works fine with the shared capacity. So you could, for example, publish it to a My Workspace or any workspace which not assigned to a dedicated capacity. The only limitation is that the minimal interval to refresh the data is 30 minutes. So for our situation, it is not good, but there could be situations where every 30 minutes automatically refreshing a report page is absolutely enough. For example, if a complex process could generate an item only every 1 hour, then it's absolutely good for you to use as a shared capacity for your report. If you would like to use something like this 5 seconds refresh time, then you need a dedicated capacity. So for example, my sample is using a PPU license. PPU is the premium per license. If somebody doesn't know it, what does it mean? It is now in preview and will be in general availability from 2nd of April. It is a user per user license to access all the premium functionalities. For example, if there is a company with only 10 people who are using Power BI, create reports or consume reports, but they need some of the, or maybe all of the premium functionalities, and they don't want to spend to purchase a very expensive premium dedicated capacity. From 2nd of April, they will be able to buy PPU licenses with very cheap monthly rate. So if you use this PPU license or you have a premium dedicated capacity or an embedded capacity, you are able to set up this automatic refresh. For example, here I just set up for 5 seconds, and then the same data is shown and automatically refreshed in this report. For example, you see that I'm just waiting some seconds and the data is refreshing. So in the browser, in the Power BI service, this automatic page refreshing is also working. And also the plan volumes are possible to check that. For example, on the machine one, for the 400 items are planned, but I see that today we are good to go with 500 pieces to create. Then I could update it, coming back to the dashboard, and you see that now on the machine one, we have 500 pieces for that day. So we are really good at this moment. So back to the presentation. My conclusion is that for our small pet projects or in a smaller factory which would like to use some kind of smaller IoT scenario, Power Platform with Power BI, Power Automate, and Power Apps, maybe with Virtual Agent, could be a useful solution. So I could say that the Power Platform loves this kind of industrial, factorial IoT solutions. So thank you for coming to this session, and thank you that hearing me, watching me. And if you have any questions now or later, there are email and social media accesses for myself. So thank you for having me. And
all right, friends, that was a great session. I think you covered, like, I wasn't expecting it would be an IoT session, to be honest. I was like, it's going to be more on the Power Platform, but great that you just, I didn't knew also that there are some simulators available that are also open source. Quick question, friends. You have used Azure, you have used Power BI, you have used Power Apps. You have used so many resources, and if I go ahead and think of billing it, right? Because I think this is definitely very
really good
challenging.
question.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have to say that because we are a Microsoft Gold Partner company, we have in every month we could spend some money to play with these technologies. And I used all the basic versions of free editions or only the smallest build costs. Solutions, the tires from these different technologies. And I have to say that if you use these technologies for 1 month, it won't take too much money. Of course, if you are a bigger company with a lot of devices, you would like to store a lot of data in an Azure SQL database or something like this, it could take more money. But I believe for a bigger company to have these insights and alerts that instead of a machine is broken down, you can go there and stop and skip this bad situation, it's worth the money. 15 years ago, I worked for a company who was in a paper industry. It was a paper producing company, and they told me that for 1 hour stop on this paper machine takes I don't know how many millions of euro. So if you just avoid any stops, it's worth the money.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely makes sense. Will there be any difference with the pricing? As you say, you are sending the data in every 10 seconds, right, from the simulator, from the device that you made. Will there be any effect on the cost if I increase the times of data I'm sending in any interval or decrease it? Will that anyway make sense in the?
Okay, yes, but what is the cost is the IoT hub. On the IoT hub, there are different tires. And for example, I just use the basic S1 standard one, which says that there is a throttling. So, okay, there are coming a lot of messages, but there is a throttling, a threshold that I don't want to ingest more than this and these messages. And you can somehow estimate that if you use S1 tire, it will be the cost of the IoT hub for 1 month. If you have more devices, more messages, maybe you have to upgrade to a S2 or a higher IoT hub. Of course, it will cost more. So you are able to predict what is good for our company. But I believe for smaller company where there are only 5-10 different machines, and I don't want to send all the machines in every 10 seconds, maybe every 1 minute or something like this. Most of the basic tires are absolutely fine because, for example, the event grid itself, 100,000 events per month is free. So it's really good, I believe so.
So that's okay. That definitely makes sense. This also reminds me that in your demo, all the data was coming real time, right?
Yes.
It was coming from the sensors, whereas in some of the cases, the devices are not connected every time. For instance, if there is a ship or container, right? They may connect only once in a while to the internet. So maybe I think, if I'm not wrong, the SQL has this Azure SQL Edge that provides all these capabilities too. So
yes, that's right.
Yeah, so I think.
Yeah, but it's a bit more complex IoT project. I'd like to emphasize that originally it was a pet project, and I'm thinking about to show this kind of solution for smaller companies with some machines. Maybe they're just producing items only 1 shift or 2 shifts, maybe just to avoid the situation, especially in a pandemic situation, that some of the machines are broken down and they couldn't produce and they won't get enough money during this pandemic situation. So I believe for such scenarios, this Power Platform is absolutely good. Of course, for more complex, more complicated situation, you should move more to the Azure IoT technologies and the SQL Edge and etc.
All right, friends, that was a great session. Thank you so much. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
I am really happy that you having me, and I would like to encourage everybody to see the other sessions because there will be great sessions after me also. So thank you for having me.
All right, friends, thank you so much. Thank you again for accepting the invitation and contributing to the community. It's weekend, I do know. So thank you for that too. So having said that, take good care of yourself. We hope to see you soon in some other live events, if not in person. So thank you so much and have a nice weekend ahead and hope to see you soon. All right,
Hello,
bye-bye.
hello, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, with an amazing session, we move to our next session. I'll have to rush it fast because I think we're only 5 minutes in the next session. Our next session is by Carmen. She's going to talk about using Power Virtual Agents to boost Microsoft Teams adoption and quick intro about, I think I have to shift back. Okay, I'm listening. Yeah, that's good. Carmen is an enthusiastic consultant, helping customers in finding, developing, and rolling out the best solutions for their business issues. She is a Microsoft 365 consultant focusing on the Power Platform and Microsoft Teams. As an advanced citizen developer, she assists companies in simplifying and digitizing their processes. So let's go ahead and without any further ado, let's invite our next speaker, Carmen. Hi, Carmen. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, Simon. Thank you for having me.
So, Carmen, where you're actually joining us today from?
I'm joining from Belgium. So I live around Antwerp in Belgium. It's not a big country, so somewhere around Antwerp in Belgium.
Okay, I anyway don't know much about that location. So to me, it's Europe. That's for me, it's Asia, Europe, America, Australia. That's all, and Africa. That's how I count. So how is life in Belgium? How's COVID and how things have been happening all this time?
Well, I've been working from home, and I think it's actually exactly a year since the first lockdown in Belgium. So I've been working from home for a year. I think I've been to the office about five times since 13th of March last year. So yeah,
That's a lot.
been strange.
That's a lot.
I know for some it's a lot. For me, it's not a lot because I used to go 3 days a week before COVID. So it's been strange, but I've adapted well. I've settled at home and I have the necessary infrastructure to keep on working. So yeah, apart from not being able to see friends and family, it's been okay, let's say. No complaints.
No complaints. Yeah, and I don't think this lockdown will anyway go away soon. I think at least September, August, somewhere everything will still be online. But never mind, we have this virtual event that help us connect to much broader audience. So I think we are very lucky. And with that, so Carmen, I won't take much of your time. I have your screen share. Let me know when to add it, and then you can go and get started.
Yeah, sure. Feel free to add it immediately. Yes, perfect.
All right, so everyone can see your screen, and the next 50 minutes is all yours.
Okay, thank you. So I also want to welcome everyone from all around the world to CSharpCorner, and specifically to my session, where I'm going to be talking about how you can use Power Virtual Agents to boost Microsoft Teams adoption. First, let me start by introducing myself. I'm Carmen. Don't worry if you can't pronounce the last name. Even people in Belgium have difficulty with it. I'm a senior Power Platform developer, an advanced citizen developer based in Belgium, as I mentioned. I'm also a serial learner, so I like to learn new things all the time. And I blog about the things that I learn on digipersonal.com. And you can also find me on Twitter at Carmen IJsewijn, where I am active, let's say, sometimes. I'm not extremely active, but I do tweet about some things that I learn and about all of the sessions that I do, that I present. And then let's jump straight into the session. First, I want to talk a bit about why I'm giving this session. What's in the name? So I found from my experience that adoption is very important in any project where you are introducing a new tool, for example, Microsoft Teams, into an organization. So it's essential in making sure that the people start using the tool. Why is that? Because if people need to start using a new tool, that means that they need to change, and that change is difficult. Because we as human beings, we don't like change. We like to keep doing the same things, which sounds strange, but think about it. We're creatures of habit. When we have a certain way of doing things, we prefer to keep doing them the same way. And when introducing a new tool, that might be a big change, like just completely transforming your processes, or it could be a small change that you just have to find a link in a new location. Both of these changes are hard because it means that we need to think about, we don't do this the same way that we used to anymore, we do it in a different way. And because adoption and change go hand in hand and change is difficult, that means that adoption can be difficult as well, both from the perspective of the people that have to go through that change, that need to change the way that they work, as from the perspective of the people that are leading that change initiative. From the people that are introducing that new tool, it can be difficult to get our users to start using it. And even with a tool that is quite intuitive like Microsoft Teams, it can still be quite difficult to know all of the ins and outs, the do's and the don'ts, and the best practices. I believe that Power Virtual Agents can make that adoption easier because it allows you to bring the right information to the right people at the right time. So traditionally, we have a place somewhere on the intranet or even on the global internet where you can find a lot of information. But that information is often difficult to reach. It's not easily searchable, or we send communications where we push certain pieces of information to our users at a time that we decide is a good time. However, a user can have a question at a completely different time, where they then need to go find that information in a large knowledge database. Maybe that can be difficult to find, and Power Virtual Agents can help there in providing an interface for the user to ask a question to a chatbot, and that chatbot answering the question, and thus giving them the information that they need in the moment that they need it. And it's very easy to just ask a chatbot a question and then get an answer. Can be a lot easier than putting a search query into, for example, a SharePoint site, and then having to go through all of the links that come up, see if the title matches. That takes more effort than asking a question and getting an answer. So what should a Teams adoption bot do? Let's say that we create a Power Virtual Agent to help in Teams adoption. What should it do? It should do three things. It should first help users by solving common questions or answering common questions and solving common problems that they have, that they might face. For example, when they first start using Teams, they might want to know how to create a new team. Or they might want to know how to add colleagues to their team, or how to start, or how to organize an online meeting, how to start a channel meeting, those kinds of things. And not only should the adoption bot answer those questions, but it can immediately share the right way to do things. Because in one organization, they could just use the out-of-the-box Teams creation process that is provided by Microsoft, where they can just create a team and get started very easily. But in another organization, they might have a provisioning process where you gather metadata, where you gather some information about the team before it can be created. Maybe it's even Adhesion has an approval process behind it. So if that is the case, then the bot should not only answer the question, you can create a team by going to this link, but it can also share why that is the case, and why it is important that they do it that way, so that we get that information. And of course, a chatbot is not all-knowing. If it doesn't know the answer to a question, it should be able to refer the user to support with all of the information that it has gathered so far about their request, so that service desk or any other support infrastructure that you have available can easily answer those questions, and in that way we can make sure that the user always gets help in the best way possible. Now, I'm not going to talk on slides a lot more, but I'm going to give you 3 demos where we are going to build a Power Virtual Agent, and I'm going to do 3 scenarios in that demo. First, I'm going to show you how you can build a Power Virtual Agent to answer users' questions. Secondly, we're going to look at how the agent can actually take action on behalf of a user, so taking that to a next level. And then finally, I'm going to show you how we can find information that is somewhere in our tenant in a structured way, and how we can bring that information or the relevant information to the user. So let's jump to the demo. I have created already a Power Virtual Agent, just the basics, inside Teams. So I'm going to use Power Virtual Agents inside Microsoft Teams. So I'm doing everything in the Teams application that we are also going to help our users adopt. And if I go to the topics, then we can see that we have the default topics, and I have already added one additional topic to my virtual agent, which is on how to add a member. If I open the topic, then we see that the name is add a member. I have added 4 trigger phrases. So of course, add a member to a team, but then also what if a person asks for a new team member, or they will have a new colleague in their team, a new collaborator on a project. All of these trigger phrases, or when they are used in a sentence, will lead the user to this topic. If I then go to the authoring canvas, then you see that this is a very simple topic, and this is exactly how you can build a Power Virtual Agent, how you can create topics to answer questions. Next, or after my trigger phrases, I just have a message where I like to rephrase the question so that the user knows which question they get an answer to, because they might not have exactly asked, how can I add a member to a team? So I'm going to rephrase it so that they know which question they get an answer to. So it sounds like you want to add a member to one of your teams, and then I provide them a link to a documentation page that I have on SharePoint where they can find the information. So where is this link leading to? It's to a team's help site, add a member to a team, which now just contains some placeholder text. But I am not giving the answer inside the virtual agent for a couple of reasons. First of all, if I have to give a lot of information, maybe some screenshots, and click here, then click there, inside the Power Virtual Agent, that will become a very long conversation, which can be quite difficult for a user to read, and then they have to scroll up and down. So it's easier to keep it in a separate page. Secondly, if we have it in a separate page, we can actually link to this resource from different locations. So this page is on a SharePoint site. So let's say that a user prefers searching for their information. They can simply search the site, and that same information will surface. And we also only have to maintain one piece of information, and that's this page. If something changes on how a user can add a member to a team, we just change this page, and all of our other places where we are referencing this information, that will be corrected or updated automatically as well, because it's just a link to this page, which we have updated. So it's good for many reasons. And then after we provide them the information, we just end the conversation with a survey, of course, to see if it was the right answer. So let's create a second of this type of topic. So let's create a new topic. And the topic that we will answer now, or the question that we will answer now, is how a user can create a new team. So I'm giving the topic a name, and then I am entering some trigger phrases. Create a team, new project, maybe, new collaboration, and so forth. You can add as many trigger phrases as you like. And then if we go to the authoring canvas, Power Virtual Agents will automatically save the topic. And then we have an empty canvas where we have the trigger phrases, then a message where I'm going to rephrase the question again. So it sounds like you want to create a new team. And then I'm going to add a second message, because that will be easier later on when I expand this topic. You can find out how to do that here. And then where I'm going to add a link again to the second page that I have on my SharePoint site on creating a new team. So I'm simply copying this URL and then pasting it here. And then just the same as I had before, I'm going to end the topic with a survey if after this message has been displayed. If I then save the bot, I can test it immediately here to the left. So I'm going to say, I want to create a new team. And then on the right, we see that the right topic was triggered and that the two messages have been displayed. We see it here as well. If I click this link, that will take me to that page that I have just copied the link to, of course. And then we see that afterwards, the conversation is ended with a survey, just to check that that the agent actually answered the correct question. So these two topics, the first one that we looked at and this one that I just created, are examples of simple topics that you can create to answer questions that users may have. And in this way, you can immediately actually translate your entire knowledge base that you may have already to a Power Virtual Agent, where your users can simply ask a question, and then the agent figures out which question that they need an answer to and provides them the information that they need. But let's say that we want to take this a step further. Instead of just giving them the information, which is already a great start, we can actually build the agent in such a way that it creates the team, in this case, for the user. So instead of just saying that they want to create a new team and pointing them to the information, I'm going to extend this topic so that the bot asks the information that we need to create a new team, and then that the bot actually goes and does that. So what information do we need to create a new team? We need two things. Firstly, we need the name of the team. Secondly, we need to know the description of the team, and then we can create the team in the background for the user. So I'm going to expand this topic to incorporate those actions. So firstly, I'm still going to keep my rephrasing of the question. Sounds like you want to create a new team. And then I'm going to check whether the user wants me to help or wants the bot to help creating the team, or they just want to get the information. So I'm going to ask a question in between my two messages that I already have. And then the question that I'm going to ask is, would you like some help with that? Or would you like me to help with that? And I'm going to have multiple choice options for the answer. The first option will be yes, please, please. And then the second option will be no, just give me the information how to do it. And then I'm going to save the response in a variable teams creation. And then after that question, I have a condition automatically added, but I only need two branches. I either need the yes or the no branch. So I'm going to, or I need the yes and the default branch. So I'm going to delete this middle one, because if the user says no, then I just want to give them the information so I can keep all of this that we have added before. If the user says yes, please help me, then I'm going to ask two additional questions. I'm going to ask what the name and the description of the team should be. So the first question will be what should be the name of the team? And instead of having multiple choice options, because of course the team name can be a lot of different things, I'm going to extract the user's entire response as the result of this question. And I'm going to rename this variable to team name. And then I'm going to ask a second question. And what about the description? And here I'm going to extract the user's entire response as the result of this question as well, because a description can be various things. You cannot narrow it down to multiple choice options. And then after I have asked these two questions, I can actually create the team. Save. Not sure what the error could be. We'll see if it fails. I had this before as well, but it wasn't actually an error. So how are we going to create that team? I'm going to call an action to create that team. And what I'm going to do when I call an action is actually call a Power Automate flow. Now I already have flows created here, but I'm going to recreate that flow to create a team so that we also see what that looks like. And if I create a new flow, I can first choose the template that I want to use. So in this case, I'm going to use the basic Power Virtual Agents template. And I'm going to rename this to CSharpCorner create a team so that I know which flow to choose later on. From my Power Virtual Agent to create a team, I need two inputs. And those will be two text inputs. First of all, the team name, and secondly, the team description. There we go. And then all I need to do is I need to add an action, and I'm going to use one of the Microsoft Teams actions to create a team. And I'm going to add my two inputs that I get from the Power Virtual Agent, the name for the name and the description for the description. Sounds about right. And then this could be enough to create my team. However, I want to make sure that if somehow this action fails for whatever reason, I can give that feedback back to my user. So to do that, I'm going to build in a bit of well, not error handling, but at least error signaling, where I'm going to start by initializing a variable in the beginning of my my flow, and I'm going to call this output, which will be a string. And then after the create a team action, I am going to add an action where I set that variable to success. By default, this will be successful. And then I am going to add an output to my return value. Which will be the output variable. However, in case my create a team action was not successful, I'm going to add a parallel branch, where I'm also going to add a set variable action. But instead, I'm going to set my output variable to failed. And I'm going to configure the run after of my second action to whenever create a team has failed or is skipped. And then again, I need to return a value to my Power Virtual Agent. So I'm going to add a second return value action, which does not give any issue having two return value actions in your flow. I've noticed as long as the output values are the same. So in both branches, I name them output. And in this way, whenever this action fails, I will give failed back as a result to my Power Virtual Agent. And if it's successful, I will give success back to my Power Virtual Agent. If I then save this flow and close it, this will take me back to my Power Virtual Agent canvas. And so now here below my two questions, I can ask or I can call that flow that we have just created as an action where I'm going to give two inputs, the name and the description. And then if this action is called, that flow will create a team and give back an output to my bot. And then depending on the output of this action, I should either tell the user that if it is success, I should either tell the user that the team has been created, or if it's not been created, ask them if I want to try again, or just give them the information. So let's first complete the first branch. When my output is equal to success, I am going to show a message, the team, and then inserting the team name has been created. You will find it in the Teams overview. And then I'm going to end the conversation with a survey. If my team creation was not successful, I'm going to ask another question of the user. So I'm going to say, looks like something went wrong, which is not enough for a user. So I'm going to offer them a solution as well. Would you like me to try again? And then again, multiple choice options. Yes, please. Or no, just give me the information. And then I'm going to save that variable as try again response. And then in case that the answer is equal to yes, please, I can just loop back to, let me see, there we go, yes. I can loop back to right before I call that action, or to the beginning of that action, because I still have all of the information available to try a second time to create the team. If the user says no, just give me the information, I also already have that available. In this case, I can just loop back to right before I send them the message how they can create the team. And now this will be added at the bottom of my topic. And then if I give them the information, I'm also ending the conversation. So in this topic now, there will always be a resolution or an end to the conversation when the user asks to create their team. So if I'm going to check what the error is, user response is empty. I'm not sure. I think it was the same error before and it didn't give an issue. So let's test it. Create a team. And then we'll see on the right that the that the right topic is triggered. And now instead of just getting the information, the bot asks me the question. I'm going to say that I want some help with creating a team. The name of the team should be CSharpCorner team. And the description, virtual events are exactly what we need today. Because we don't have any real life events. Now the bot in the background will be calling that Power Automate flow to create that team. And let's see whether it was successful or not. So we can see that it is thinking because it's waiting for that Power Automate flow to complete. And my team has been created. I can find it in the Teams overview. Let's see whether that is true. And indeed, my team has now been created. We can see it here. So makes it very easy to create a team. And you see that it only took me about 5 to 10 minutes to set up this flow and the topic. So now we already have covered 2 of the scenarios that I wanted to cover. The first one, just answering simple questions, and the second one, taking action on behalf of the user. The final scenario that I want to cover is one where I want to find information for the user. So in a lot of adoption projects, we have a champion or an ambassador program in place. I do too, and I have created a list with the champions for Microsoft Teams. So I have already identified a couple of champions in the organization that will really promote Microsoft Teams towards their colleagues inside the organization and who have a lot of knowledge because they have been trained. And I want to make sure that the people in the organization that need help find the champion that they need to turn to. So I have information inside a SharePoint list on that same site called Teams Champions, where I have identified 2 pieces of information that a user can use to find their champion. First of all, the country, which was actually the title column that I have renamed to country. And then secondly, the department, which is a newly created lookup column or multiple choice column, where I have a couple of options for the department. And every combination of country and department will have 1 champion. Not all possible combinations are available here yet, but for now I have 4 in my list. And I can use this information to get or to show or to provide the user with the name of their champion for their country and their department. So if I go back to my virtual agent, I am going to create a new topic to find the champion of the user. Find my champion. So a couple of trigger phrases. Who is my champion? Find my champion, of course. Also, who is my ambassador? Because maybe our users have heard in another company that they have an ambassador program instead of a champion program. The 2 might be interchangeable, and so forth. If I then go to the authoring canvas, Power Virtual Agents will auto-save my topic. And then I can start with the first message again, which, just as before, will be that I'm rephrasing the question that the user has asked. It sounds like you want to find your champion. And then I'm going to do the same as before. I'm going to ask a question whether they want help or they just want the list. Would you like me to find them for you or just give you the list? Multiple choice options is what we need here. And then the 2 options will be find them for me. And then the second option will be give me the list. And again, I'm going to rename this variable to champion find choice. And I get 2 branches after that question again. In the first case, I'm going to start with the right branch actually, because that's going to be quicker. If the user says, give me the list, all I need to do is exactly the same as before, where I copy the URL to my SharePoint list, and then I'm going to display that in a message. You can find the complete list of champions here. Champions. And then in here, I'm going to insert that link that we copied in the message, and then ending with a survey. So the right branch is already completed. Now let's see in the left branch. As we know, we need 2 types of information to find the champion for the user. We need to know the country that the user works in and the department that they work for. So I'm going to ask those 2 questions, starting with what country do you work in? And here we have a couple of options actually to get the information back from the user. We could add multiple choice options for all of the countries that we are active in. However, if we then add a new country, we need to remember that we need to add that country into the options for the virtual agent. So that might not be the best option. We could also extract the user's entire response as the result. But then what happens when the user types the name of the country in a slightly different way? For example, United Kingdom, they can type United Kingdom. They could also type UK, or they could type the United Kingdom. They could even type England. Those are all possibilities, and that's also not what we need. Luckily, Power Virtual Agent has a built-in entity, country or region, which will make sure that all of the variations of the result that the user gives us, whether they type UK, United Kingdom, or the United Kingdom, that will all resolve to the same country output that we can get. So I'm going to rename this variable to country. And then I'm going to ask the second question. What department do you work for? Because that's the second piece of information that we need. And here I do want to give multiple choice options. And the options will be finance, marketing, sales, engineering, and then finally HR. And I'm going to save this variable as department. Now I get 5 conditions below my question, but I don't actually need those conditions because I'm going to, again, create a Power Automate flow to find the information from the list. So I'm going to delete my conditions. I'm not going to do anything with them at this point in the Power Virtual Agent. And instead, I'm going to first save my topic. And then I am going to create a second flow to find the champion, to get information from the list. So I'm taking that same basic template and then renaming my flow to CSharpCorner find champion. Taking 2 text inputs like before, but this time it's going to be country and department instead of team name and team description. And then I am going to add an action to find information in the list. And that is going to be the get items action from the SharePoint connector. Which took quite some time. So let's go SharePoint. Yes, get items from the SharePoint connector. And I am choosing this action because this allows me to specify an OData filter query where I can specify the department and the country to find that one champion. So I'm going to specify the address, which is going to be the address of my site. The list is teams champions. I'm only going to return 1 value. It will still be an array, but at least I know that it will only be 1 value that I am returning. And then I'm going to specify my filter query, which will be, and I am taking a look at my cheat sheet here, title equals, and then in between singular quotes, country. Because remember, I mentioned that I renamed the title column to country. So for the query, I still need to use the first name. And department equals the department that I have specified. So this is the query that I need to find information in this list, because I just have 2 columns that I can simply specify in the filter query. Now what I want to do, I want to create a variable again, and I need to do that before. I'm going to do that before my action. Initialize variable, which will again be named output because it's going to be the output of my flow. And then after I get that champion, I am going to add a set variable action where I'm going to set output to the display name of my champion. Now this will add a loop around my action, because the get items always returns an array, even if I only specify that I want to get, or if I specify that I only want to get back 1 result, this will always be an array. I could also use the first function, but to make it a bit easier, I'm just going to let the apply to each be added. And then I'm going to add my champion display name into my output variable. Now let's say that I give a combination to the flow that does not give a result back. In that case, my result will be empty. So my output variable will also be empty. So I can use that information to determine whether or not I actually got back a result. So I'm going to add a condition where I'm going to check that the length of my output variable is equal to 0. Because if that is the case, I know that I actually didn't get back a result from my get items action, so a champion for that combination of country and department could not be found. In this case, I'm going to update my output variable to not found, so that I can also again use this information in the Power Virtual Agent to help the user in a better way. And then all that's left to do in the end is return my output variable as an output to the Power Virtual Agent. And so now I have a complete flow where whether or not I found a champion, I will give back a meaningful result to the user. So I'm going to save this flow and then afterwards close it, which will again take me back to my Power Virtual Agent authoring canvas. And then close it. And all that remains here is to insert that action into my Power Virtual Agent. Find champion. Give my country and my department as input variables. Add a condition on the output where if it is equal to not found, I am going to show a message. I couldn't find a champion for your department in your country that you added before. And then I'm going to automatically loop back to give them the complete list so that they can see if they have another champion in their country or in their department in another country, and they have the information that they need. In the other case, I'm going to show a message, your champion is, and then adding the output of my our automate flow, which will be the display name of the champion, and then afterwards ending with the survey as well. If I now save this, I can test it right here. Find my champion. I'm going to ask to find it for me, and I'm going to say that I work in Belgium, and I work in engineering. And then the flow or the Power Virtual Agent tells me that my champion is John Smith, which is correct. Now let's try, or let's see what happens if no result was found. So let's try a combination that doesn't work, which will be Belgium and sales. And then indeed, the Power Virtual Agent tells me that it couldn't find a champion for sales in Belgium, and that I can find a complete list of champions here. So this always gives a satisfying result to the user instead of just saying, oops, something went wrong, or I couldn't find a champion. They will still try to offer a solution. Now, going back to the presentation, what happens after we have completed, or what happens after we have built our Power Virtual Agent? It's not finished. After you have built it, you can review the analytics to see whether the resolutions that you give or the solutions that you give actually are what the user needed. You can review those analytics and you can use those to fine-tune your topics to fine-tune the flow of the conversation and also add new topics. So in that way, you can always make sure that your Power Virtual Agent stays up to date. That's it. Thank you for attending my session. And I believe that you can now have all of the information that you need to start using Power Virtual Agents to boost Microsoft Teams in your organization.
All right, Carmen, that was a great session. I really enjoyed it from behind the scenes. A lot of content. A quick question, Carmen. You did go ahead and added this agent that you created on Microsoft Teams, right?
Yes.
For some instance, I don't want to do that. Maybe I have my own website or maybe my own app. So if I go ahead and create a bot using Azure or using bot services, I can deploy it anywhere. So is it also possible I can do that with Power Virtual Agents too?
Well, not if you use Power Virtual Agents inside Teams. Then it is limited to adding it in Microsoft Teams. But you do have Power Virtual Agents standalone, which is an additional license cost. And then you do have a lot more endpoints that you can or portals that you can make it available to, for example, Facebook. I was thinking you can easily deploy the Power Virtual Agent to Facebook, for example, if you use the standalone license, but not from within Microsoft Teams. Then it is limited.
Okay, so it means if I have a dedicated license, I can put it on any of the channels, maybe Skype, Cortana, or Facebook Messenger, Slack. That's doable. Right.
Yes,
okay. Great content, Carmen. Any of some of the resources that you would like to share? People can go ahead and learn more about this, or some of the blogs or resources that you follow to keep yourself updated with this.
Well, I mainly use Twitter to stay updated. So I have a list of people that accounts that I follow, where all that usually share all of the information, and of course the Microsoft blogs where they announce their new all of the new features are mainly what I use to stay up to date.
Yeah, that also reminds me, that there's one platform, if like someone from me who don't know much about our platform, Microsoft Learn, right? So Learn is an amazing platform where you can go ahead and learn a lot of stuff. I do remember earlier we had Microsoft Virtual Academy, which is no more there, but I really love that platform. But so is Learn platform good too. So Carmen, that is a great session. Thank you so much once again. Any last you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
No, just wanted to thank you for having me. And if anyone has any questions left, you can always hit me up on Twitter. That's the easiest way to get connected.
All right, Carmen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it on the weekend, especially. I would love to have you back, as I'm telling it to all speakers. So thank you once again, and hope to see you soon. And have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, with that, we move to our next session number 1, 2, 3, 4th of the day. Nicola is a good friend. I mean, I take him as a good friend. He's going to talk about some 7 simple tricks to boost your Power BI development. Very interesting. I really like session that just are very straightforward. 7 simple tricks. That's it. So quick bio about Nicola background. He is making music from the data. I mean, that's his intro line. That's so interesting. He loves Power BI, SQL Server. He's an MCT, Pluralsight author, blogger, speaker, interested in everything related to data, always eager to extract valuable information from raw data in the most effective way. He has multi-year experience working with Microsoft Data Platform, SQL Server, and the father of 2 and true football. Yeah, definitely. Everywhere you find Nicola's picture. He's a Barca fan. We all know that. And he is the future MVP of Microsoft. I'm telling you that. So let's go ahead and add Nicola. Hi, Nicola. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, Simon. Hi. It's nice to chat with you again.
How have you been? I mean, when did you do the MA? Almost like a month back, right?
Yeah, a month ago. Yeah, approximately. Yeah. And it was a great experience. So I'm really happy to be with you again.
Yeah, me too. I really enjoyed hosting you that time too. You ran. It was a very rocket speed session. I still remember that, and you had some ninjas. guys, you don't know. Nicola also come with
no
some.
ninjas today. No ninjas today. No
Oh
worries.
my goodness. I really missed that one. So Nicola, I've been already for 5 minutes in your session. Feel free to go ahead to share your screen, then you can go ahead and get started.
Hopefully you can see my screen now.
Loading. And there I see. I can add it to the stream. Okay, if you want to go ahead and click that hide pop-up, you can pop-up it says hide. Yeah, that's great. Next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Simon. So hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending from which part of the planet you're currently attending this session, and welcome to Power Platform Virtual Conference from my side. Today, we will have a lot of fun with Power BI. As you may recall from the session description and from Simon's introduction, simple tricks are almost always the most effective. Therefore, I hope that you will enjoy and get some useful ideas to implement in your own Power BI work. So before we start, just brief introduction. My name is Nikola Ilic. I'm originally from Belgrade, capital city of Serbia, but since last almost 5 years, I live in Austria, where I work as a business intelligence developer at company ITSP Services. I live in a wonderful city of Salzburg, and that was the reason why I've chosen my nickname Data Mozart. You probably all know that Salzburg is worldly famous as a birthplace of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, so I took his last name as part of my nickname. And that's why my motto is make music from your data. You can find me on web. I'm blogging regularly at data-mozart.com. I'm also pretty active on LinkedIn and Twitter, so feel free to ping me or connect. As Simon said, I'm a true football and Barca fan, as you can conclude looking at the photos on your screens. Prerequisites, well, this is a 200 level session, which means intermediate level. Don't be scared and don't run away if you are new to Power BI, as I will walk you through step by step how everything is created. Of course, some basic knowledge and experience with Power BI can come in handy, but I would say by no means you're in trouble if you've never used Power BI before. Most of the topics relate to visualization techniques, so walking through the session with no programming background is completely fine. As I said, no Power BI experience is needed, but it will obviously help. And the most important for those of you who are asking themselves, can I sneak through the session without understanding any DAX? Yes, of course. So don't leave the session because of lack of DAX knowledge. Honestly, there will be some DAX involved in few examples, but it will be on a really basic level so everyone can understand what we are doing. In any case, if someone doesn't understand, feel free to ask a question and I will try to answer the best I can. So let me quickly walk you through the agenda. First, we will see how to turn plain old matrix visual to a custom-like visual, then how to show our users what they selected within the slicers. After that, we will have fun with tooltip pages, and as a bonus tip, I will show you how to create an animated tooltip page. Then we will see how to establish dynamic filtering within your Power BI visuals. Next is building a custom slicer pane for an unforgettable filter experience. I will show you then different ways to handle blank values in your Power BI reports in a proper way. And last but not least, we will learn how to reset all your slicers with one single click. So let's start our journey. So the first thing I want to show you is so simple yet powerful that I thought it's well worth including it in this session. So first of all, I have to admit that Power BI has extremely large collection of visuals, both built-in and especially custom visuals from AppSource Marketplace. One of the built-in visuals that is frequently used is plain old matrix. Those of us who are old enough like me and who used to work with SQL Server reporting services in past, yes, we have fond memories of matrix as it was a key pillar of all our reports. But matrix as a visual was a long time underrated in Power BI, and even well-known expand collapse functionality was enabled somewhere in the end of 2019. So I wanted to ask you, do you recognize the illustration on the right? So this one. Yeah, for those of you who are not familiar, it's from Google Analytics dashboard. It's quite simple, but at the same time very powerful. because it gives you quick insight in most relevant trends. However, believe it or not, Power BI doesn't offer out-of-the-box visual that would bring same or like, let's say, similar experience. So I will now show you how you can transform plain old metrics visual to something like heat map visual, but even more customized. So it should mimic the look and feel of this Google Analytics visual that I just show you. As I like to say, when I'm demoing this trick, after we are done, you can freely say that you created your own custom visual. So enough talk, it's show time. Let's head over to Power BI Desktop. Okay, so here I have, you see my matrix, which contains data about sales amount for all of the brands and for each month within selected year, which is 2009 in our example. Okay, so there are a lot of numbers, but it's really hard to spot any trends without going into a deeper analysis. So what can we do here? I will go to a formatting pane here, and under conditional formatting, I will choose to format my background color property. As soon as I toggle on this property, you will see that Power BI applied some automatical gradual coloring, but I want more control over it, so I will click on Advanced Controls, and here I will define my lowest value for my blue color because my report is a bluish one. And so you see that we applied conditional formatting on our cells, on background of our cells. So numbers are still there. So what should we do as a next step? Apply exactly the same formatting for font color. So I will go again to Advanced Controls and choose exactly the same colors for my colors. And that's it. Basically, in literally few clicks, we were able to transform our plain old matrix visual to a custom-like visual. And this way, for example, you can easily spot that Contoso and Fabricam brands, yeah, they are rocking with sales between May and July. And that, for example, that the worst month of Contoso, which is January, is better than the best month of any other brand except Fabricam. And the most important thing, you could easily spot those trends in a few seconds without going any deeper into analysis. Of course, if you need to check some specific figure, you can use tooltips. Numbers are still there, they're just not visible. So if you hover over here, you can see that sales amount for Contoso in May was somewhere above 18 million. So that's quite cool trick for those matrices that are wide with lot of numbers and where you want to enable your user to get a quick insight without going any deeper into analysis. Okay, trick number 2. This came out after I previously presented my session at one of the conferences, and one of the questions I received during the session was, is there a way to show the actual active filters as a result of the slicer choices on the page? While preparing the answer, I realized that in fact a lot of people were searching for the solution to this challenge. So I decided to explain in details today how you can achieve this. Basically, the problem we're trying to solve here is when we have multiple slicers in our report and multiple selection enabled within those slicers, our users can easily get lost and don't know exactly what affects their numbers and charts. Therefore, we need to display in the report itself which values have been selected in the slicers. First and most important thing here, DAX is your friend. We will learn about iterator functions and how can you benefit from using them to solve some specific challenges like this one. In the end, I will also share with you a bonus tip which will even more improve your user's experience. So stop talking, Nicola, it's showtime again. Let's go to Power BI Desktop. Okay, so I have my slicer here, and you see that, for example, in brand slicer, I already have multiple selections. Here it's Contoso, Litver, and Northwind Traders. So my user doesn't have idea until he expands the slicer itself. So let's do something and help him to get this information on the report page. So the first step is to create a DEX measure that will capture all selected values in the slicer, these three in our example. You can use two different DEX functions to obtain distinct values from a column, and these two functions are values and distinct. Values function is more complex, but I will focus on a more specific scenario. Basically, values will return all distinct values from the column we passed as an argument, including blanks. That's important, if blanks exist, of course. On the other hand, distinct will return all distinct values, but ignoring blanks. Which one you want to use? Yeah, in 99% of cases, they will return exactly the same results. Yeah, it depends mostly on the business request. If your users want to see numbers for blanks or not. Personally, I prefer to use values function because it gives me the full picture anyway. So I will go and create a new measure, which I will call, just a few seconds, Power BI is, okay, selected brands, okay. And as I said, I will use values function to return brand names from my slicer. And that's our measure. So let's go and put it on our report page, selected brands. Oops, that gives me an error. But however strange it sounds, it's okay. I know you're thinking now, Nicola, are you crazy? How on earth can error be okay? But just a second. For the starter, let's see what the error message specifies. So if I click on see details, I'll see a message, a table of multiple values was applied where a single value was expected. Okay, so fine. The problem is that values function, same as distinct function, they both return table. However, it's not a normal table. It's a virtual table created on the fly by DEX engine. So we should apply some additional steps and calculations in order to extract single values from it. And here come iterator functions to the rescue. Iterator functions do what their name says. They iterate over the table and apply the calculation row by row. How do you recognize iterator functions in DEX? They have letter X in the end. So it's sum X, average X, count X, etc. In our scenario, we need to iterate over our distinct values and concatenate them into the string, which will be later used to display in the report. So we will use concatenate X function. So let's go and expand our measure, our original measure, concatenate X. First argument is a table. We want to iterate over the virtual table which was created using values function. Second argument is the expression we want to return. So we want to return a brand name, which is in the slicer. And finally, the third argument is the limiter. I will use comma. You can use semicolon, exclamation mark, whatever you want. And yeah, so basically, that will now show me my selected brands from the slicer. Let's see if that works if I change something. So if I add adventure works here, yeah, and remove Litver, you will see that my visual adjusted to show me the current selections from our slicer. You can combine multiple different slicers in exactly the same way. So I can also create a similar measure for selected year, and then I can put also here in the table. Of course, if you don't want to waste a space on your report canvas using this table that shows values from slicers, you can use bookmarks to display or hide based on user selection. So let me just quickly show you how it's done. First thing, I will insert one image and this closing window icon. Oh, it's too big. Let's make it a little bit smaller and let's put it here. Never mind. So this is how my page will look like when my selected slicer selection is displayed. And let's go to our View tab. I will open Bookmarks and Selection Panes, and I will capture the state of the page within the bookmark. So I will add my bookmark, and I will turn off data property. That's important because in that way our slicers will not be resetted when user navigates between the bookmarks. and let's call this one slicer selection show. Okay, and let's define action for our button to display this visual. So under action, I will turn that on, and bookmark, I will choose slicer selection show. Next thing, we need to define the look of the page when this visual is hidden. So let's hide it, this one and this one, and we will add a new bookmark, again turning off data, and let's call this one slicer selection hide. Okay, and now if I click on this button, I will see my visual. Let's define action for navigating to a previous one. So again, going to action property, turn that on, bookmark, and slicer selection hide. Now when I click on this closing window icon, my visual should disappear from the report page. So let's test if that works. Yeah, it works like a charm. So here you are showing it, here you are hiding it. And basically that's additional level of functionality that provides more space on your report canvas for more visuals, and yeah, you basically preserve space for more visuals using this trick. Okay, so next trick, number 3, is about tooltip pages. First of all, I have to say that I really consider Power BI as an awesome tool because it gives you flexibility to tell the data story in multiple different ways. It's really about your creativity, and with little tweaking here and there, you can give your users much better insight into the underlying data, and they will appreciate that, I assure you. So tooltips are quite useful feature in the Power BI report. By default, when you hover over a visual, let's say data bar, you will see numbers for that specific portion of data, like in this example here on my slide. But what happens when default is not good enough, or when we want to give our users better insights into the underlying data with just hovering over data bars? Again, let's go to Power BI desktop. It's showtime. So I already created 2 tooltip pages in advance, 2 simple pages. This one consists of 1 card visual showing total sales quantity and top 5 regions by sales amount sorted in descending order. The other one shows me sales amount broken down per specific color within one brand. So nothing special. Don't worry, I will show you all the necessary steps how can you build tooltip page from scratch. So let's start. And the first step is to click this plus icon here and create a new report page. Okay, I'll turn that off now. We don't need it for this demo. Okay, and now if I go to formatting pane of this page, and under page size, instead of default 16 by 9, I will choose a tooltip type. Next thing I prefer to do is to go to View tab, and under Page View, I'm selecting Actual Size. Why I'm doing this? Because it will help me to build my visualizations in proportions to real size of the tooltip page. Next step is to hide this page. So once your user opens the report, it will be hidden and they will not see it. And last but not least, as this is the key step, under Page Information, you see this tooltip option, and I will turn that on. This way we instructed Power BI that we want to use this page as a tooltip. Okay, so let me check if I did that for my previously created tooltip. Okay, here I forgot. Okay, and let's go back to our main report, and let's say that here, instead of having a default tooltip which shows me sales amount for specific data point, I want to use my tooltip page. How can I set this? Go to formatting pane, all the way down tooltip, and here instead of default, I will choose report page, and I will choose my tooltip regions. That's my tooltip page. Now when I hover over, let's say February 2009, I see my tooltip page with numbers for that specific month. If I continue hovering over another month, you see that data is changing to reflect specific numbers in that month. Let's do similar thing for brands, and let's say that here instead of default tooltip, I want to see for AdventureWorks, for example, how it performed for specific color within AdventureWorks brand. So I will go again to formatting pane, tooltip, and instead of default, I will choose report page and tooltip colors. And now when I go back and hover over, I can see that white, black, silver was the best performing colors for AdventureWorks. For Contoso is similar white, silver, black. So basically you can check which colors perform best within specific brand. Okay, now you're probably asking yourself, why did he create two different tooltip pages? He could show us everything with one example. And that's a great question, so let me answer it. Choosing default tooltip page size is not the only option. You can also create a tooltip page using custom size, entering values you want. So here under page size, instead of tooltip, you can also choose custom type, and then you can manually enter values for width and height depending on your needs, whatever you want to display, and then use this as a tooltip page. Okay, now stick with me. I will give you one bonus tip, and it's really level pro. First of all, credits go to Jason Cockington from acceleratorbi.com. Jason explained this trick in detail, but I was so impressed that I wanted to show you quickly here today also. So what is all about? A lot of our report users are often unaware of some capabilities within Power BI and need some kind of guidance in order to use the report in its full capacity. Previously, I was using this trick to instruct my users how to use drill through feature within Power BI. But since we got specific button action for drill through, this trick can be adjusted to assist in some other scenarios. So let's say that I want to instruct my users how to use analyze feature of the visual. By default, this feature is not visible to users. They need to right click here, for example, on the visual, and then you see this analyze option explain the increase or decrease depending on specific data point. So it's not so intuitive, it's not easy to find. So I've created a short animation, a GIF, containing all necessary steps to perform analyze on the visual. There are a lot of free GIF creators on the web. I'm using ezgif.com personally. And of course, my GIF was already created before the session. So I will just walk you through the steps for creating an animated tooltip page using your own GIF. Essentially, all the steps remain the same as in the previous part of this demo. The only difference here is that instead of putting GIF as an image on the tooltip page, I will go here to formatting page and set it as a page background. So here you see the option to add an image, and I will add my GIF. I did that, nothing happened because my transparency is set to 100. But as soon as I move this to 0 and set image fit to fill, you will see nice little animation instructing my user how to use analyze feature. Let's go back and apply this on our main report. And I will use this visual header tooltip, this question mark. So now you see by default that my users see total sales amount for specific month. And let's say that I want to use this question mark to instruct them how to use analyze feature. I'm going to formatting pane, and all the way down at the bottom is visual header tooltip. I will select my report page, page 1. And now when I go back and hover over this question mark, you will see that now my user, when hovers over this question mark, he can see, aha, I can use analyze feature, and he can see all necessary steps to apply this on the visual. Before we conclude this topic, let me just go back here, and one important remark from my side. Don't get crazy with creating too many tooltip pages, since it will affect overall report performance because of longer rendering time. As I often like to say, try to find the right balance between giving your users enhanced experience and additional overhead, which can be caused by overusing some of those non-standard techniques. Okay, let's continue our hopefully interesting journey on Power BI tips and tricks. Next topic is dynamic filtering in Power BI. The challenge we're trying to solve here is that we want to give our users possibility to dynamically choose what they want to see in the report. or to be more specific, they should be able to switch between different measures on the same visual in most effective way. The first solution here that came to my mind was to play around with buttons and bookmarks. But then I thought, what if in the future my users wish to expand on this and include some additional measures? I mean, it's easy when you need to provide selection between 2 or 3 different options, but things quickly become very complex if you choose to use bookmarks and need to increase the number of possible outcomes. Therefore, even if I love bookmarks, I discarded them as a solution here, since I thought it would create a real headache when it comes to maintenance. I will now show you much more flexible solution, which can be created pretty quick, and what is most important, can be quickly upgraded to support additional similar requests. So essentially, we are getting flexibility and scalability in one solution. Who doesn't want that? So enough talking, it's show time. Let's go to Power BI Desktop. I've already prepared some basic stuff, as you can see here, and I've also created few simple measures that we will need for this demo. And here I'm using explicit measures. This one, sales amount, is just a simple sum over sales amount column. I know that you all like things that are automatically created for us, and Power BI does pretty well in that regard. But without going any deeper, I would just say that you should avoid using implicit measures whenever possible and create explicit measures instead. So this is the first one, sales amount. The other one is sales amount year to date, which uses just a calculate function over this sales amount measure, which I showed you previously, and built-in time intelligence function that's year to date. Basically, this measure will return running totals for selected year. So it will pre-aggregate all values, all previous values, aggregate all previous values and showing running totals. So nothing special, just wanted to show you the difference between those two. Now the idea is that we want to enable our users to select what they want to see in this visual, in one visual, either sales amount broken down on month level, like you see by default, or running totals, so year to date. Okay, here the party starts. So first thing we need to do is to create a new table which will hold data for our dynamic filter. And I will go here to enter data, and let's call this table calculation time frame. I'll need 2 columns, ID, and let's call this one period. This is 1, 2, and period is monthly and year to date. Okay, I will load this to my data model. As you can notice, you can easily extend your options in the future if needed. Just add another ID and new measure here. So now we need to know which measure user selected, so we know what to display in our visual. So let's create a measure that will capture user selection. I will go here and create a new measure, which I will call selected time frame, and it equals min. So we are using min function to capture the minimum ID from our calculation time frame table. This measure will return minimum ID value of the user selection. In case that no value is selected, the measure will return ID1, which is the minimum ID value by default, and that is monthly way of displaying data in our case. Now stick with me, here is where the magic happens. So far we have captured user selection, but it's still in some way disconnected from our existing data model. Let's see how can we put user selection into the context of our whole data model. So I'm going back to my fact table, and I will create a new measure here. Let's call it sales amount selected. And now I will use switch function to return selected time frame. And I will say, if it's number 1, return me sales amount, normal sales amount. If it's number 2, return me sales amount year to date. For the sake of proper naming, I will remove those table prefixes from our measure names, and let's confirm this. let me stop here for a second and explain what is so special about this measure. This measure takes ID value from user selection, and based on that value, it will display respective calculation with help of switch function. In most simple words, if user chooses ID 1, which is monthly, return me sales amount value. If he chooses number 2, which is year to date, return me sales amount year to date. Okay, the final touch here is to create a slicer and put a period value here. Let's format it a little bit, make it horizontal. Okay, and move it here. And I will drag my sales amount selected measure within the visual. As you see, by default, we see sales amount broken down by monthly level. But if I click here on year to date, you will see that visual adjusted and showing me running totals. Again, clicking on monthly will show me sales amount broken by month on month level. And here I'm seeing running totals. Now, this was just a basic example of using this technique, but you can virtually implement it in multiple different scenarios and it will work like a charm. This pattern gives an amazing amount of flexibility to use the same visual over and over and look at different metrics within the same visual. In the end, this removes the need for bookmarks and more visuals for each single calculation. Okay, so far so good, I hope. Next thing I would like to talk about is using bookmarks to fulfill some specific business requests. For those of you who are not familiar, bookmarks are one of the favorite and most used features in Power BI. Basically, what bookmark does, it captures the current state of the report, so you can use this captured state as a reference in your actions through buttons, images, shapes, whatever. This will essentially give you a possibility to create an app-like experience for your report and make it look, more interactive. There are really dozen use cases of bookmarks, but I will focus on a specific challenge in this demo. I would say it's a frequent problem, and I assure you that sooner rather than later you will face this problem during the report designing process. Okay, so we created our nice little Power BI report. Everything looks fine. We have our 3-4 slicers on the page. So far, so good. But one day, user walks into your office and asks to have additional slicer for, let's say, brand category. No problem. I will make existing slicer smaller and I will provide space for the new one. Then after a month or two, user again comes to your office and asks to have one more slicer. Then after a month or two, one more, etc., etc. I mean, I think you get the point. So what should we do when we can't accommodate all requested slicers on our report page? Well, first option, the most obvious one, is to tell our users to choose which slicers are the most important for them and then simply discard others. Just kidding, of course, you shouldn't do that. We can create a separate report page which will contain slicers only, or we can create a slicer pane which will hold all of our slicers on the existing report page, and we will be able to show or hide this slicer pane depending on user's choice. If you don't trust me, let's go to Power BI Desktop and I will show you how clever usage of bookmarks and actions can make you a true Power BI hero. So here I have a report page with multiple slices. Not so far, but let's multiply this one just to show you the magnitude of our challenge. So let's say that our users need all of those slicers here. And first thing you need to do when you're working with bookmarks is to turn on bookmarks and selection panes. Okay, now one more thing I need to do to put proper order for my visuals. That's it. Okay, and here I will also use my icon for closing window. Again, let's make it a little bit smaller, and it's fine to be here. And I will use one more icon. I will explain you why. This is a menu icon. Let's put it here. It's fine. Okay, so this is how my report will look like when the slicer pane is expanded. So let's go to bookmarks and capture the current state of our page. I will turn off data properties so that my slicer selection remains the same. And I will call this one slicer pane expanded. Okay. Here I will define action. So when my user clicks on this menu icon, I will show him this slicer pane. So go to action, turn that on, and I will choose my slicer pane expanded. Okay, now let's define the look of our report page when slicer pane is not visible, so when it's hidden. Let's go and hide all of those slicers, including this shape, and this is the state of the page that I want to refer when my slicer pane is hidden. So let's go and capture this, turn off data. Let's call this slicer pane collapsed. Okay. Now when I click on this menu icon, I hopefully will see my slicer pane. Yes, it is. It's there. And now let's define action for closing window and go to action, bookmark, and I will choose to slicer pane collapsed. Now if I click on this closing window icon, it will hide my whole slicer pane. Here I'm showing it, here I'm hiding it. So as you saw, we pushed filtering experience to a whole new level just by using bookmarks in our report. Your users will love you. You supplied all slicers they wanted, but you also saved space on your report to accommodate more visuals or to give existing ones a little more space if necessary. Okay, number 6, we are trying to find a solution to one of the most common challenges in Power BI reports. Now, the problem we are trying to solve, or it's not a problem per se, but more, I would say, enhancement to our users' experience. Well, let's say that we have created a few measures in our report that for some of the visuals will produce blank results. I would say that it's a fairly common situation to have blanks in the visual as a result. And don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with having blanks in the report. But sometimes you just want to substitute those empty cells with more intuitive values, such as zeros if you're working with numbers, or not applicable if you're dealing with text values. There are multiple different ways to handle this request. Each of them will produce exactly the same outcome. So I just wanted to share with you 3 possible solutions to a challenge called replace blank value with a 0 or not applicable. So it's show time. Let's go to Power BI desktop. Okay, so here you see that I have sales amount for every specific brand. And let's say that I want to include total sales amount for only one single brand here. I will create a new measure. Let's say that I want to see only sales amount for Contoso. So it's sales amount Contoso, and I will use calculate function. Sales amount, I already have this measure. And here I'll just keep filters on brand name equals Contoso. Okay, so nothing special. Now, if we put this sales amount Contoso measure here, you will see that I have total sales amount only for Contoso. I have blanks for all other brands. And let's say that the intention is to substitute all blank values with zeros here. So let's go to a first solution. And let's, this is probably the most obvious choice. And I suppose that most of us use this formula when dealing with blanks. So how it's done? I will call it blank version 1, and it equals, so we are using if function, and we are checking if is blank. So we will check if the value is blank for the measure sales amount Contoso. It will return true or false. So if it returns true, I want substitute it as a true, I will provide 0 value, and if not, I want to return sales amount. Okay, let's drag this measure to our visual, and you can see that we now have zeros instead of blanks. Second option, yeah, this was a pretty straightforward solution, but let's check the other option, second option, which was introduced not so long ago, I think beginning of last year, when we got a brand new DAX function called coalesce. For those coming from SQL world, this is a well-known function, but let me explain briefly for those of you who are not familiar with it. Basically, coalesce will walk through the values passed as arguments and return first non-blank value. In SQL, it's not null here, so it's let's call it blank version 2 and coalesce. Okay, so I have column number 1, column number 2, blah blah blah, column n. So it will go and check. If column number 1 is blank, I will go and check column 2. If it's also blank, I will go further. If all the values are blank, I will provide in the end default value that I want to return. So in our case, it's just checking if sales amount contoso is blank. If it is blank, I want to return 0. So just simple as that. And let me drag this measure here. Show you, yeah, so exactly the same outcome. We got all zeros except for contoso, of course. Finally, the third one was a kind of enlightenment for me. I saw this trick from Jeffrey Wang, who is one of the DAX creators. So let me show you what's the trick. In DAX, blank plus 0 is 0. I know, yes, for us coming from SQL environment, I was thinking of blank as null twin from SQL, and it's completely unexpected behavior, because if you run something like that in SQL Server Management Studio, select null plus 0 and execute this, that's null, so it's not 0. But in Power BI, null plus 0 is blank plus 0 is 0. So let me show you this last solution, and it's blank version 3, and it equals, so we are just saying online sales amount contoso plus 0, and that's it. Simple as that. I will drag this measure to visual, and you see that we are getting again exactly the same results. As you witnessed, we've learned 3 possible ways to deal with blank values in our Power BI reports. Which one you want to use depends on your personal preference. If you ask me, coalesce offers much more elegant syntax than if, and I prefer to use that one. Last one, here we are again back to slicers and bookmarks, which work perfectly in synergy. Now, again, the problem we are trying to solve, or I would say it's not a problem, again, it's more, again, improvement of users' experience. Well, let's say that we have many slicers in our report, which is a pretty common situation in real life. And our users have chosen different values in each of those slicers to filter the data. And now they want to go back where they started and clean slicer selection. Option number 1 is to go and clear selections in slicers one by one. But that's quite cumbersome and tedious, especially if you have many slicers. Therefore, I will show you now a very simple trick how to reset all the slicers with only one single click. So no matter how many of slicers you have in your report, 3, 5, or 10, one single click will be enough to revert them to a starting point. Again, okay, so it's show time again. Let's go to Power BI Desktop. And first step is to insert a blank button. And let's put some self-explanatory text in it, like reset all. Okay, now you see that my slicers are all resetted. Let's go to bookmarks and capture the current state of this report page. Previously, we were turning off data option. Now we don't want to do this because we want to transfer the status of our slicers when going back to this bookmark. So I will just call it reset all, and we need to define action for this one. Reset all. Okay, let's go and now choose a few values here in brand slicer, Contoso, Northwind, Traders, and Prosver. If I click on reset all, it will reset my slicer. If I choose, let's say here 2008, 2009, here I will choose for example, March and July and September. And here I will choose Contoso and South Ridge Video and Tailspin Toys. Now, just imagine that your user wants to start fresh again. He will need to go in each of those slicers one by one and clean selection. Now, just one single click here, voila, and everything is back to where it was started. Yeah, so basically that was it. I think we are good with time, and I'm looking forward to hearing your questions. In case there is not enough time, Simon, to answer all the questions, let's try to collect, or you can write me on Twitter I will try to answer the questions.
Definitely, Nicola. And I don't see any questions for now, but I believe we have all your social media profiles. People will reach out. I do know you're very active on LinkedIn and Twitter. I see you are the most active community members. So thank you so much. And those were some really great tips, Nicola. I love that GIF part. I mean, I think that was very unique and creative. And yeah, definitely one should not do a lot of it. Because So really love it, Nicola. Thank you so much. I know it's weekend. And any final thing you want to plug in before we leave?
Just wanted to thank you, Simon. Thank you, CSharpCorner, and yeah, thanks for having me. It was really a pleasure to be a part of Power Platform virtual conference, and hope to see you soon again.
Yeah, Nicola, we too enjoy you hosting too. We would love to have you back once again, right? As many as time possible before we go and meet in person. So thank you so much, Nicola. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great day and have a nice weekend.
Thanks, you too. Take care. Bye-bye. Ciao.
All right, with that, we move to our next session. That's why I'm not sure. Europeans' names are sometimes very challenging for me. The other day it was Maria Del. Okay, that was name, and here today we have another name. I hope I say it right. It's I'm Asian, right? So never mind. It's Akhil. Okay, I'm sorry. He's going to talk about learn the many ways to use custom fonts in Power Apps, and this I think is going to be a very interesting session. Quick background about Akhil. He is a Microsoft Business Application MVP with many years of experience from various roles like project management, consulting, Microsoft Azure development and operations, and the latest in Microsoft Power Platform technologies. He's also the author of the book Power Apps. So book, yeah, I do remember. He is the team lead of the business apps department and in charge of all projects related to Microsoft 365, Power Platform, and web development. And there's more on his bio. So he is definitely a very senior person. So I'll let him introduce. So let's welcome our next speaker with that name. Hi, Akhil. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, Simon. How are you? And the name is, you almost got it right. It's Akhil.
Akhil, okay.
I know it's pretty difficult, but well, it's some mix of German and stuff like that. But I'm not German, as you can see. But well, I have the same issue every time.
Yeah, I mean, as an Asian, it's quite very challenging for me because these names are quite unique to us, and and I believe even Asians' names might be challenging to the other parts of the world too. So thank you so much, Akhil, right? Was that it?
Yeah.
Akhil? Okay. Thank you so much, and you have a pretty interesting session named "Learn the Many Ways to Use Custom Fonts in Power Apps." Really interesting. And I was just looking at some of the pictures on Twitter. You love to take selfies when you go out and deliver sessions, but you like to take group pictures. So unfortunately, it's not possible now. So virtual anyway. So feel free to I can go ahead and share. So by the way, were you joining us from Spain?
Yep. I'm from the Canary Island. It's a little time zone of Spain, but well, it's 5:20 p.m. right now. Well, I just love working with Power Apps and attend to meetings and user groups, and as you showed earlier. Well, let's hope we can meet or have in-person events really soon.
Yeah, in-person events is something we really miss, right? When I go to events, I'm not in the conference rooms. I'm always in the galleries. I was in
Yeah.
cafeteria, but that's where I spend most of my time. It's really fun there. So that's great. I can feel free to go ahead to share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started with your session.
Yeah, sure. Let me share my screen. Okay.
By the way, living in Ireland is a good place.
Oh yeah, living here in I live in Tenerife. That is one of
Mhm.
the seven islands of Canary Island. You have everything good in one place. You have mountains,
Mhm.
you have beaches, the beach.
Wow.
If you want to, like I said, if I want to go to the beach or to whatever, I can I don't know, whatever I set my mind to, I can go to anywhere in one place, and we have the perfect weather all the time.
So it's one wonderland where you live.
Yeah. I'm
All
not
right,
going. I'm not going to joke about it. It's really good to be here.
wow, that's not many people are really happy about where they live. So lucky
Hmm.
you, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, I go ahead. I think I have your screen. Once you move to that slides, I'll add it so that everyone can see it.
Okay, perfect. Let me move this here.
Okay. Yeah, I
Oh,
see your slide. Everyone can see your slides, and the next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
oh, sorry. I can start now.
Yeah, go ahead. Next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. This is my first meeting here with the CSharpCorner. I hope there are many more, and I hope that we can have sessions and or events crowded like you're seeing in this picture, because we really miss in-person events. Well, as Simon was saying, my name is Aikel Mendoza. I'm a business applications MVP. I'm the team lead and in the business applications department at Intelequia. That's where I work. Recently, I wrote a book. It's the Power Apps Cookbook that you will learn a little more at the end of this session. Is, as the name implies, is a cookbook about recipes, about everything that goes around Power Apps, because that's one of the platforms and one of the technologies I really love. Okay, you can find me on Twitter using my handle. That's my blog. That is powernimbus.com. You will find me with my name in everywhere. That's me, because that's the only name that you will find on the whole world. Okay, so the first thing I want to say or want to talk about is to thank you, because you're here. We have these events because the people that goes to these events, that want to learn, want to experience these technologies and this platform, are the reasons we're working with these events, and we're making these events or making these sessions. Okay, so thank you for being here and having me. Okay, let's see what we are going to see today. In Power Apps, you can build if you have worked with this platform, you can build applications, business applications with many tools, with many controls, like when you're building applications using any other languages or any other platforms. As you can see, as you might know, there are the standard controls, the standard infrastructure, or the standard UI to build applications. There are some things that are not perfect. There are some things that need to improve. For example, and that's the case for my session today, is when you need to use custom fonts. Why is this? Because Power Apps lets you have about 14 fonts available for you, like Segovia UI, Times New Roman, Arial, and stuff like that. But there are some occasions, or there are some requests from our customers that they say, no, I want, as when you're building a website, I want this font, or I want this specific font for the logo, for the text that you're going to show in your application. And it's not as intuitive to work with fonts in your applications, okay? Or when you're building these applications in Power Apps, because as I told you before, there are only 14 fonts available. So I'm going to let you know how to work with custom fonts in 3 ways. There are many reasons to use this, and the first one is using local fonts, the fonts that are available on your device, on your machine, for example, on your Windows machine. The next alternative is to use SVG fonts. SVG is a vectorial font for images, a vectorial format for images, that we are going to learn how to use that, or take advantage of that, to build fonts into our solutions, okay? And the last one is using the Power Apps component framework. As the name implies, we're going to know how to build a component using this technology. This is the part that is pro code of the Power Platform, that lets you build solutions using technologies, web technologies, just like JavaScript or any other framework that you are used to work. Okay, I'm going to show you how to use it, and where you can learn to take advantage of this. And the last thing is the takeaways. Everything that we are going to see today is already available in my GitHub repository. As you guess it, is github.com/Eichel, and you will find the Power App that I'm going to show you today. You will find the code to build the SVG fonts, and also the project that you can use or adapt to your solutions in Power Apps component framework, to build your own solutions, or build your own components for your application. You can make some changes, adapt it as you see fit. And if you find something better in the code, just let me know. This is what we do here, to build some things, some solutions or some workarounds for the community, so you don't need to think or build or have the issues that I had when I tried to build the solutions. If I already found a way, use it. Okay, so that's the reason we are all here. Okay, so this is the almost the last slide of this, because we are going to work with this in a way that is kind of like a workshop. I'm going to show you how to build this, on how to use it in your solutions. Okay, so well, this is my playground of Power Apps that I have in my tenant. I'm going to open Power Font. It's already open here, and I'm going to show you all the possibilities that you can have using this platform. Okay, as I told you before, if I need to use a font in Power Apps when building a solution or building an application, you can see here, I think I have two for all these fonts that you will see here: Arial, Lato, Open Sans. But these are only the only fonts that you can use. What's the first method that I told you that you can use? You can use all the fonts that you have on Windows. Let me show you all this. Okay, you have a fonts installed in your machine. In this case, in Windows, if you go to settings, fonts, you will see all the fonts that are available in your machine. You have Bauhaus, Bell, Bernard. All these fonts you can use in your application, but you cannot use it directly in Power Apps. But there's a workaround that we in the community we found, is that if you go here and change the properties of the font you will see that you have Arial, all the lists that we already saw. But if we go to the functions on the formula bar, that's this part of Power Apps, if I click here on font, you will see that I'm writing something different here. If I select, for example, let me copy this. If I select, for example, Lado Black, this will be the format of this property, font.Lado Black. If I click here and I click dot, you will see all the possible fonts that I can use in Power Apps. But if I type the font just like we type the fonts when using web, when we're building web applications or web apps, if I write the font this way, it will try to look in the fonts that are in your device to show you this font. What I'm doing here, I want to use Segoe print, but if you don't find this font, show me Arial. Okay, this is what I'm doing here. I'm using the font that I want, and this will be the fallback font. If you don't find this font in the system or the device that is showing this that I'm using, fall back to Arial. But I can use this trick to show you, for example, this in this case Segoe print, or in this case, for example, impact. If I go here to font, you will see I'm using impact. If I don't have impact on my device, for example, it will return to Arial. That's what it's doing. It's using fallback fonts. I can start putting commas here and have more fallback fonts if I want to change this to other font. I can. This is the first approach that you will use if you're using fonts in your solutions, or custom fonts in your solution. But there's a drawback here. This doesn't work for everything. As I told you before, this is a solution that works if the font is installed in your device. If I'm using this application on desktop devices and everyone has the impact font on their computers, everything will work. Because, for example, impact comes pre-installed in Windows, so everyone will have this font. But what about if someone is using a Mac? Or what about if somebody is using this application in a mobile device? I'm showing you here this application running on my mobile phone. As you can see, Segoe print is not showing, or the impact is not showing, because this this device doesn't have these fonts installed on this pre-installed on them. So this solution will work only if you have the font installed in your device. Okay, so be really careful about that. Learn first who is going to use it, where is going to be your application is going to be used, because if you don't have this font installed, it won't work. I'm going to show you the second approach. This is the way that I found many months ago, that is using SVGs to draw the fonts on an image. As you can see here, if I select this control, as you can see, it's an image control. The SVGs are images, that is an image format that draws everything in vectorial. So what does that mean? That it will use code in that format, in that file, that will draw using points moving. For example, draw a line from this x axis to this x axis, or something like that. Okay, it's an XML format, as you will see here, that allows you. Well, I'm going to show you this at the end. For example, this, I want to write a text at this position using classes and using this text, or whatever. It's just like an XML embedded in a file. Okay. What I learned when I was testing to see how can I do this. When you have external resources in Power Apps, you won't be able to access everything that is outside the platform. So one of the things that I thought is, what if I have the font embedded in code inside Power Apps as base 64? That is the real name of this font. So one testing and testing and testing, you will see later on my blog where I'm showing how all the tries all the things that I try to make it work. How did I manage to build this? So I'm going to show you how can we build one just right now. Let's take this image, and let's first look for Google fonts. That's a font that I wanted. Let's use this one, for example, Rangers. If I click here, I can see this is the font, all the glyphs that this font has. Okay, this is the font that I want to use in my solution, in my application. I download the font. I save it, for example, somewhere in my computer. For example, here, Rangers. And then I need to do something. As if I open this zip file, you will see that you get some information here and the font. Well, I need the font that is in the true type format. I'm going to extract it here into the desktop. Let's say Power Font. Okay, extract it here. And then how can I transform this solution, this font, into a text format in some sort? When browsing the web, I found this tool that is called Transfonder. What it does, it takes fonts, as you can see here, true type fonts, OTF, OTF, and all this type of fonts, and transform them to another format. You can, it's like a conversion application. So what you need to do, click here, add fonts, select the font that I just downloaded. Okay, he has it already. And one thing that is really important is that you click here, base 64 encoding. If I click this on, it will convert this font to many formats, including the base 64 version. Okay, if I click convert, it will do the conversion, and let me download the file. Let me save it here, and we'll open the file. Once I have this transformation, you will see that you have a demo file, the font transformed and converted, sorry, to WOF or to WOF2 format. This is not what we want, but if you take a look at this file, the style sheet CSS, you will see that it's the font converted to base 64 format. As you can see, it's a really long text string, but this is encoded. This has the font encoded. So this is what we're going to use. Let's do it really live here. I'm going to copy all this until the end. Let's copy here this, and let's go back to Power Apps. If you see here, I'm using this format to learn how to use SVG formats. The first thing that we need to put on the image, if you put an image here, the first thing that you need to let the control know is that in the image property, the first thing that you need to put is this. This is telling the image format that we are going to use an SVG file. If you put this here and then encode everything else, it will know that, okay, I'm going to show an SVG here. Let me draw the image here. So I'm setting these properties. Okay, this is an SVG. This is the view box, that is the viewport of the SVG, and this is the first part of the format. You need to put this here. Okay, and in the styling of this SVG, I can add the font we already downloaded. Put it here, paste. Okay, we already have the Rangers, that's the name, Rangers font copied here. So as when working with for example, creating a web page, we're going to need to get the name. This is the font family, Rangers, and the source of this font family is this code. Okay, so I'm going to copy this name, Rangers, and I'm going to set it for my properties in my styling properties. I'm going to say, well, let me change this. It's not Gloria Hallelujah. That is the name of the font that I was using as an example. And I'm going to say, okay, this will use Rangers colored, because I wanted red, and this will also be in Rangers. When I close here, you can see I changed the font to Rangers. It's the same font that I have here. You see? I know it's kind of difficult to see how this works, but it allows you, just doing the conversion here, it allows you to put any font that you have in Google Fonts, paste it here, change some of these properties, and then you will have your own custom font here. The best way, the best part of this is that if I go, okay, I lost my fonts. Okay, power font. Okay, it's my mobile phone. Now, if I open the application here, you saw that the first method is not working, but the SVG version does work in any device. Why? Because this is an image. As per Power Apps, I'm showing you an image. I don't know if this is a text. I don't know if this is a box or a drawing. I'm showing you an image. If the image says that I need to write a font, so there be it. So this method works on any device because it's showing you it's just like showing you anything, any image in your application, as you're showing a logo type. So this way allows you to have something better. Let's say this is the perfect font for our solution. I can copy this image and I can go here to components and I can create a new component for my device and paste, for example, the image here. Okay, let's change some properties here. Well, sorry, let's go here to the component and add a custom property. Let's say, okay, the text property that I'm going to have in my component, I want to have a text property that is an input property of data type text. I create this property. I can go here then. And let's say I want to change only this. I can set it like this. Component one, the text. That's the property that I'm going to have when somebody is using my component. I already have the component. If I go back to my screen, I can delete this. I can add a custom component that is this component one here. If I change the text to low, then I already have. Well, I need to make some changes to set it correctly, the position correctly. But I can already have many C# corner. But I can have this component, all as many copies as I need. Go back home. For example, let's see if this is the home page of my application. I can do all these ways to build our solution or have custom fonts in our application. I can build my application using components to show the font that I need. For example, if you're using it as the logo of the company that requires to have a perfect font, not an image, and if you want to have it in SVG format because it does look really good. Okay, so I can build components especially for this task to build to show custom fonts in your solutions. Okay, so the next thing that I want to show you, or the third version that I can show you here, is that the Power Apps component framework version. Okay, what is this version doing? If I go here and I play this application, let's say what's the name? Rangers. Go here, Rangers. If I click here, set font, I get this font. If I click Fascinate, I get this font. If I go, I don't know, well, we already have Lato. Redress it. If I click here, redress it. As you can see here, I'm getting any font that is already in Google Fonts inside my application. I don't need to build I don't need to convert this font. I don't need to do anything. I just need to put the Power Apps component framework component in my applications to use the font anywhere. I'm going to show you how it works, how this component was built. If I go here to Visual Studio Code, you will see here that I already have my code component here. As you can see here, I have a manifest that has some properties as, for example, the text, the font name, the font size, or whatever I need to request this font to Google, okay, to Google Fonts. What it is actually doing. Let me open the index file here. Let me close here. This solution, what it is actually doing is building a really small UI because it's just building a div and a label to display a font. As default, is getting the railway font of Google Fonts. But what is actually doing is not requesting this font and putting as a div here. Is looking for this font in Google Fonts. As you can see here, I'm using their API to request as a style sheet in my component, is requesting this font as default. And then this request, it is injecting this request to the DOM, as is called in web solutions. As you know, Power Apps is a web solution. You are building a solution that runs on web browsers, on web technologies. As is a web page, you can inject some things to for example, in this case, in the head component of your web page, I'm injecting the request for the style sheet of this font to Google Fonts. That's what the component is doing. Whenever I change the name of the font as the property of my component, it goes and change the URL and says, okay, give me Google Fonts, please give me this font family, and I replace the font name that I'm giving to this component, and then it changes the head of the component and requests this font to Power Up to exactly to Power Apps. How is doing this? When, as you can see, the component is already here. I can build this component. I publish this to our environments in the Power Platform, and then insert this component in our solution. How can I insert them? If I go here to insert, I can click custom and then import. You won't be able to use it from here or well, this is code components because it's already in my application, or by clicking get more components. It won't show. You need to go here, custom, import components, and you will see a new tab that is called code. This code tab only shows you the code components that you're building using the Power Apps component framework. When I click here, you will see that I have a Power Font here. When I click here and click import, it will show here as Power Font PCF. What is actually doing? I'm setting at this component these properties. Let me show you here this component, these properties. Let me know the font name that you need me to request, the font size, and for example, the text that I wanted to show. Well, this is a tooltip. I'm actually not using these two properties for my component because after testing and working with this, I found that whenever you are using this component in your Power Apps, as it is injecting the request to Google Fonts at the top level of the web page, I don't need to set the text or the font size or whatever. I can use any HTML control in my Power Apps to use this font. How? I go here. Let's change this to sorry. Way set font is setting this property to the is sending this property to the component. Go and find railway. It injects railway in my web page that where Power Apps is running, and then I can take an HTML control. This is HTML text, and then write some HTML as I was doing a web page. I set a label. The style is font, and the style is using font family, and I'm using the same font name that I'm setting here. As you can see, this is a text field. This button is only setting current font. This is the text that I have in this text control, and then put it here. The same name is setting railway here, and cursive, font size, or whatever that you need to use here. For example, 48. I can do 24. Whatever I need to build my component, and then I can insert another HTML text. Set it here. Let's copy this here, for example. Go here to HTML. Let's delete this and set the same. We can put here, for example, CSharpCorner. Okay. This way, I can build this component to set the name of these to request this whatever font that you have in Google Fonts, and put it in your application. This is a better approach, because I know that is putting the feet on the pro code technologies that you can have in the Power Platform. But I already did it. You can take it from my GitHub and put it in your solution without learning all the stuff that is required to build Power Apps component framework solutions. It's a much cleaner version than using an SVG that is actually really kind of complex, because of all the text that you need to put here, and maybe you need many fonts, and this might be really intimidating. Okay. Also, this version also works on mobile devices. If I go here and I said, or say Fascinate, or the one that we were using before, that is Rangers, I think is the name. Okay, you see, it works either on web devices, sorry, on mobile devices, on desktop devices, on any device, because it is requesting the font to Google Fonts and setting in the DOM, in the base of your solution. Let me see if I can show you here how it's actually working. Let's see if we do an inspect here. Oh, sorry, the console. You will find it. Oh, let me search Power Font. I have a link here that is requesting Railway font. Power Font URL is requesting Railway. If I change this to Rangers, let me see if I can set it one beside the other, and this to this side. Oh, wait. Okay, let me go here. Okay, Rangers. If I go here and set, I don't know, Fascinate, I think. I click set font. You see, this link already changed, and it's making this font available to my whole application. And since this is a component that I'm building in my solution, in my application, it goes wherever my application goes. And this is how it works. This is how this version works. One thing that you need to keep in mind is that, let me close this one. If I open if I play a Power Apps component framework, Power Apps that have a Power Apps component framework component, you will see that it's working without any issues. I can click here, Fascinate, and we'll get the font. But whenever I need to edit these applications, you will see that you will get a pop-up telling you this. Let's see if I get it really fast or not. Well, it's a warning because, okay, this is the warning. It's telling you that this app may contain unsafe code. It's telling you this because the Power Apps doesn't know who made this component or what is this component doing. So it's warning you that this application is using custom code. Get it from a trusted source, or at least build it yourself so you can know what is actually doing what is your code actually doing, so you don't get something wrong that might break your application. But this warning will only pop up whenever you're editing the application, not whenever you're playing the application. Okay. So far, one of the things that I wanted to tell you about this is a great solution. All these three ways serve their purpose. If you are using desktop application, everyone is using Windows, and you know that you want to use Impact, and you know that this font is already on all your devices. Go with this way. It's the easiest. Is the fastest way to have any font in your application. You want something more complex, maybe a font with a image or something more difficult. Maybe the company tells you this is the logo, we don't have the vectorial version, you need to make it. Okay, you can build this, use this solution and already have custom fonts. Or if you want to have a more proper way to have custom fonts in your application, and you want to use Google Fonts as your source of fonts, you can get the code that I built, and maybe you are using your font from another source. Maybe your company has an API or an endpoint that serves the font. okay, so change the code that I'm giving you, and put and request the font that way. It will work this way using HTML text controls in your applications. This is also it was really good for me, or I was really impressed that for example, if you go here to the GitHub repository of the Center of Excellence, the starter kit, they're already using this solution in the Center of Excellence. It was really nice to know that that they're using this approach to load fonts or to load custom fonts on the Center of Excellence. It was really nice to to see all that. But this is the reason that the communities are built. This is the reason that if I'm struggling with something, I don't know how to use custom fonts in Power Apps, I don't know how to do this or that. If someone already did it, the good thing is to show, oh, hey, I know how to fix that, or I have a workaround to allow you to use custom fonts. Share it with the world. Build a GitHub repository, put your samples in there. I don't know, make everyone happy because, oh, great, somebody built it, and I don't need to build it again. In my repositories, in my GitHub account, you will find the Power Apps samples. You will see some samples of solutions built in Power Apps. You will also see some workarounds in Power Automate, and you will see also PCF samples where you will see some examples of AccuWeather or something like that. In the Power Apps, you will see, for example, the Power Font code. You will see here's the Canvas application to test the solution, and also the PCF code to build this to get this component in your solutions. On another thing, this is my blog. It's Power Nimbus. You will see here or what I already explained to you, and how to use custom fonts in Power Apps. This is the first edition. This is what the solution that is using SVG text to the rescue, as I'm writing here, and also how to build the custom font using Power Apps component framework. You will see here all the things that you need, and also the links to the repository to get the code and build your own solutions. If you, as I told you before, if you need to get the font from somewhere else, maybe you're not using Google Fonts, you want to use some other approach, like Font Awesome or something like that, you can use them in your applications without any issues. Okay, and going back to the slides, one of the things that I wanted to share with you is that as I told you at the beginning, thank you for having me. Thank you for listening all the things that I wanted to share with you. Sorry. This is the book that I was telling you about at the beginning. This is a Microsoft Power Apps cookbook. You will see some recipes just like the things that I was showing you here about using custom fonts in Power Apps, or many other solutions. You will find using AI Builder, using model-driven applications, using Power Automate, many things that go around about Power Apps. And you will not see a book about the reference type book. You will see some examples, use cases, how to do this, how to do that, depending on the chapter you are on. You will see many use cases in how to work in Power Apps using that technology that goes around. You can have a 25% discount using 25 icon on Amazon.com in US only, and from the PAC website. Okay, so without anything else, I hope you like it. I don't know, Simon, if there was some comments or some questions.
Not, I cannot really, not any questions or comments, but I was just looking back and sitting, I was just wondering how much time you have spent just on learning on the fonts. right? This is something people may not spend much of the time, and this is the, I think what this is, session number 38 or 39, maybe 40, I don't remember, that I have watched in past 5 days. Power Apps looks like the website we made in the old days when there was no bootstrap and people were just running
Exactly.
HTML, right? So the UI is pretty poor, I would say, right? Forget about the UX. The UI is not that amazing, but you spend good time on the fonts, right? So I think at least I've not seen anyone playing with the fonts, and I really love that you just embedded the font just inside your code. So I think that was one very clever thing to do. What other ways, Michael, can be to go ahead and make your Power Apps looks better? Because for what I now see, there's a back button, there's a simple text box. Is there no way we can add custom CSS or anything, or way to make it a little more good, or maybe like beautiful?
Good looking. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, actually, one of the things that I love of Canvas Power Apps, especially, is that you can have this the best of both worlds, because you have all the platform, all the connections, all the things that goes into the infrastructure side of the things, all the connections that you need to go to the database or whatever. But you can also make some tricks or make some workarounds to use web technologies inside your
Oh,
application.
really?
And the things that I always tell the people that want to build better Power Apps is to have some inspiration. There are some websites like, for example, Dribble, that I always look at Dribble to see the tendencies in UX and UI, or whatever that is the people are using, and try to be creative. If I want something, a dialogue with for example, with a shadow, that or something that makes it look better, not just like you said, a back button or something, you can use in the HTML control is your best friend, because you can put some things, you can build dips, you can for example, I use that in my solutions. I build dips that with code recreate a shadow for anything that I build in on the screen. I can create a dialog and said, okay, build a shadow, sending getting the properties from the main rectangle, and it will show you a shadow, or whatever thing that you need to do. And it's true that you don't have all the CSS styling properties available to you, but as a workaround, that's why I opted to use SVGs, because inside SVGs you can use all the CSS properties, for example, and there's a mix and match of stuff. But Power Apps is evolving. The next version of, for example, Dataverse for Teams is using the newest components. For example, for building controls, it's not the same the button that you see that you're using in Power Apps as the button that you're using in Dataverse for Teams. It's using the Fluent framework that Microsoft is using in all the applications that they are building. So there's is a better way, and the next studio version of Power Apps, I assume, is going to use better controls, or better looking controls.
Yeah, I hope so. I see Microsoft anyway investing on a new programming language for it. They do
Exactly.
believe that a lot can be achieved with this Power App, so they are into it. But I just wonder if developers will anyway be a good designer or anything.
Yeah. Well, you will find that in any language. There are people that are bright, that are amazing with the code, but not very good with the UI. You need to have a the exact people for the exact task. If you have a designer, it's for the UI. You have the developer for the code or the connections. Some almost all the time, the same person is not good for one thing or
Exactly.
both things, for example.
Yeah. So this was in the past. A developer would just go ahead and write, create the front end and also the back end. So we saw how the
Yeah.
website looked.
Exactly.
So anyway, that was a great session. Michael, any final things you want to plug in before we move to next session?
No, no, I really enjoyed talking about this because this was my first breakthrough in Power Apps. That is going behind the scenes to make the platform even better. And be creative. Use these examples to do something else. I'm requesting Google Fonts behind the scenes
Yeah.
in Power Apps. If I can do this, I know you can have an idea or do something else, and not a font. Give me something else. Give me an API. You can use Power Apps Component Framework to call an API without building anything. You go, for example, the weather. Request the weather for this API and put it here in a div or return it as a property. You can do anything. You just need to think about how everything is working in Power Apps, or all the possibilities you have in Power Apps, and make it work. Use everything that is already available in the GitHub repositories, or in the examples on Twitter. Many people are posting really good solutions in Power Apps, Power Automate, or everything Power Platform.
All right, so Michael, that was great. Really loved your session. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time. Actually, it's weekend, I know, and you live in a very nice place. You always want to go out, maybe on the weekends. So I won't take much of your time, Michael. Thank you so much once again. We would love to host you back whenever you're available in some other conferences. Like we have committed to have 21 conferences this year, and we do daily live shows on CSharpCorner at different time zones. So we would love to host you in other shows too. So thank you so much once again, and have a nice weekend, and see you soon.
Great, thank you.
All
Thank you
right,
for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, with that, we move to our next session. What an amazing, who would have thought you could do so much with fonts in Power Apps? It's a very unique one. So next we have a session by Gokun, but unfortunately Gokun is not there. He's not feeling well, but we got your back, as we're gonna have a session from the very first day. That's by Ben Watt, where he talks about how you can Power Automate your way to cognitive services in Power BI. And it was the reason I bring this session to you is because that was a very interactive session. First couple of days we had many people joining. I mean, even now people are joining, but I think people are not asking many questions. But let me go ahead and play the Ben session on Power Automate your way to cognitive services and BI. And don't email him right now, because that was live. Okay, so all the demos that were live were there. So don't email now. So
I am delighted for the offer of speaking today, Simon. So just to double check, you can see, I suppose, full screen now on my slide.
Yes, exactly. All good.
So today we're going to do quite, let's say, an end-to-end example of using a couple of different Microsoft technologies. And I want to put it out there right now that I need you, who is looking at this, to take part, because it's very important that I get some interaction from you guys. And I'll tell you what exactly that means in just a moment. So the first thing I am going to show you is what I need from you, my dear listeners, today. So what we're going to do is we're going to process some images and put them through, and they're going to be processed via Power Automate. Power Automate is going to call some cognitive services functions, both facial recognition and object detection. It's going to store all of that data into a SQL Server database. And then we're going to open up that SQL Server database in Power BI and do some analysis on the images that you have sent to me. So I'm going to give Power Automate is going to call some cognitive services functions, both facial recognition and object detection. It's going to store all of that data into a SQL Server database. And then we're going to open up that SQL Server database in Power BI and do some analysis on the images that you have sent to me. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. If you have a look on the slide at the moment, you can see I want you to send me an email, please, to image@datalineo.com. So you can get your phone out or do it on your desktop and send an image as an attachment. You can actually send multiple images per email. Don't worry about how many you send. Obviously, don't go crazy. We need to have something absorbable for this session. And what I like to get are selfies of people, because some of the cognitive services functions we're going to do are facial recognition and facial detection type stuff. So we do need some people. Pictures of you and friends, things like that. As well as we're doing object detection. So if you take photos of stuff that's on your desk, your watch, your shoes, your keys, anything like that, that's another option that you can send through. What I find quite often, so I've delivered this session a few times, people go a bit crazy with sending, it used to be Donald Trump type stuff, but let's keep politics out of it, because it's too much of a bother these days. And certainly today, what we don't want, please, is Meghan Markle or Harry. So let's keep that one off the radar. Just to let you know, and this is 100% guarantee, that none of these images are stored permanently. So they're all deleted and swept up later today. I don't socialize any of those images, and everything's cleaned up. So don't worry about those images being repurposed for anything that you don't want. I have a PowerShell script that goes through and wipes them from my email, from the SQL Server database, and from the Azure storage where they're put. Okay, so get going. And what I'm going to do is put on a live Power BI report that is going to show some images coming through in real time. So what we're looking at the moment, it's a very simple report, but it's just going to start increasing as those images come through. And you know what? I'm going to be a man of my word, and I'm going to send an image while I'm talking to you. You can actually see this in real time, okay? So I'm going to take a selfie. Okay, let's have a look. Two fingers up like that. Okay, and I'm going to email that just like you're going to do. I can see one email's come in already. So the emails received on the screen says 6. That will start to increase as all of you kindly send some images through. Don't worry about what the subject is. It can be anything. Okay, where is it? There it is. Okay, so that's me, if you can just see that. Don't worry if you can't see it too clearly. That's me sending that image that I just took of myself. And we're going to send that through, and off it goes. And what we should start to see, it takes a few minutes. So Microsoft Flow is reading that inbox and picking up all of the emails that you guys are sending through. And my next slide is going to show you a little bit more detail about what exactly the Microsoft Flow or Power Automate is actually doing. Now look at those numbers. See, it's starting to come through. I've got 9 emails already, 17 images processed, a total of 35 megabytes. So now is when Flow is doing its work. So thank you so much for the people who have sent some messages, some emails in. I hope to see a few more coming through. I'll look back at that live dashboard in just a moment. So while that's happening, and while you're still sending images in, we're going to cover off the stuff that's not that important as part of this session, the agenda. So first things first, I want you to send in your pictures, and I hope you're busy sending them in. The next thing is going to be a diagram showing what Microsoft Power Automate is doing, reading the images from the inbox and how it's processing them. It's a kind of a conceptual diagram of what's happening. It shows how Power BI is playing its part. It shows you how Microsoft Cognitive Services is playing its part, and other things like SQL Server. It's parsing JSON. It's doing lots of really cool stuff. And then at the end, when all of that information has been stored, logged, and analyzed, we're going to open it up in Power BI, and we're going to browse through, look at the images, and just see what comes through. Okay. Just a little bit about myself, and I won't linger on this one too long because Simon already did a nice introduction. But yes, I'm managing director of a company called Data Lineo, based here in Dublin. I'm an MVP of Data Platform. I do tons of community stuff with Power BI here in Dublin, as well as helping other user groups. We created an Irish-wide community group called the Community Cafe as a reaction to lockdown, which was, I suppose, this time last year. Rather than closing down all of our in-person events, we got together as an Irish community and put on a weekly community event that lasted, that's actually still in play at the moment. We have another event called Data Ceilidh. Ceilidh is an Irish word, and it means kind of like a community get-together or a dance kind of thing. And so we use that as our naming for an event that we're having later on this year. Plus, I've spoken at various other events and so on. There's my Twitter handle. So if you do want to follow me and keep up with any ramblings that I might put out there on Twitter, I'd be happy to see some followers join me. So in terms of slides, this is really the only slide that matters for this whole session. The rest of it is going to be demo-related content, okay? So let's take a wander through what we're looking at. But before I do, let's pop back and see how many images have come through so far. So I have received 14 emails so far with 25 images processed, a total of 45 megabytes. So I'm not sure if any other people are out there still planning to send them through. Absolutely jump on your phone. Oh, there's one more, 15, that's great. Pop through some images. But let's have a look at what's happening in the background. Power Automate, okay, is starting off with a trigger, and I'll open up the actual flow itself and we'll have a look at it in detail, but there's a lot to it, and this one summarizes it in a much easier way for you to understand. So our trigger is when an email arrives that has an attachment. It will then kick off the rest of the flow. The first thing it does is it does a loop through for every attachment that is included in that email. So that's why I said you can actually include multiple images in your email, and it will loop through for every image that's in the email. The first thing it does is it stores the image in Azure storage, an Azure storage container. Now, I could store that into a SQL Server database as an image type, but you know what? It's not very efficient for storing images, and that's what Azure Storage is great at, and that's where I store the actual photo that you're sending through. As I'm picking them up, I'm writing to a streaming Power BI dataset. So you can see at the bottom of the diagram, Power BI is being used twice. The first thing it's doing is writing data straight away to a streaming dataset. And again, if I just pop that streaming image open or streaming report open, you can see as soon as the flow picks up an image, it will pump a data point straight into this report, and we'll see pretty much in real time the number of emails arriving. And that's what the streaming data set is doing. It's then writing the data or the metadata associated with that email into a Microsoft SQL Server database in the cloud. So it's a typical Azure SQL database. It writes metadata like the sender, the email sender, the date that it arrived, and a few other things like the size of the image, and of course the location of the image that I'm storing it in Azure Storage. That's the kind of the first thing it does, but then it goes off and does the more exciting things. You can see that it branches here and does things in parallel, and the actual flow that we're going to look at does these things in parallel. So it branches off in one direction and it calls the Cognitive Services Face API. And you can see it calls two different components. The first thing it does with the Face API is facial attributes. So facial attributes is not recognition. It's not really who it is. It's what the Cognitive Services picks up in an image in terms of the location of the face, the number of faces, if it sees any faces, and some very specific things like the tilt of the head and the pitch of the head, the location of the eyes, and also some interesting things like it will try and detect the gender of the people that it sees in the image, the age of the people that it sees in the image, and other things as well, like are they wearing lipstick, are they wearing eye makeup, and a few other things like that. And I'm showing some of those things, not all of them, in the Power BI report. The next thing it does is facial recognition. So this isn't recognition of famous people as such, it's recognition of a number of images that I've placed into a recognition group, so that if it will compare new images coming through and says, I recognize that because Ben put 5 images into his recognition database, and I can recognize that's Ben. So it will pick up people that I've placed in a recognition database. As it happens, going back to the facial attributes, if the person's quite famous, there is some information that will come back regarding if it will detect who they are. And all of that information is written to SQL. What you can also see in this diagram, and these are only small icons, and don't worry if you can't see them too closely, but this is just to let you know of other kinds of things that it's doing inside the flow. So one of them is parsing JSON data. So obviously all of the APIs are giving me back JSON data, and I use a really great step in Power Automate that will allow me to just parse the JSON and grab the results and use them however I need. Another one here, this blue symbol with the lines across it. The face APIs actually have size limits on the images. I actually can't remember exactly what it is. It's either 2 or 4 megabytes. It's a fairly high value, but if your image is too big, the face API will actually reject it. So what I have inside the flow is a check to see what size the image is. If it's too big, I will pass it off to this step, which is a third-party action that will resize the image down to something more acceptable before it sends it to the face API. So it's handy that it doesn't really matter what size image you send through, it will still resize it down if necessary. The other thing that it does in parallel is the computer vision API. So this isn't about faces, it's more about object detection. And this one, in terms of object detection, will look at the image and create a number of tags. So if the image is of a garden scene or something like that, you'll see a lot of tags like tree, garden, and things like colors like green, outdoors, all that kind of stuff that are used if you're trying to sort or find or filter images of a certain generic type. It will allow you to use those as a searching mechanism. It also comes back with an item description. So if it's a picture of you that you send and you're standing just in front of the camera, it gives it a one-sentence description like person in front of a camera or person posing for a picture. Or it might say something like a number of objects on the desk and things like that. So we're going to see what it comes back with all of the images that all of you have sent through. And again, as per all of the other steps, everything is written to a SQL database. What's written to the SQL database is actually the pure raw JSON that I get back from the APIs, and I'm using Power BI to parse that JSON in my report here. I'm also parsing it up here because I need some of the information, like the size of the image, just so that I can send it to the right step if it's too big and grab the name of the file and things like that. And as you can see, what we're doing down the bottom is I have a Power BI report, a different type of Power BI report that's not streaming. It's a refresh or an import mode report that's going to go and read all of the data we've collected from the SQL database, and it's going to give us a nice report and a nice view of everything that we've discovered. We're going to have a look at that in a few minutes. The last thing it does, it will give you an email back. So if you've sent me an email with an image, you would have received back already a nicely formatted email that was done by the Microsoft Flow that tells you the object description of what it found in all of the images or one image that you sent through to me. And last is the most important thing, that email is then deleted, never to be recovered again, because I don't need it anymore. And I want to keep all of your information safe. So that's the process. Gets the email, does a lot of processing of the attachments and stores all the data. We're going to have a look at it in Power BI, and then we're going to wander through the actual flow and see how that works. So the first thing we're going to do is open up Microsoft Flow. So this is the actual flow. I have a flow called image analytics analyze email. Now I'm just going to do a refresh, and we should see that it has actually 2 of them are still running. So maybe this one had quite a large email. It's been running for 4 minutes. This one's been running for 18 seconds, so that only just came in. But you can see 4 minutes, 7 minutes ago, these are the ones that you guys have sent me already. Okay, so let's have a look at the edit of this flow. And we're going to wander through in more detail than what was on the slide at what is happening. So here's our trigger, and the trigger is when an email arrives to image@datalineo.com in the inbox. And if we have a look at our advanced options, you will see there's a couple of things here that I pretty much chose all of the defaults, except one thing I had to change is include attachments was set to no. Now I had to set that to yes because this whole flow is about the attachments in the email. The next thing I'm doing is a lot of variables. There are more efficient ways to do this, and back when I wrote this, I didn't know that, and certainly it's something that I will be correcting, but I have a variable that contains lots of information, lots of variables that contain various pieces of information that I'm going to need later on in my flow. So say, for example, the sender email, I've created or I've initiated a variable, and I'm using the from email address inside this variable because I want to email you back later on, and that's what I need that sender email for. And lots of other different things here. I'm not going to open this one because that's my API key for cognitive services, which I use in my HTTP request later on. Now, if we scroll right down to the bottom, you can see that we do a big step here called apply to each attachment. And then we respond back to you with the email, and then I delete the email. Now, where's all the actual action happening? It's all inside this step here. As soon as I select on this step, you will see it blows out to a lot more things that are happening. And this expands and expands and expands again because there's lots of looping going on. So the first step is to apply to each attachment. It grabs lots of information and sets a lot of new information. Now, because I'm traditionally a SQL Server database and data warehousing guy, I need to create keys and unique identifiers for all of my data to go into SQL. So every attachment that I get, I create a brand new unique identifier using this function. So let's have a look at that function. This is a little bit more advanced, but it's not that complicated. I have my variable called image GUID. And how do I populate that? Every time this loops through, it goes and grabs a new GUID using this expression, nice and simple, called GUID. So that just generates a unique identifier. I'm setting a few things like the image. So when I'm storing the image in my Azure storage, a lot of you might be sending images that you've saved from the past or actually taken on the spot. And sometimes I had found that the images were having the same name, and this was causing problems. So what I do is I use the image GUID, or my unique identifier, and I append that or prepend that to the beginning of the attachment name, and I store that with that name inside my Azure storage. It ensures that every image has a unique name. So let's see what else it does. It gets the attachment details. So this is where it's going to grab the attachment that was sent through and obtain a lot of the metadata associated with that attachment. Now, I need that because the size of the file is very important. You can see I'm setting a switch here, that if the size of the file is bigger than a certain value, now we're going to have a look at this expression, and it's going to look pretty ugly, so I'm not going to try and walk you all the way through it. You see this statement here, it says if the attachment details size is greater than 64K, then 0, and if it's greater than here, which is just over 4 megabytes, then I set this value to 2, otherwise 1. So basically, I'm setting 3 different options here. If it's smaller than, so here, this statement here, it says if it's less than, I have to convert it to an integer, and I grab that, the value. If it's less than 64,000. Now, The thing is that a lot of people were sending me emails that had a footer with an image of their company logo or something like that, and I didn't want to really process them. So if anybody sent an image that's smaller than 64,000 bytes, then it's actually ignoring that. If it's greater than 4 megabytes, then that's going to be too large. And this is where we have a switch statement to do a couple of things. First thing is if the file is large, or if my value is 2, then I call this process to resize the image. If it's a normal size attachment, if it's meaning it's greater than 64,000 bytes, but less than 4 megabytes, it stores that image straight into my Azure storage. So you can see those two things are doing exactly the same, except this one resizes it first. And if it's too small, it goes off to the default step, which says, I'm not going to do anything with this one, it's too small. Now my condition here is to say, right, I'm now going to start processing this file. And the first thing it does, it writes to my streaming data set. So this is where it's going to add rows to a data set. And this is a streaming Power BI data set. And if you don't know what a streaming data set is in Power BI, it's where you can write data in real time and have that up on a dashboard, and the numbers are reflected immediately. It's very good for IoT type scenarios where you don't want to refresh it every hour or every day. You need to see that number coming in straight away. Here's where we branch off left and right. So here's my facial face detect HTTP step and my HTTP vision. So this is my object detection API, and this is my facial my face API. If we scroll down a little bit, you can see it's calling a post method. That's my endpoint and my key, which is stored in my variable, and the actual body of the body that's sent through. And this is actually pointing to the location in Azure storage. So I don't need to stream the image through. Again, I point to my Azure storage and say, it's over there in Azure storage. You go off and perform the facial API calls and tell me what you find. Now, I've got a number of conditions because sometimes that facial detection API will come back and say, I don't detect any faces, actually. It might be an image of a coffee cup that you've sent me, so there's no faces. So the first thing is to check that there were faces found, and then it goes off and writes that row into a SQL table. I'm parsing that, the JSON from the earlier step, and I'm applying it to each face that comes through. So this is where you did send me an image with faces in it, and it has to apply this step because it could find multiple faces. So we loop through the number of attachments, we loop through each image, and we loop through the number of faces in each image. So you can see we're looping and looping and looping multiple times. And it goes on a little bit more because sometimes we have identification of faces. So this is where it says, for every one of those faces, go and check if this is in Ben's facial recognition database. Now let's scroll up a little bit and close these branches a little and have a look at the object detection. So this is the object detection API. It's much the same again. This is my endpoint, and I'm also passing it the location of the image that I stored in Azure storage. And after that, it's much the same thing again. It's parsing the results of that JSON and storing the results into a SQL database. You can see here it inserts the row into SQL, and it applies. What are we doing in this one? Oh, this is where I'm actually appending data to a string, which ultimately is going to be sent back to you in the email. So that's the flow. It's very complicated. It took me a long time to write it because I started off with a very simple process, and I wanted to add more and add more and add more, and it eventually grew into what you're seeing now. It's been running for a couple of years and has not really caused one hiccup at all. And I'm really happy with the way Flow is working in this scenario. Okay, so I think that's enough for Flow. Let's have a look in Power BI. Before we do that, I am going to check how many we got. 25 emails with 57 images processed. So let's take a look at all of those. Now I have a virtual machine. Okay, so this is my Power BI report. I have preloaded with a couple of images that I took earlier today. Those three there are me doing silly faces, but there's a reason for that. So what let's do first is refresh, and we're going to go off and pull through all of those images that you sent. It's going off to SQL Server. It's loading those images from SQL, and there we have a lovely big collage of all of the images that you guys have sent through. That's fantastic. I recognize this one. That one was a Twitter thing. I tweeted something similar to that the other day. Okay, so that's all the images. We have the 57 images, and here's all the tags from all of those images. So let's go and have a look, and we can quickly filter something like, there's 8 dog tags. So let's filter to that. And there's some images that came up with dog in the tag. I'm going to say up front, sometimes they're pretty weird. I actually only see one dog there. There's a keyboard, and there's somebody sitting at the beach, and there's some bottles of alcohol and some nice looking food, but I don't know how it came up with dog for that one. Let's have a look at, now let's have a look at this one called old, and look at that, all images of me. I'm not really happy with that one, but let's have a look and see, is young here as well? Maybe it is, or it's not filtered. Let me sort this by tags in reverse order. Other way, young. There's a lot of young people have sent images through. That's brilliant, but guess what? I'm in those one as well. So I don't know whether I'm young or old these days. You have to have pretty thick skin when it comes to some of these tags. So that's the image cloud, but let's take a closer look at those images. I'm going to pop over here to my image description page. And what we're going to see here is every image that we got sent through. Now, I do note that there's one that didn't work, and there is a reason for that. It took me a while to kind of work out why that is. But what happens is if you resize the image from your phone, sometimes it causes a problem or sends that image through with a subfolder, and Power BI can't find that subfolder in the Azure storage. It's a bit of a bug. I haven't really spent all the time to try and fix that as of yet. So let's wander down. So I'm going to pick this one first. If I select on it, you'll see my my sender. So thank you very much, Pradeep. And let's have a look at what we're getting with this image. So the object description is a man wearing sunglasses and smiling next to a body of water. I think that's a pretty good description. So Pradeep, absolutely, standing next to a body of water. Here's the image tag for that particular image. And we can see that looks pretty close. We can see things like, dog was there, but we see beach, we see board wearing, water, river, smiling, sunglasses. We also see young Pradeep, that's good. It's a kind of very broad way of tagging images with lots of somewhat relevant and sometimes irrelevant tags that are associated with an image. Now I'm going to wander through, and I'm going to be the first person to show you this part. So this is the image that I just sent a few minutes ago. Now let's have a look at this as well. You can see that the number of faces spotted is 1. So this image only had 1 face in it, and the number of faces recognized was also 1. Now, because my database, recognition database, only contains images of me, then yes, of course, it recognized me. If we pop back and look at that picture of Pradeep, you'll see the faces recognized is 0 because he's not in my database of recognizable people. You can see there's 32 image tags and 1 object detection as well, and that object detection is person. So let's speed things up a little bit, and I'm going to jump to people pictures first. They always get preference. So let's have a look at this one. So let's have a look. We have a man in a blue shirt. Now, if I put your picture up, I want you to write some comments because it's nice to see what you think of the image and some of the stuff that it's detected. I'm going to go back to this image of me because this is the most important part. If I mouse over this image, we're going to see some information regarding facial expressions. So there's one image in this, one face in this image, and it gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different facial expressions that it will split into a total of 100%. Now, as it happens, this one has allocated 100% of happiness for this image. So I'm definitely pulling a happy face. Now, this is the cool part. It has recognized me. That's why it says Ben Watt there. For everybody else who sends an image through, it will say unknown because it doesn't recognize you. Now, the age has come back at 48. I'm very thick-skinned about this. So my age is 45, and I'll be 46 in 1 month, just less than 1 month. So let's say closer to 46. It's close. I'll be honest, it often puts me a little bit older than I actually am. Gender is male, and I'm not wearing eye makeup. I'm not wearing lip makeup, which I'm actually not, so that's good. So let's go back here, and we're going to look at this one, and let's mouse over and have a look at what we see here. Now, if you would like to let us know, we see 24 as the age. If you want to write in the comments, and it's totally up to you, if you think it's close, if it makes you sad, or if it makes you happy, then let us know if it's a good guess. But we can see it's given you 96% happy and 4% neutral. Let's wander through. We have another image here, and let's see what we see. 79% happy and 20% neutral. We have a 46-year-old male. Not too bad. One face spotted. And look, you can see I can see the background. So we know this is really a live picture. So thanks very much, Thomas, for sending that through. And Thomas, if you can work away with the chats, that's absolutely fine. And tell us if you're happy with that age and so on detection. And we can see the objects detected as a TV display and a person. So let's have a look through. Images like this will come up with, now this is a very cool one. Have a look at this. It's actually spotted 23 faces. So it's picked up a lot of faces from here. Now, I don't know exactly how many are in this Twitter thing here, but it has actually picked up a lot of these faces here. And if I mouse over it, you'll see that it has lots of different views of happiness and some neutral faces and so forth. So I think it's excellent at picking up small faces in images. And you can see the detection here is graphical user interface, which is correct. Now, I think, Simon, this is that's you in the middle, right? So I think that was sent in by you. So well done. Let's wander through. So we have 2 hot dogs on a grill. Let's wander through a group of people on a city street. Okay, this one, a little girl riding on top of a grass-covered field. And guess what? That is my daughter, and that is my son in the background on a trip to, we used to live in Switzerland, actually. So that was down near Interlaken in the south of Switzerland. Let's wander through and see some more. We have a person standing in front of a building. Yep, so that looks pretty good. This one here, so let's look at the facial expressions of this one. This is me doing an angry face, and I wasn't really angry. I was just trying my best to show something for you. And look, we have here a combination of anger and disgust. I guess that's about right. And I'm probably mostly angry at my age detection, which again is older than I actually am. Let's wander through. So let's focus on pictures of people because we have so many. Pradeep is again. Thomas, actually, I just see your comment. Yeah, very good, Thomas. I'm very impressed. So I bet you feel really good about having a younger age than you are with this detection. I don't know how, but for me, it's always older. So Pradeep has sent through a person wearing sunglasses posing for the camera. And let's do a quick mouse over and see. And we have Pradeep is coming up 83% happy, 17% neutral, and he's a 30-year-old male. Maybe he is only 17% neutral. Maybe that bunch of flowers is not quite big enough. I'm not sure if that was being passed off to a partner. Maybe next time buy a bigger bunch and she or he will be much happier. There's Simon again. 19, Simon. Simon, you're going to have to tell us Are you close, or are you happy with that? Chuck it into the comments. Okay, here's one I did earlier, and this is a close-up of a book. It's actually a chocolate bar, not so close. Okay, let's focus on the people pictures. And here is one from Frank Dossing. And it actually, I think it might be because of the contrast. I do apologize, Frank. It didn't actually pick up your face in that one. As much as a human can pick up a face very clearly, I do believe it's because it's such a bright background, it wasn't able to detect a face there. Let's wander through. Here's a good one with lots of different faces in it. So you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you can see 8 faces spotted. Now, hang on a second. This is from Simon Tiago Hollander et al. Posing for a photo. I don't know who Tiago Hollander is, but I'm wondering, Thiago. Okay. Oh, I have it's on my other screen. If anyone wants to Google Tiago Hollander and have a look, I think he looks a little bit like you, Simon. So that's why this object description has come up saying Tiago Hollander. So you can see this one actually thinks you're famous. And if we mouse over this one, let's have a look. And we should see lots of information here about different faces. And you can see for the most part, everyone is happy. Somebody is a little bit neutral. And this is how we can detect maybe who it is. So what I don't have in this image or in this report is who is actually which person. The response back from the API does tell me the location of each of these faces, but I'm just not processing in this Power BI report. But I can do a little bit of process of elimination. So you can see here, I've got the last 3 letters of the ID, 952. And if we go down here and look for 952, we can see it's a male of age 32. So that rules out some of the people. And if we try and work out which one of those is looking a little bit more neutral, a male age 32, it could be this one. It could be that one because everyone else has definitely got a happy face. And this one, to me, looks like it could be the neutral one. Let's wander through. A man talking on a cell phone. So Rohit sent that through. So Rohit, if you're happy with the age thing, and let's see what it says. Oh, actually, it didn't pick up any faces. Another thing that the facial recognition can lack a little bit is if the face is not front on. If the face is facing to the side, sometimes it can not pick that up. Okay, so Pradeep has sent another one, and in this one, only one face is spotted, a man wearing sunglasses taking a selfie. That looks about right. So let's look at some objects, close-up of a flower, and you can see we have group, room, object, person. Actually, one face has been spotted. So if we look here, you can just see there's a face in the background, and it has actually picked that up, which is pretty unbelievable because this one here, it picked it up. But if we go up to this image up here, which I believe was Frank, it didn't pick it up. So lighting definitely has something to play in the ability to pick up the images. Okay, Simon sent another one through. We have a person looking at the camera. Let's mouse over and see what we get. We get a 23-year-old female looking 100% neutral. So definitely not smiling too much for the camera there, Simon. Okay, let's walk through, see a few more. And then the next one is VB, who sent through this one, 23-year-old female, kind of a good mixture, mostly happy, a little bit of neutral. I think it looks about right. A person wearing sunglasses taking a selfie in a car. So it's quite specific, but it is quite accurate. Let's look at this one. Okay, so one face spotted. Let's mouse over and see. So we have a 46-year-old male, 91% neutral. Now, the next one I'm going to show you is an interesting one. So if we look, let's go back and look at the previous one. I'm going to mouse over and zoom in. And what I want you to do is look at these facial expression options. Now, these are the only options that you get. So whatever face you're pulling, it will take the value 100% and split it across these 8 options here. Now, they all make sense to me except one. Anger, yes. So imagine somebody walking into a room and you say, that person looks angry, yes. That person looks disgusted, yes. Happy, yes. Neutral, yes. Sad, fear, contempt, okay? And surprise, yes. So you could quite often say that person looks surprised, or that person looks afraid, or that person looks sad. But when has anybody ever said that that person looks contempt? And more to the point, what is the face that says contempt? And guess what? It took me a long time to work it out, but I finally got it. And it's this face here. If you ever swing your mouth to the side, then Microsoft Cognitive Services thinks you're pulling a contempt face. So let's mouse over here and we zoom in and look at this. It's 100% contempt. So if you're ever telling a story, or if you're like me delivering a session and you look out into the crowd and people have their mouths to the side, I have a bad feeling that you're not enjoying that session. So I hope none of you are making that face right now. But another little bonus is this is 46. So it actually thinks I'm younger when I do a contempt face. So maybe that's the face I should be pulling from now on. There's Simon doing the exact same as me. Great stuff, Simon. I'm going to wander down and pick a couple more and see what I see. Great. Rohit sent this one through, 100% neutral. Let's have a look at this one. A bottle of wine. Close, maybe. Okay, so Ashwini has sent that through. Ashwini, we have 91% happy and 9% neutral. Still not too bad. 21-year-old female wearing eye makeup and lip makeup. So I'm not sure if you're happy with that, but we have a woman taking a selfie. Not too bad. There's Simon. That's Simon's Twitter profile picture. Let's wander through. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now we're at the end and I've gone over by a couple of minutes, so I'm going to wrap things up there. I'll pop open my slide and close this one down and pop open the last slide and say thank you to everybody.
All right, so that was the session from the day 1 from Ben. Unfortunately, Gogan couldn't make it. I think, I hope Gogan gets well soon. He was telling me he might have some COVID symptoms. So Gogan, take good care of yourself. Hope you get well soon. And with that, we move to our next session. That's by Priscilla. She's going to talk about Power BI pointers. Quick bio about Priscilla. She is a business intelligence and analytics specialist at the University of Central Florida. She's a Microsoft certified data analyst associate and the leader of the Orlando Power BI user group, which is fantastic. She has over 10 years of experience in the field of IT, working as a business intelligence analyst. She started her career working with startups, business in 2010, and she focuses on T-SQL, data warehousing, MS Power BI, and BI strategies. So without any further ado, let's invite our next speaker, Priscilla Camp. Hi, Priscilla. Welcome to the Power Platform Conference.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for accepting the invitation. And how's life and how things are in Florida?
It is good. It is very warm today.
That's good. That's good.
How's it over there?
India, it's like, in India, we have only 2 seasons. Either it's summer or it's winter. There's no transition. And summers takes almost like 7 to 8 months of the year. So yeah, it's a lot of hot and summer over here. We are already Like we stopped wearing sweaters and all almost like a couple of months back. So that's how. But how is COVID? Is everything okay at your place? Is all good? COVID all safe?
It is good. I just got one of my first doses of the vaccination yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel a little bit, sleepy, but that's it. But everyone tells me it's the second dose that really gets you. So
Yeah, finger crossed for that.
yeah. So I gotta plan a day off for that because they told me it'll hit you in about 7 hours after you get the second dose.
Oh, so all the best for that. So Priscilla, free feel to go ahead and share your screen and get started with your session. And anytime you do it, then I'll add it to the live stream.
Okay, yeah, I can't see anybody, so any participants or anything, is that just on your side?
No, so it's actually live on social media platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. That's where people are watching it. I right now see there are 320 people, but people please ask questions so that Priscilla feels there are humans watching.
Okay, cool. All right, so let me get it set up then. All right. Yeah, and then let's see. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here and we'll get started. Share screen. Okay. All right.
I see the screen and then I see your slides.
You can see them perfect. And let me
Yep.
bring them home.
Maybe you want to click on that hide pop-up where it says pop-up it says hide. Yep.
Okay, thank
Perfect.
you so much. All right.
And next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Okay, shouldn't be that long. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm going to speak to you today about Power BI pointers. I'm just going to give you some tips and tricks. Just to give you a little introduction, these are my children. I have 3. The oldest is 12. The middle boy, he's 8.5, he'll be 9, and my youngest is now 5. They gave me a quick introduction, so I'm just going to kind of speed past this. I'm a business intelligence analyst at UCF. I have a degree in bachelor's in management and a master's degree in communication. I am also just recently became a blogger at the Microsoft Power BI community. I have 10 years of experience. I started my career working for a small startup business in 2010, and my focus is T-SQL, data warehousing, Power BI, and business intelligence strategy. And last, I'm the leader of the Lando Power BI user group. Feel free to attend. Most of our meetings are virtual, so I don't know how the time zones line up, but if you ever have a chance, go to meetup.com. You can find us there, and you can just follow the link for our meetings. Okay, social media. I'm on Twitter. You can follow me there. My handle is IT Data Diva. I'm also on LinkedIn as IT Data Diva, and I have my webpage, also itdatadiva.com. Okay, so let's just talk about our agenda, what we're going to be talking about. This is going to be mostly demos, so it's going to be pretty interactive. I'm going to have you follow along if you like to. We're going to talk about hide a column header on a table in Power BI. We're talking about a quick trick using the relative date filter in Power BI. We're going to also discuss the topic what you should know about the sort by column setting in Power BI, how to add a toggle feature in Power BI, and then we're going to talk about the Power BI quick reference sheet. All right, and like I said, you can follow along at itdatadiva.com. I have all those blogs there. I'm just going to walk through those. All right, so let's talk about the first demo. I'm going to talk to you about hiding a column header on a table in Power BI. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to end this show real quick, and I'm going to bring up the demo. So, just give that a few minutes to load, and then I'll make sure that you can see my screen once it comes up. All right. All right, it's just loading. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes, Priscilla.
You can, perfect. Okay, so this is a report. Of course, it's the demo, and if you look up here, you can see that we have a table here and just some values of team name, employee name, event name, actual amount, estimated amount of PO, over, under, the delta, and then the state. My supervisor had asked me if I could possibly hide this over, under field right here, this title. And at first I wasn't sure how to do it. I had tried a few things. If you come over here, if you try to rename it, so most people would think, okay, I can just hit backspace and I can hit enter. But as you can see, it doesn't work. It comes right back up. So I found a little trick that can help you hide a column header. So if you go to, and I just want to make sure you'll be able to see my screen. If you're following along on my blog, that's great. So you're just going to go to start, and you're going to type character map. And can everyone see the character map?
Yep.
Yep, okay, and you just go to the font type is Courier New, and then you want to go to Unicode, and you want to hit 200C, and that's going to bring up right here. As you can see, it's highlighted. It's 0 width, and then you're going to want to hit the select button, and then you're going to want to select the copy button. And then once you do this, you're going to go back over here to the value section. So this is going to be my little demo table here. And you're going to come over to the over under field. You're going to rename this visual. You're going to paste it. And then you're going to hit enter. And there you go. You have hid your column header. So that is my little trick right there. Usually a lot of people are very impressed. It seems so easy, but yet it can be difficult to find. So that is my first trick. And I don't know, is there any questions on that one?
Not really.
No? Okay. So then I'm going to close this. Okay, and then I am going to move to my PowerPoint slide again. And we are going to talk about the second demo. Okay, I'm going to talk to you here about a quick trick using the relative date filter in Power BI. Many people have been fascinated with this, believe it or not. I get people frequently messaging me and asking me about this trick. I also have a video on my blog site. So if you're interested in watching the video afterwards, please just go to my site. So let me just click in and I'll open that demo for us. They're just going to take a few minutes to load. Okay, can everyone see the Power BI screen?
Yes.
Okay, I know I'm moving back and forth. I just want to make sure I'm not going on and no one can see it. Okay, so just to give you a little background about this, I have a date dimension calendar, as you can see right here. And I have some filters. And normally what my supervisors prefer is that I show a rolling 13 months, as you can see here. However, usually the problem when you do this is you'll hit rolling 13 months, but then when you publish it to the service, your users can't go any further. They just have the option of March 2020 to March 2021. My supervisors, they actually wanted to see the options going all the way back to January 2016. So I was fiddling around with this and trying to figure out how to do it. I did a couple of Google searches, but nothing really showed me how to bring up these additional options. So let me show you how I figured this out. All right, let me just click off here. Okay, if you can see here, this is my month. And for us, we really only do searches by month and calendar year. So you won't see the actual date. And normally, what most people would do is they would go to March 2020 and they would select all the way down to March 2021. And I was mentioning this to you. If you were to publish this up in the service, you would only see those dates. So what you can do is you can go to the relative date filter, and you're going to want to hit in the last. And normally, you have a value range here where you can enter whichever you like. They give you the options of days, week, calendar weeks, months, calendar months, years, and calendar years. So there's a lot of options, which is great. For me, I'm going to use the months. And then I'm also going to include today. and then I'm going to hit the apply filter. I had already set this up for you, so normally if it wasn't set up, you would just apply the filter and you would see it move. Now the trick is, if you want to have the other options available, what you want to go to is the basic filtering. And now you can see your other options, July 2016, all the way to March 2021. And those are the dates that my supervisors would like to see. Now, do not touch anything in here. And what you would do is you would go to publish, and you would send it up to the service. Now, I can't show you the service because we've got some information on there that I can't show live, but I can show you a screenshot of what it would look like in the service. So if you can see my PowerPoint here, demo 2, if you look over to the right, you can see filters on all pages. And now you can see the options July 2016 all the way to the very present time. And this is really nice because it would still default to what you have. So if you want to, let's say people are looking to hit January 2016, February 2016, but then they realize, they don't want to see those dates. They want to go back to the original view in the Power BI service. You can hit reset to default, and it will set it back to those rolling 13 months. And this trick has been really helpful for people. So I hope you found that helpful too. Okay. So now let's move on to my next demo. Okay, in this demo, it's going to be what you should know about the sort by column setting in Power BI. This is another popular one. This is in DAX, so I am going to close my my demo for this one. And I'm going to open up our next demo. It's just going to take a few seconds to load. It's usually relatively fast. Okay. And just to double check, can everyone see my desktop?
Definitely.
Okay. I know I'm moving back and forth.
It's okay.
All right. I just thought it would be fun kind of having to show the actual desktop instead of switching back and forth.
Yeah, I'm reading your blog, by the way, side by side. Looks great.
Okay, that's awesome. All right. So this is another report I've been working on for my managers. And to just give you a little background, we have some service requests. And over here is the months. And we kind of just like to see the volume. So I have some more data. If you're following my blog, I can just put the screen over here. This is the table. And what I did was I created just an aggregated table. And you can see the month for April, there were 5 requests. For May, there were 4. And in June, there were 3. And just to give you a little bit of tip, I have a calendar table too, same thing. And let me just point this out. And if you look over here, you can see the month and calendar year integer. This is used to sort your months. Now, if I were to go over here and let's say we select April, let's just play with this and see how it functions. So here's April, right? We've got 5. Now we're going to hit May. You would think it would say 9, but it's not. And actually, let me show you the code as well so you can kind of see what's going on. Where am I? Oops. Okay, so if you see my screen here, this is the volume. And you can see here, I have all selected, and I'm saying not for it to look at the month and calendar year. However, it's still kind of aggregating by that. So you have, I have April and May selected, and you can see here, it's not equaling 9, it's still equaling 4. And let's just go for the heck of it and see what else is going to do when I hit June 2020. And you can see here too, it's just showing 3. It seems like it's still kind of filtering by month. What is going on, right? When I saw this, I was totally confused. I thought maybe I wrote some DAX wrong. I was like, what's going on? So if we go over here to external tools, we're going to go to DAX Studio to kind of find out what's going on under the hood. Okay, so let me just hit connect here. Okay, and then let's go. Sometimes this doesn't work, so don't worry if I kind of have a little issues with it. I'll just go over to my PowerPoint slides. So I'm just gonna move this around a little bit so you can get something going on. All right, April and May. So let me bring this over here. Let's see, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. I'll try one more time. Okay, let me move this over here. It seems like every time I demo this, sometimes it doesn't work. Okay, I think I got it now. So let's bring this up to the top. All right, let's see. Where do I normally see it here? Okay, here we go. So we can kind of see the summarized columns over here. And if you look carefully, you can see that it's also including the month and calendar year in the summary. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to find a way to kind of get that to not filter. So let me move over to here. And that's kind of how I figured out what's going on. I'm like, oh, okay, that's why it's not filtering properly. So in my actual new calculation for DAX, if you look, you can see over here that I'm actually including the month and calendar year integer. And once I do that, then it starts to actually filter properly. So let's go over and kind of just demo this out. Okay. So, you know, as we can tell, April is going to be 5. But now let's combine them together, April and May. Oh, look at that. So our old calculation still has 4, but our new calculation now has 9. Yay! So let's see how it works with June. Okay, yay! So now we have 12. And as you can see, the old one is still kind of filtering out based on month and calendar year. So that sort by column can actually be quite tricky sometimes if you're not careful with what's going on. And to tell you the truth, I had totally forgotten about it. I didn't even realize that that was having an effect. I was like, oh, okay. So, and for those of you who are not so familiar about the sort by column, it is right here. And you can see I'm sorting by month and calendar year integer. So this is a really neat trick, and I also recommend using DAX. It can really help you sometimes because you can have a lot of filters on here, and it helps you sometimes to kind of see what's going on behind the hood, and perhaps maybe there's something filtering that you may not see. Okay, and that is my demo for that. So I'm going to close this. Okay, so let's now move on to demo 4. And let me make sure I'm not missing one. I did this one. Okay, so this one is to how to add a toggle feature in Power BI. And since we're doing good on time, we can like slowly walk through this one. Let me just open it up. So just give me 1 second, please. Okay, I'm going to open up the demo, and then I'm also going to open up the example. And I have not blogged about this one yet. I've been kind of out of time with it. So
I was searching for it.
I've actually not had enough time. I've been trying to get to it. And then, you know, sometimes I'll end up blogging about something else. And I guess if it's a big demand for it, I can do it. Let me open up the other one. Okay, so here is the example. Let us just load. Okay, so this is our change management report. And I'm sure all of you figured out by now what exactly I'm doing. For UCF, I actually work in the IT department, and we actually monitor our services. So we're really seeing how fast our services are being given to our customers based on our SLAs. And this over here is our change management report. And my supervisors had asked me, and they said, can you find a way to kind of toggle? Because right now they were saying, you know, we have this change success. However, some of the leadership feels like there needs to be more of a relaxed policy. So this is a per policy, and then we're going to toggle to more of a what we call relaxed policy. So I'll show you how we want this to work. So if I click this, you can see it switched back over to non-policy. You can see over here, I have an asterisk that's showing that this is the non-policy. And over here, you can, if you watch again, you can just kind of see it move. It works really nice. And once you're in the service, the really cool thing is that they won't even see the part of the button. It will just look like it's actually moving back and forth like a toggle. Now we can, since I have some time, we can kind of demo this out. And sometimes, you know, when you're building this, it can be a little bit tricky because you've got to really be meticulous about which buttons you're hitting, which ones you're hiding. So let's go over to the view. And if I don't get through all of this and, you know, it gets a little messy, it's fine. You know, I showed you on the other side what it should look like. Okay, so you're going to want to open your bookmarks because it needs to remember what page. And you're going to want to open the selection. And you can see here that I have relaxed. And if you kind of look over here to the side, I have another box that's open. Same thing over here. I have another box, text box, and another card. And then I have a bar chart. So what we're going to do first is we're going to kind of start off at the policy page. So let's just add a bookmark. Okay, and let's rename it. Let's just call it, let's see, change management per policy. Okay, and we're going to hit enter. All right, so over here is my objects that I can hide or show. So let's see, toggle image off. We're going to want to hide that. Non-policy text, let's hide that. Right, so okay, so far so good. Let's go over to the other image. So sometimes I can kind of see what's being highlighted here. So let me actually stretch this out too so I can see all the words, the verbiage, excuse me. So unsuccessful change relax, let's hide that as well. And let's see, this is relax, so let's hide that. And that we're going to need, so let's not hide that. And this is another relaxed image, is it? Yes. Okay, so we'll hide that one too. So the toggle image is on. Change success by teams, but I need month over month type. Unsuccessful change policy. Okay, and I think I got all of them. And then month over month. Like I said, you kind of have to be really meticulous about what you're wanting to show. Okay, once I got that up, I'm going to go over here to the bookmark, change management per policy. We're going to click 3 dots here and we're going to hit update. Okay, great. Now let's add a new bookmark. We're going to rename it. We're going to call it change management relaxed. Okay. And now we're just going to want to hide the images that we don't want to show. So let's go over and we're going to want to show the toggle image now, which is off. We're going to want to show the non-policy text. Let's see, we're going to want to, let's see what this one is. Sometimes they're kind of hard to read. That one should be fine. This one's relaxed. There we go. Per policy, per text. There we go. Month over month change success. I think this one's good. Toggle image on. We don't want it on, so we're going to hide it. Let's see, change success by month. I think I have them all. If I miss them, it will actually show. So this is the policy. Oops. So I got to show this one. And then I just got to hide this one. There we go. And then month over month change success. I should be good with that one. Okay, so now we can kind of see non-policy and the toggle's off. So we're just going to go to relaxed here. And we're going to hit update. So let's check now to make sure we got everything. All right, that looks good. Okay, that looks good as well. All right, so now let's double check and make sure, oops, that our button right here has an action on it. So we're going to hit on. And now we're going to hit the type of a bookmark. And now you're going to want to hit change management relax because that's the page we're going to want to switch to. All right, and I believe I don't have to save that, but let's just do it just to double check. Okay, and now let's go over to relaxed, and we're just going to click the button here, and looks like I may have turned this action on from earlier in the demo. And then we're just going to want to hit per policy, and hit update. So let's go back here and let's test it out. There we go. So it's switching. You can kind of see it going back and forth. Now don't forget, if you're on the desktop, you are going to have to hit Control and hold it and click here to follow the link. But this is a really cool trick, I believe, and it looks great on the service. Normally I don't walk people through this, but since we have some extra time, I thought it'd be cool to kind of walk through it and kind of see the process that you're going through as you create this. All right, so let's close this. And I'm not going to save my changes because I'll need that for another time. All right. So the next thing I want to talk to you about is just some tips and tricks about some Microsoft links. All right. So if you want to follow my webpage, that is there as well. It's actually my very first blog that I created back in January of 2020. And it was actually a really great hit. Believe it or not, on Twitter. Now, not likes, but the amount of views. You can actually see how many views you get. I've got over 19,000 views on that one tweet. So let's go over and see where it is. That was my recent post. Let me hit blog. Okay. And if not, you can just look at my PowerPoint slide here. So what I did was I looked at Microsoft and kind of studied the page and how it interacts. And you can see here that this is the official Microsoft Power BI website. It contains the links to all you need to know for Power BI. Here's the Power BI documentation. So if you want technical information and answer some of your questions, you can go here. They have a planned release, planned features. On my blog, I still have to update it. I gave the old actual link that I have. I recently put this into the Power BI community where I'm blogging, and someone gave me some advice to use this new link right here, Power BI release plan. It is actually really great, and let's see if I click it. You can kind of get a look at this, but I really liked it. Let's see if it opens. Okay. And I was given this link, and it looks like right here, which is really nice, is you can see the upcoming release plan. So this is September 2021, and kind of scroll down. So this is really interactive. The other link I had wasn't. So this is really great to see kind of what's coming out, what's in public preview, what's going to be released. Next is the Power BI blog. So this is for the actual Microsoft employees blogging, and this gives you all the latest updates. Next is some Power BI training, which is free training, which consists of learning packs and modules. And then they have guide learning, which is the same thing pretty much. It's seeking courses for learning Power BI. Then, of course, it's a service, and most people will be familiar with this unless you're new. And then they have Power Query, which is the technical documentation. Which, behind the scenes, you use M. Then you have DAX. And I gave the link for that, which is very helpful. And then I have the Power BI user group. This is a great way to start and get familiar with your community and get to know other people. And the last thing is the Power BI community. And this is kind of where I blog. This is kind of a forum where you can ask questions, you connect, learn, and discuss ideas with other business intelligence experts and peers. Okay, so just the summary. I spoke to you about what you should know about the sort by column setting in Power BI, and about how to use DAX, and how to go over to the tools and use DAX Studio. I also spoke to you about how to add a toggle feature in Power BI, which a lot of people are always impressed with that little toggle button. And then I also gave you some quick reference sheets, kind of a trick to go, and so you don't have to kind of go everywhere and look. It's all in one spot for you. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm wondering if anyone has any questions.
Right. Not any questions, Priscilla. We don't have any questions for now. But a quick question that I mean, I'm really curious. How did you figure out to hide a column on a table? I mean, that is not something you Google and find out. Right? Who would go to a character map and look for a particular character out of those and add over that? So how did you figure out?
It was
that
very
part?
hard, I can tell you. I spoke with a lot of people, and I also did a lot of Google searching. I actually went, originally there was actually a web page, and somebody around the same time as me, interestingly enough, had a similar blog where they were trying to find the same thing. And there was a web page where somebody had it, and it was like a character. They didn't have the character map, but they just said, type this in. But the only thing is, you don't want to have to rely on someone's page. So then I thought, okay, well, let's go to the character map. And then I kind of went through there and found an empty, space there, and I was able to click it, and then I was able to apply it. So that's how I stumbled across. Yeah, the things you don't, think about. It seems so easy, but
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why Microsoft won't build it inbuilt, right? And I hope they do it. And we still have some time for before we move to our next session, Priscilla. But you did. I have your blog over here, itdatadiva.com, where I think everyone can go ahead and find all your content. And I was actually looking at the tweet too. I mean, it reached around. I mean, I don't get to see the views, but what I see is around 110 likes, and yeah, that's a great resource. People should definitely go ahead and check it. Quick. I mean, you also did mention about some of the user groups that you do, right? So how you actually organize these days? Is it on Teams? How you guys have moved online? Anything on? And if someone wants to go ahead and be a part of it, anything you want to talk about that?
Yes, please. I can show everybody where to go. Believe it or not, we actually have a lady who joins us from England. So there's a little bit of a time difference there. Let me move over to it.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know if you can see my screen.
I see it.
Okay, so let me go. I actually think I can go over here. So this is the Orlando Power BI user group. Let me just move it to the side first. Okay. And it's right here. And you can see we have about 49, almost 50 members. I've taken some pictures of when we first started. We recently just had a presentation with James. He did a great job on data storytelling. And we're having one in April. I am speaking with, I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with Shannon Lindsay. She's at Microsoft, and she'll be presenting to us on certifications for the Power Platform, which is going to be really exciting. And normally when I'm about to do an event, I hit event and I place it up. We're also still using the Power BI, the dynamic communities site. So you can just go to Google. You just hit, I just hit Orlando Power BI user group. It comes right up. And you can say it kind of defaults to the Power BI user group. And I also post the events here as well. I know this site will be closing soon. Dynamic Communities has something new coming out, but this is still functioning, so they can feel free to kind of join over here. And we've got about 81 members there as well. So we do have a good amount of people, and usually we have about 25 to 30 people show up, which is nice because I think it gives more of a like friendly, kind of relaxed environment. I think if you get too many people, then it gets harder to kind of communicate and really network with each other. So it's a very relaxed environment, and I definitely recommend anyone to join in. It's lots of learning and lots of collaboration with others. We always have people that come in and they start talking with each other, and somebody knows something about Power BI because it's so big. Perhaps someone knows a lot about DAX, but somebody else doesn't know a lot about M. So they will talk afterwards and figure out how to do things. So it's really helpful, especially too if you're a beginner. It kind of helps you get a network with people, and sometimes there's people looking for interns. So I think it's really helpful. I don't know if you have any groups in India, do you?
So at CSharpCorner?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, at CSharpCorner, we have any groups? Did you ask that?
Yes.
So, okay, I'll quickly tell you. CSharpCorner has chapters all across the globe. I think more than 60 chapters. Actually, CSharpCorner was started back in 1999 by Mahesh Chanda from Philadelphia, United States. So we have around 3 million registered members. We have our own MVP program, chapter leads, the conferences. So yeah, we do have chapters. They are called CSharpCorner chapters. They all have went online, and some of them we help them through the StreamYard or so many other tools. So yeah, we do have it, but I think everything has gone online. We're just looking to things to get better so people can go back and do it offline. So yeah, we do have it, and yeah, and I think if I'm not wrong with the stats, monthly the number of visitors on CSharpCorner is over 5 million. So that's what the stat says. So now, Priscilla, before we go ahead and move to next session, I still don't have the next figures. I won't let you go.
Oh, it's
So I see you do this Power BI stuff and some cool tips and tricks. So what apart from your day-to-day life you like to do? Like you like to sing? What are your hobbies apart from all this tech stuff?
Well, I like to bike ride, and I'm really into yoga, so I'll do that kind of on the side. And then if not, I'm with the kids. So they keep me busy. There's 3 of them. So actually tomorrow we're going down to Universal Studios. We have passes. When you live in Orlando, you get to, go frequently. So we're going tomorrow to Volcano Bay.
That sounds exciting. I could hear your kids' voice in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping you wouldn't be able to hear them that much. Yes, they're full of energy.
All right, Priscilla, I won't take much of your time. I know it's a weekend, Saturday. Thank you so much for accepting invitation, and we would love to have you back on CSharpCorner. We do other live shows and other virtual conferences too. And feel free to go ahead and ping us anytime if you want to go ahead to promote any of your product or your meetup or something. We would love to go ahead and let what your community does to the CSharpCorner audience too. So thank you so much once again. And any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
Well, this was great. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Usually I'm used to getting a bunch of questions, so I usually leave some time. But if anyone does have questions, feel free to contact me, through my website, or feel free to ask me on Twitter or LinkedIn. I'm always, here to help and give more tips if you need some. And also, I've been, I just did a recent blog on the DA100 about passing the test and giving some tips. You can find that on my page as well, or you can find it on the Microsoft Power BI community too. And I'm always willing to talk about that if anybody wants me to present as well.
Yeah, we would love to have you back, Priscilla. Thank you so much. And hope to see you soon. Have a great day and have a nice weekend with your kids, family. And
thank you.
It's gonna be fun.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Take care.
You too.
All right, with that, we move to our next session, but we still have time around 12 minutes. And so what we can do is I'm going to take you to some of the latest updates from CSharpCorner. As you know, we have a platform that we recently launched that was csharp.live, where we go ahead and add all our live streams. You can also go ahead and watch live streams over there. So quickly, what I can do is I can go to the C Sharp. Just visit csharp.live, and I'm going to share my screen so you all can see it. Yes, there you go. And let me add it to the stream. And now you see what you see now is actually csharp.live, or you can also visit csharpcorner.com. I'll add it to the comments so that you all can see it. Okay, so you now see this conference is live. So if you go to csharpcorner.com/live, on the top you can see everything that is going live right now. It is Power Platform Virtual Conference Day 5 live going on. So you know, always come here, click on it, and then you can actually go ahead and watch all the live episodes that are going on. Then here you have all the upcoming live shows. It may be today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, or for the entire week. So all the upcoming live shows, you can just follow along. Then we have different shows on CSharpCorner. Apart from these virtual conferences, we also have different shows. A couple of new shows that have come I think the past week, this week, couple of new shows that have come. The first one is AI for Two. I'll quickly go ahead and give you a brief overview of this live show. This is a pretty interesting live show, and this is a very unique one, I would say, as it is very different than all the other live shows out there. This show will teach you data science from scratch, and when I say from scratch, it doesn't mean they're going to teach you from y is equal to mx plus c, that is linear regression. They are going to teach you from the mathematics. As you can see on the screen, they have actually concluded their first 5 episodes of mathematics. The latest one was on probabilities, then statistics, then linear algebra, calculus, and then the algebra. So a really great series to follow along. This will go throughout the year. And as far as my knowledge is concerned, the next episode that they're going to cover is the T-sequel. So for every section, like first 5 episodes or 5 episodes, something like that, they always invite some new speakers. And it's a series of live show that happens bi-weekly. It doesn't happen every week. It happens twice in every week on Wednesdays at 9:30 p.m. East, 9:30 p.m. Indian time zone. And I think that is somewhere around 9:30 p.m. Eastern time zone, not Indian times. All the times on CSharpCorner are on Eastern time zone. Now, this is one really great show that you guys should go ahead and follow along. Apart from that, we have a brand new show that is A Bit of AI by Hank and Amy. They recently had this Thursday the very first episode. Very creative show, I would say. Very, very creative, where they go ahead and interview the IT guys who work in the field of AI and data science, and talk how their life looks in a day-to-day. Ask what are the different type of projects they are working, what are the challenges that they face, what type of clients they get, and some really great show this is. And what apart from this live show, what I also really love is that after this live show is only for 30 minutes, that happens every Thursday at 11:30 a.m. 11:30 a.m. Okay, I hope that is the right time. So apart from this 30-minute live show, what they also have is a 30 minutes cafe. Now that cafe happens in Microsoft Teams, where the guest and the host, that is Amy and Hank with the other host, can go ahead and do chit chat with the audience. Yes, if you are a part of, if you are watching this live show, in every live show, they go ahead and give you a Teams meeting URL, where you can always go ahead and talk for next another 30 minutes after the show ends to the guest and to the host, which is very I think unique. I'm not sure if many other guys are doing it. So kudos to Amy and Hank. Very creative, I would say. Please go ahead and watch the first episode on CSharpCorner/live, and you will find the episode over there. Apart from that, we also have other shows, for instance, Rocking the Code World. Now, this has reached to episode number 17, and this show is run by David McCarter, who is, I think, 14 times Microsoft MVP, where he interviews people from the .NET ecosystem. As you can see, he has recently interviewed Claire, then Leslie, then Kendra Heavens, then Caitlin Dollard, Mark Brown, Mark Miller, Brady Gaster, and actually, in fact, he started his episode with none other than Scott Hunter, which is great. And he's also had Matt Stodgerson, Jeremy Lickness, so some really great leaders from the .NET ecosystem. It's a talk show. This show, it doesn't involve coding. So if you want to relax on Saturday morning and just see what's the latest with the .NET and what are the updates that may come, some of the insights, chit chat, grab yourself a cup of coffee and just tune into this show at 10 a.m. Pacific every Saturday. It's not happening this Saturday because we had the conference, but this is one of my favorite show that we run on C# Live. Okay, so next, before we do that, let me go ahead and maybe I can do it. No, I think I need to stick to this. I am sharing my screen, so I just forgot that part. So apart from that, we also have growth mindset show. That's by Mahesh, who talks about career, your life goals, how you can achieve better in your life, upon all that. And this has also reached a good number of episodes, like episode number 21. Recently, they talk about how you can go ahead and build your personal brand, which is a very, very interesting show. And we really had some good questions from the audience. And you can see if you go down, there are many more shows, types of jobs, privilege, innovation, startups. Is full stack developer a myth? So this episode is full stack developer a myth, or and there was one more. Blazor versus Angular. These episodes are really getting a lot of traffic. People are really loving to watch it. So you can always come here at C Sharp Live /growth mindset and watch this show. Then we have many other shows, like we have MVP show where we go ahead and interview our MVP, CSharpCorner MVPs, talk about their journey, how they started with the MVP program, how did they feel when they were first awarded. Plus, also followed by a technical session, because most of our MVPs, I would say, MVPs are technical guys who go ahead and write some articles, blogs, speaks in events. So apart from all the chit chat, we also like to go ahead and have a technical session on that. So that is also an interesting part for this live show. Okay, hold on. I'm getting some emails. All right. So then we have Ask Me Anything show, Coffee with Pro, Azure AI show, Product Showcase, and here's an interesting one. Let me drop a quick email. So our next session is actually by Deepak, and Deepak is a Microsoft MVP. He will be joining us very soon. So until he joins, he'll be joining us in a couple of minutes. So everyone who is joining us right now, if you want to go ahead and watch all the episodes of the conferences that we have done, you can go ahead and visit this virtual conference page. Oh, hi Riza. Reza is also one of the speakers. Hi Reza, I'm really looking forward to hosting you. After almost like 1 hour, Reza is going to come and join us to close this 5 days of virtual conference, and with an amazing session that is on working with Power App Galleries. So I'm really excited and looking forward for the Reza session. He's going to close the 5 days of Power Platform virtual conference, and what a great topic and a speaker to go ahead and close it. So Reza, I will definitely see you soon. And let's move back to what I was actually talking about. All the CSharpCorner conferences, live shows are archived on csharp.live. And if you come over here, a show that is virtual conferences, you will find all the past conferences that we have done. So you see, these are the episodes, the sessions from the SQL Server virtual conference. So what we do is, after the conference is done, we divide the conference is for like 6, 7, 8 hours. So we divide every single session and put it as an individual video that you can actually go ahead and watch it individually. So the reason I brought this episode up, because this happened last week, if I'm not wrong, and this is one of the episodes that is getting a lot of traffic. And how did I say it is getting a lot of traffic? On the top, if you go to C Sharp Live, you'll find an option that says trending. Now, if you click on it, you'll find all the episodes that are getting traffic. Right now, we have the top 16 episodes. And if you see, it was published only on March 4. That is almost like 10 days back, and it has started to crawl up in the list. So definitely, if you come from a .NET background, this is a really nice session that talks about the full stack .NET architecture. And you should definitely go ahead and check this out. Apart from that, we also do different conferences. For instance, we have next conference coming up, that is the Growth Mindset Conference. Now, this conference is very unique in itself, as in this is not a technical conference. At CSharpCorner, we usually have tech conferences because our audiences are developers, IT professionals, CEOs and CDOs. But this conference is more about leadership. It's about growth mindset. It's about how you can and also very new things that we have. And apart from quick update that CSharpCorner is also hiring, we are looking for Azure experts, developers, and architect. Check out the latest post on LinkedIn, CSharpCorner LinkedIn, and there you can find the updates about the hiring. So this is the agenda, and for the Growth Mindset Conference, it's happening next week on Friday. And these are the speakers, some really great lineup speakers that we have. And feel free to go ahead and check out growthmindsetconference.com. And this conference will stream next Friday from around what time? 9 a.m. With that, now let's move to our next session that is by Deepak. Deepak is going to talk about Power. Okay, Deepak's going to talk about Power App components, what, who, and when. And I'll quickly go ahead and give you a little background about Deepak. As I did say, Deepak is a Microsoft Business Application MVP and a senior manager at EY. He's a technology enthusiast and a problem solver. He works, speaks, vlogs on Microsoft technologies, including Office 365, Power Apps, Power Automate, SharePoint, Teams, etc. So he's definitely a true community leader. So without any further ado, let me go ahead and add our next speaker, Deepak Srivastava. Hi, Deepak. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference. Yeah, I love your background. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Deepak. Thank you so much. And thank you actually for accepting the invitation. We really appreciate it. And I was actually reading your bio. I see you are an MVP, which means you really value community a lot. As you see, it's Saturday and you're still taking your time and to contribute. So thank you so much for all that you do for the community. And actually, we are joining us today. Are you from India or where? US, where?
I'm in US right now, but yes, I'm originally from India. I live in Houston, Texas. So that's where I am right now.
How's Texas now? Is everything okay there?
Yeah, now it's fine. After the last month craziness.
Yeah. And how's COVID at your place? Everything good? I think I'll tell you quickly about India. I don't know how much you know about India, but the last couple of weeks things are not looking good here in India.
Yeah.
The cases are rising a lot. How's it your place?
It's good. The vaccine is going at a good pace. So I think US was never number one thing. It was never locked down here like we had in India.
That's why it was on top, right?
It was always growing numbers. It was never controlled, but now we have vaccine coming in, so things are getting a little easy.
Yeah,
but I was watching news, so I saw India, like in Maharashtra, things are getting not so good.
Yeah, Maharashtra never really performed well when it came to this virus. So never mind. Even actually talking about the vaccine, our previous speaker Priscilla, she did get a vaccine just the other day. So Deepak, go.
I'm planning. Yeah, I'm planning to get one. I'm trying to get an appointment.
Yeah.
So in Texas, they are actually now allowing some other people to get vaccines who work in some other industries other than medical. So I'm seeing if I fall under that category, so I can get it. So let's see.
Yeah.
But I think in next few months, most of people in US will get the vaccine.
Yeah.
I want it. Like some people still don't want here. So
there will be always some people who let's not go there, Deepak. It's same in India and US.
Yeah. But my father took it last week.
Okay.
So so far so good. No side effects.
Yeah, I heard the second dose is a little hard. It may.
That's what
hard.
you get
Okay. All right, Deepak. I won't take much of your time.
No, all good. We have all time. And how the conference going so far? I think this is the last two sessions, right, today?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you and Reza, I think we have had over like 40 plus sessions. Wow. And with over 45 plus speakers. It has been great. I was just looking at the stats. Right now, if you go on YouTube, like 102 people are watching, but I don't know why people are not asking questions.
Yeah,
that's pretty interesting. So it's okay. So we have reached over like 30,000 audience. I was just looking at the stats, and I think it would reach more by the time by over weekend. So it has been doing great. And Deepak, just to let you know, we do this conference, like 2 conferences every month. We are committed to do 21 conferences throughout this year, 2021 conferences. And the best part about this conference is that we actually raise funds. The previous conference that we did for the SQL Server conference, we raised funds for the Voice of Slum that is here in India, in Delhi, that provides the education to the kids from the primary school to the post-graduation, right? They all do that. And we donated close to $3,000. And we make that all public. And for this conference, we are raising funds for First Responder Children's Foundation that is based out of United States that provide food, shelter to the kids affected by COVID-19. And that is what this conference is. So that's what we do. And apart from that, we also do some of the live shows, like on CSharpCorner every day, there is a live show. So that's also what we do. So busy day, like no days off, no days working.
And you generally these conferences are always online, or because of COVID these are online right now?
So actually, it was always offline. Here in North India, we did one of the largest developers conference.
I'm actually belong to somewhere there. So which city do you guys do that?
So we do at Delhi, Hotel Leela. That's where we do. I think we have been doing it from past 10 years, I believe. So, but I have been associated with CSharpCorner for past.
So next year I can plan in person then.
Yeah, definitely, Deepak. Yeah, we would love to. Let's stay connected, right? We often get a lot of speakers, people join in, even from the university students join. Actually, we had Matt Stodgerson to India, and people just come and hope as we go ahead and build more relations through these virtual conferences, and believe the offline conferences would be a big party.
Yeah, true.
All right. So Power App components, what, who, when. So before you go ahead and get started with the session, Deepak, why did you actually go ahead and select this topic?
Yeah, so this is a very interesting topic, the Power Apps component, because it is still in preview. So this is not something GA or generally available right now. But soon I'm hoping that Microsoft will make it GA. But this component is going to do the game-changing event in Power Apps. Because right now what's happening, if you are using Power Apps and you are building some cool features. So for example, if I build something that I know my app is using, but it is reusable, that other apps can also use easily. Right now, I can just don't really share that easily. With these components, you can build those reusable features and share in your environment. So number one thing, not everyone has to redevelop everything that you are doing. Plus, you are sharing most of the work that you are doing. So it's really cool. So I really like it. I'm just waiting when this is GA. And I can tell you, once it's going to be GA, it's going to be a very big thing.
Yeah, so quick question. Is it like once you create a component, you would be able to go ahead and use it just within your project, reuse, or also share it with some other community guys, like there would be any online
you can do that.
Really?
So the best thing is, so for example, if I'm working on my, let's say my company, right? And I build a component, my entire company anyone from that environment, they can just easily use it. They don't need to ask me. They can search for it, they will see it, and they can use it.
Wow.
But on top of that, I can actually export those components and share. I already did. So there are so many components already available in the community right now, though they are not GA. So that can tell you the feature that is in preview since I think almost more than a year or 2 years. But still people building many components. So think about once it's going to be GA, how much it's going to get used.
I have seen this type of approach in some other tools like RPA tools, where if you want to go ahead and create a custom connector for a Firebase, right?
I can. It's like a class library in C#.
Yeah, exactly. That's well said.
Yeah. So
exactly. The geek way.
Just create your DLL and then just give it to anyone. They can use it, all the functionality, and also like in class library, we can send the update. In component also, I can do the same thing. And it's up to the person who is using it to take it or not take it.
That would be great. I mean, if Microsoft would, I think Microsoft would definitely do it, right? And one would be able to go ahead and get a custom components from within Power Apps itself. So that would be great. So feel free to go ahead and share your screen, Deepak, right? And then you can go ahead and get started.
Yep.
right. I think, yeah, I see your screen. You're inside StreamYard. Now I see your desktop. I'm going to add it. Maybe you want to click on that hide pop-up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Okay. Let me. Okay, so I can see what everyone is saying.
All right, Deepak, the next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Okay, we're good to go?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so thanks everyone, and thanks for joining the virtual conference. Little bit background about myself. So I'm Deepak Srivastava. I'm Senior Manager at EY. I'm Microsoft MVP. I'm also a Power Automate community super user. And if you guys have or not used the Power App Automate or Power Apps or Power Virtual community, I would highly recommend to go there. Ask your questions. There are a lot of people there answering any of your questions that you may ask during building the Power Automate, Power Apps, or Virtual Agent, and Power BI as well. I'm also one of the user group leader for Houston Power Platform user group. So we had every month, we had these user group sessions where we bring really nice speakers, MVP, community leaders to speak about Power Platform activities. My YouTube channel. So if you like to subscribe to my YouTube channel, I'm very regularly providing nice content all around Power Automate, platform, apps, Power BI, SharePoint teams. So yeah, this is the quick link, https://bit.ly.com Deepak Tech. So go ahead and subscribe if you want, if you like to see the content that I'm creating. My Twitter handle, if you like to connect to me on Twitter, if you have any questions, you want to ask me directly, this is the best way to connect with me, Deepak_S22. And my LinkedIn, so Deepak-Srivastava. Make sure that you have the hyphen because the name is a little common. So connect me on the LinkedIn. Okay, so today what we're going to learn or what we're going to discuss about the Power Apps component. And very first thing that came into our mind, what is Power Apps component is all about. And before that, what is component? So let me explain you in very real life use case terminology, the what is component. And I'll take the analogy of the car manufacturer. So a car manufacturing company, when they assemble a car, right, they don't really build everything that we use in the car. And take an example of the music player. So when the manufacturer assembles the car, they just use already ready to go music player and they put it into your car and they give you the car. So the music player itself has a lot of functionality and feature in it, but not really the car manufacturer building those functionality, rather they are using what has been already built and available. So that is the component. So component is what you can think is a set of common features and functionality that is available for you to use whenever you want. And that's what Power Apps component. So Power Apps component is the common features that most of us use when we build the different Power Apps. Okay. The Power Apps can have very common and advanced feature, like you can set different properties. You can have some complex capabilities like an event in your component and what will happen if someone click on your component. So you have all these features and functionalities are available in the component. Some of the key feature, as I said, the component provide you a set of control and properties that can be reused inside the app and also outside the app across the environment. So just to give an example, let's say I created a left navigation that I'm using in my app. What I can do, I can create a component of that left navigation and share it across so any other app maker can use the same functionality that I have built into their apps. Another, this is the component also provide a controlled environment. So what I mean to say there, if I'm using a component, it has become like a master template. So if I created the left navigation component and maybe after a certain time, I added a new feature, what I can do, I can post that feature for all the people who are using that component and they can reuse or take that updated change into their app. So they don't need to they don't need to worry about making changes to that master template. They can just get what I'm doing and reuse of the work that I already spent time creating. Now, so that was the what, a very basic what is component. Now the second question is, why component, why we even need component. If we are creating an app, I can create an app, I can create beautiful apps, very functional, then why I should spend time in creating a component and then use the same component into my app. So the basic quick example of that, if you are regularly building multiple apps for your personal use or for your organizations or for the community, and for example, in each app, you are creating a header. That's a very basic thing that every app requires. Now, if you are creating that header and you are spending time creating that header for each and every app that you have, also in each and every screen in your app, think about how much time you are spending creating that, first of all. The second, now let's say you created 50 apps. Each app has maybe 3 screens. So that is equal to 150 screens you have created. And each screen has that header component that you have built. Everything is working perfect. There's no issue with that. But let's say you want to make one small change to that header. Now you need to go back each app, each screen, and you need to do the same thing 150 times. That's not really a smart coding or smart making apps. So what is the smart way of doing it? What if you just click few buttons and you just make the same change that you would like to do in your header at one place and push that change for all 150 screen? And that's where we need component, because if you have built the component for that header, you just need to make changes to the component and push that change for all your screen in one click. So the amount of time that you were doing earlier without component is reduced exponentially. And that's the cool thing about component, right? And that's the reason why we should be using component more than what we are using right now. Now we understood what is component and why we need component, right? The next is when to use it, because we need to know when the component is required. So these are some checklist point that I have listed here, and you can think through it. So number one, if you are creating a feature and a functionality in your app that you think can be reused by others or by yourself. For example, you are building an app where you are creating some cool reusable feature that maybe you will use in other apps. You should be thinking about component. If you want to reduce the duplication of effort, that means you don't want to redo or reinvent the wheel every time when you're creating an app. You need to create the component so you can just use it, what you have built previously. If you want a quick development. Now, quick development is because, as I said in my previous slide, you created that header component. Now, if you want to make change to that header, and if you don't have the component, you're going to spend 150 time for updating 150 screens, as per our example, right? Instead, I can just make change one place and push it. That's going to quickly update all those apps, so I don't need to spend the amount of time that I was supposed to spending without component. The governance and control. This is also very useful term, because sometimes what happens if you are working in the big organizations and you are creating multiple apps. Now everyone have their own flavor of UI, right? Maybe when I'm going to create a header for my app, I will create differently as compared to my colleague. They might think something different. They might add some different feature into the navigation. But for big organization, the standard is the key. So your every app should look at least similar, or the frame should be same. So if you are using component, that can make sure that your organization theme apply to all the apps that are getting built by different app makers. So this is good. And then also the control. So you can control what is possibly app can do. So for an example, in the left navigation, you can say, okay, we can only have the left navigation that gonna be this width or this height, and you can control that with the component. And the last, that mostly if you want to share, if you have some good ideas and you want to share with the community, that's where you build component and give it to the community so that all the community members can use the same feature that you have built into their day-to-day apps. The next is where to start. So we understand what, why, when, now the where. So if you have not used the component before, to start the component, what you need to do, you need to go to your make.powerapps.com, and I'll show you in the real screen. So you need to go to your make.powerapps.com, go to your app in which you are trying to create a component. From file, app setting, advanced setting, preview feature, components, and turn it on. So there's a feature that is called components. You just need to turn that feature on. Now, app, if you are building app right now, or as of today or after today, that feature is by default turned on. So any app that has been built after April 2020, the feature is turned on already, so you don't need to worry about. You can just start creating your component as it is. And once you are in your app, you will see a text like components under the tree view. You can click on that, and then you can see the new component here. That's where you start creating the component. And we will create one component real quick in the next after a few slides. Okay, so this is where you start. Very simple to use it, and very simple to go to the place from where you can start creating the component. Now, this is another very important point for if you are planning to work in the component. You need to understand what is component library. So think component library as a repo or the repository where you're gonna store multiple components together. So just another example, let's say I'm creating a commonly used component, right? What I can do, I can create independent component, for example, header, left navigation, top navigation, or the footer. I can create a separate component for them. But we know that these are the key components for any app. Now I can use one of it, two of it, all of it into my app. But if I can group all of these components together, and if someone wants, they can just take the entire set of components easily rather than going one by one. So that's where the component library came into the picture. So component library is nothing but a set of multiple components together. There are some benefit of using component library, because once you create your component into the component library, you can easily update it or easily update the changes to your component and push those components to the app maker who are using those components easily, right? Now, what component library enables us to do? It enables the easy discovery and search of the components that you are building. So as an app maker, when I start building my app, I can quickly go to the library component search and search for or see all the components those are available and select from there. It is easy to publish the update across environment. So I can easily publish all the changes that I'm making to my component if they are under component library across the environments. And once I do that, app maker who are already using my component, they get the notification that, hey, this component has an updated version. Do you want to use that updated version or not? So it's up to app maker to decide whether they want to use that updated changes or not. And if they want, they can click yes, and it will automatically reflect all the changes that you have made into their app. They can also do on-demand search for updates. So if, let's say, as an app maker, I'm using one component in my app and I like to see if there's any latest version has been released, I can check for the update. And when I check, the Power App is going to tell me whether there is an updated version for this component is available or not. And if it's yes, I can see the version notes, if component maker writing those, and I can read, and if I like those, I can take those changes to my app. So it's very easy. It's very controlled and easy approach to do it. And again, the version notes, as I said, if there's a version note available, app maker can read them and use it in their app. Now, one last thing, only published components. So for example, like in Power App, we can work on the different version. And unless we publish that app, it will not be available for end user. The same concept applies to the component library also. So I can publish my component, and then I can immediately after that, I can edit it, start making changes. The changes that I'm making will not be available publicly or for other app maker in my environment unless I publish those changes. So it will allow me to continuous development or making changes to my component. And when I'm ready, then only I can publish so other can use those changes. Now, the last thing, the features and properties. So the components comes with many of the features and the different properties. The first thing that we're going to understand is the property, right? So a component can have two property right now. There's one more that we're going to talk a little bit later in the slide. So the input properties and the output properties. An input property that you can see is something that you can send information to the component. So for an example, if I'm building a header component, right, and I want the app where that component is being used to provide me the header title, right? So I can create a property called the header title, and whoever using that component can provide me what should be the title of that header when they use that component into their app. Then we have the output property. Output property is something what component provide app maker to use. So a quick example of that, let's say in my component, I'm putting a gallery and the gallery showing some data, right? And what I want to do, I want to create a property that at a given time, it will give you the selected item in that gallery. So I can create a property that will take that currently selected item in the gallery, and that output property I can use in my app to read which item is selected into that gallery. So yeah, so input what component want you to provide, output what component provides you. The second one, the component can be exported and imported across the apps. So like we do the app export import, similarly, we can also do the component export import. This is little known to everyone. Component is currently a preview feature. So it's not GA yet, but I'm hoping Microsoft soon will make it GA so we all can freely use it. But I mean, it's there in preview since last couple of years. It's still making a lot of good improvements. So yeah, it's in preview, but still in use. The another one is variable with a component or scope to the component instance only. So what does that mean? For example, if you are creating variables inside your component for any purpose, right? And I have added that component or created an instance of that component in my app. And let's say I created two instances of the same component in two separate screens in my app. That variable that in the component will be the scope for the instance. So maybe my first screen having that variable value something else as compared to my second screen or the second instance of the component, maybe there's some different. So they just don't go like globally created. They created globally for that component. Very nice, good to know point here. Now, the next one. So recently, actually last month, Microsoft has announced some enhanced component properties. These are under experimental features, so they are not even preview. Microsoft has just released for us to try, provide feedback, and once everything is going to look good, they're going to make them in the preview, and then maybe when everything goes GA, it will go GA with the component. So what are these enhanced component properties? The first property is the behavior property. So if you know in Power Apps, we have something called behavior formulas or behavior property. These are like event-related property. So for example, on button click or on change of a drop-down or on change of some value, there's an event. So if there is a behavior happening, that's going to call that property to click, right? So now, previously, we had only one event or one behavior property that we could have used in component, that was on reset. So on reset of that component, if we want to do something, we could have used that. But now what we can do, we can create a custom behavior properties. So I can create a behavior properties on, let's say, on a drop-down click. So whenever a drop-down values change, I want to know that event, and then maybe I want to notify everyone that, hey, this drop-down has been changed. Just an example, but now I can create my own behavior property and component and use those events in my app easily. And I'll show you if time's allowed. At the end, we will see how these can be, how we can use these things. The second is the property parameters. So yes, we can create these behavior properties or output input properties, but now what you can do, you can also create parameters on that property. So for an example, let's say I'm creating that on change property, but at the same time, I want to pass the value of what has changed. So on the drop-down change event, I'm saying, okay, I need to know in my app that whenever the component drop-down has changed, so I have that event, but I can also pass the currently selected item into using these property parameters to that event. So now not only I'm getting a notification, event triggered when the drop down has changed, I'm also getting what has changed, the value, so I can use that value to maybe notify or use it across the app. And because now I can do that, now I can create a pure function in component. So till today, or not today, means previously before the announcement of these extended enhanced component properties, the component was the UX or UI component. So you can create reusable UI features like navigation, left menu, top menu, or maybe charts, maybe header, right? Or maybe pop-up. These are all the UX components that people can see them. But by using these new enhanced component properties like parameters and outer property, now you can actually create a pure function. Pure function means there is no UI needed. So when you add that component to your app, it doesn't have any UI, it doesn't have any control. But you can use those functions that we're going to create in component using this parameter and property to perform some complex and reusable functionality. To give a simple example, now I can create a quick math function that will give you the sum of two numbers in component as a pure function, and you can use this in your app. And the only thing you need to do, you need to just pass the number that you want to add or sum, and component will give you the answer. This is a very basic example. You can take this concept to really complex scenarios where you want to create some complex processing function that you don't want your app maker to always doing. You can create a function and then share it, and they can use it. Okay, so this is this was all the slides, and let me check the time. Okay, so we are on the right time. Now let me quickly jump on to my Power App. Okay. Before that, is there any question that I can see here? If no, then I can
not yet, Deepak.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the first thing first, as I was talking about what is component and how you can use it. So I'm going to show you where you can start. So first thing first, what you need to do, you need to go to your make.powerapps.com. This is the URL for your Power App. Once you open, you can see your Power Apps Studio or browser here. If you go to the apps, this is where you see all of your apps that you are either working right now or you created, right? Under apps, you're seeing all the app, but then you will see something called component library preview. If you click on that, that's where you can see all the component library that you created. Now I have created a bunch of them. So you are seeing, if you're doing it first time, you may not see them. So that's, don't worry. This is where you're going to start creating your first component. So that's the one way. And what you can do, you can start from clicking here on the new component library, provide the name of the library. So we're going to create this library today. We will create some component under that. And as soon as you create that component library, it will create it for you. And then after, as soon as it got created, I'm going to give some time, you will end up to the Power Apps Studio, right? As you can see, this is very similar. And now if you see, this is very similar how we get when we create an app. There's no difference here. So that's not something new that you need to learn to create component. Absolutely nothing new that you need to learn. Very similar experience. And every component library also going to give you the screen. This is for the testing. So remember that this is not your app that you are building. Microsoft is giving you this screen. So when you are building the component under your component library, you can test them at the same time, right? So that's the recommended right way of doing it. What you can also do, I can also go to the app, create one quick app here. Let it ready. I can drink water that time. So this is my app. Now, if you see this app and the component library that we have created, as I said, it looks very similar. But the difference between my app and the component library, if I'm going to create a component here in my app, these components are scoped to my app. So they are reusable feature that you're building, of course, but you are building those for your app. So if you want to share them with other person, you need to go here and export that. Instead, if you are creating them here in the component library, they're going to available as a component into that component library, so everyone can see them and use it in their app. So always start creating component in the component library. Very high recommendation here, right? Now, let me quickly walk you through a quick use case of what we were talking earlier, that why components are very useful. So I'll continue working on this app. This is my screen one, so I'm going to just rename this one and say home screen. Okay. And what we're going to do, we're going to insert a rectangle here. So what we are doing, let's say I got a project where I need to create a few apps for one use case, right? And the requirement is to have the app is really nice looking, and I want to create a header for my app. So what I'm doing here, I'm just going the classic approach. So this is my screen one. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop a rectangle. So I'm just creating a header for my app, right? And I will also drop a label on top of that. And text to center align and make the change colors to white so we can read it. And I'll say this is a home screen. Okay. And I'm not going to add anything here on the down. Let's say we add the functionality, and I have, let's say, another screen in my app. So this is my screen 2, right? And now, because I'm creating this app and I want this header to be in all of my screens, I'm going to do what? I'm going to either go ahead and do same thing, go to the rectangle, drop it, right? And very similarly, I will add a label here. And you start noticing the pain that I'm going through. I'm repeating myself. I'm doing the same work again and again. And I will say, okay, this is my screen 2. Okay. Now let's say I have another screen in my app. My app is very complex. It has multiple screens. I'll drop another screen. Now again, very same thing. What I'm gonna do, I need this header. So let's say this time I become a little bit smart and I'll say, okay, I'm gonna just copy this entire thing, all these to control, and go to my third screen. Let me rename this. And I'll paste it here. Still good, but still I need to make changes to the name. Okay, so far so good. I'm gonna save this app. Right. So my app is ready. Let's say it has some functionality. We are just trying to understand the logic or the benefit of a component. I play this. Yes, my app is looking good, but what? I forgot to add that navigation so I can go to the next. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just go to here and then maybe add an icon here so that I can go to the next screen. Okay. So I'll go here, and then on this one, I will just say navigate, right? So this will allow me to navigate to screen 2. And then from a screen 2, I need the same behavior. I want to go back to the screen and then also next screen, right? So on this one, what I will say, I'll say navigate to my screen 3. Now, again, from screen 2 and screen 3, I want them to go back to the home. Whenever you click on that, I still want to go back to the home. So now this can be on the header. I just drop another icon on the header, and this will be navigate to my home screen. And I can just make this white so you can see it. Now let's run this one. Okay, so I have my home screen. I can go to the screen 2. I can go to the screen 3. I can go back to the home. Fair enough. Now let's say you spend all of this time creating this app, and you publish it, and then you go to the review of the app with all of your colleague or the leadership, and they say, okay, the app is looking good, but we also need a picture of the logged in user. So whoever is logged in, I want that to be shown in this header, right? So now remember this one thing. I was just talking about 3-screen app. Now think if you have created, let's say, multi-screen app or multiple apps. And if someone asks you to make the changes that is actually going to apply to each and every screen, now what you need to do, you need to go to each screen. You need to drop a picture because you want them to see the image of the logged in user. Align it, make sure that it's looking good. Update the logic here. So as you know, we can get the user picture here, sorry, image, right? So this will show me the logged in picture. Now this is just for the home screen I did. If I go to the next screen, nothing happening here. So I need to do it again. And that's where the component feature is very useful. So from here on, let's start our component, and I'll show you how quickly you can create that in no time. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create this header component very quickly. So this was the component library that we have built previously. So I'm gonna rename this component here. So this is going to be our header. The concept of component is very similar if you are doing this in your app. So there's nothing new happening here, and only thing that's happening is the property. Okay. So the first thing that we need, as we have done in our app, we need a rectangle. And rectangle I'm using just for the background. You can just ignore that. But just to make it a little bit more UI rich, I'm just dropping a rectangle. Right. So this is going to be my header rectangle. Right. Now on the component, the width and the height. So the width, most of the time what we need, the header to be the full width of the app. So what we can use here, so this is my app.active screen, so that you know this is going to give you the current active screen dot width. So what I'm saying, wherever this component is going to edit, that screen width is going to be the width of my component. Okay. Height we can decide. So I'm going to just say my component should be 80. This you can decide how you want your component to be height basis. Now the rectangle, right? So the rectangle also the same thing. The width of the rectangle, I want whatever the width of my header or my component, that's going to be the width of my component. Okay. Now let me do one more thing quickly. So if you go to your screen and if you drop that component, you can see here, right? So this is my component, nothing in, just a rectangle, but quickly I can check if I go to this sample screen and this rectangle is already here. Few other thing. So in my component, if you click on the component, it has a property called fill. Right? This is the background of your component. So what you can do, you can for now set it to, let's say, this color, right? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to set the rectangle fill color to the same fill color of what the component. So this way I can allow user to change the background of my component. So as you can see here, this is the component of my header. Now the next thing that we need, as we have added to our original app, we need a label. So this is going to be the label for the name of the screen. So this time we're going to create a new property. Okay. So I'm going to go to my component. This is how we create a component, the property in the component. So you go to the custom property, click on the new custom property here. As soon as you do that, it will open up this form, a small form for the information about the property. So the display name, so I'll say header, whatever you want in your header, right? And then we have option to either select as an input property or output property. And as you can see here, I'm only seeing two. I'm not seeing the behavior property, and I'll show you the reason behind that. For now, this is the input property because component want that property to be used to show here. Okay, and it is type text. Click create. And the next thing what we're going to do, the value of this text, what I'm saying, this is the name of my component, dot. And as soon as you click dot, you will see your input property pop up here. So header text. So whatever user is going to set the header text, that will be the property of, that will be the name of my header. So this is my header text. Okay. Now, a little bit, I'll go here. So we need to make this change color here. And as you can see here, okay, so this is my text of the header. Now what we're going to do, we're going to also, let's save it. I'm going to show you something else there. Okay, so my this thing has saved. And now what I can do, I can go here. It's already ready to go. And now if you go to your screen, as you can see here, this is my text. But if I go to my app and go to the header text and change it and say, so as you can see here, now I can change the text fairly easily. Now, if I add multiple screen here, right, and on each screen I drop the component, I can easily change the text without making any further update to the app or to the component, right? So I can just change this to screen 2. Okay, so this is good. This is working fine. Now let me do one more thing. If you go to the file and if you go to the settings, right, and if you go to the advanced setting, and if you go to the preview feature, and if you scroll down, under experimental feature, this is where you will see those few features that I think I always enable. One is enhanced formula bar, and the other one is this one, that's okay. And there is something called enhanced component properties. So these are the property that, those two property that I was talking previously that Microsoft have just released as an experimental feature. So go ahead and enable that because it's going to give you a nice approach to create those common functions. Click save, and we're going to save this one. Okay, and now let's publish this component so we can use it in our app that we are building. So I publish this. I'll go back to my app. So this is my app. Now, how to get that component from the component library? Like you add any other control and the plus icon, you will see something called get more components. Click on that. Now, as soon as you click on that, it's going to list down all the components available in this environment. So this is all the different component libraries are available. This is the one that we have just created. It has one component right now, so you can click on select all, or you can click on this small drop down and select one or many components are available. So for example, in this one, I have these many components. I can either select one or all as I need. So we're going to select this header component that we have created. We're going to click import. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete all these headers that we have created in our screen. Okay. And then what I'm going to do under library component, because we added that, just keep clicking on this. I think I have not deleted everything. Okay, so on this screen, and then I'm going to go to the home screen and do the same thing. Okay, and then for my second screen also, I will do the same thing. So now what I'm doing, instead of creating that that header for each screen separately, what I'm using the component as you can see here, right? And I can give the name of, I can use the text as I need it. So this is my home screen. This is my screen 2. Now let's take the same example. So I created this app, I deployed this app, and now someone asking that, hey, can we have the user picture? So now I'll show you how easy it is. I'll go back to my component. and I'll go to my component here, and I'll drop the image as I did in my app, right? And then I'll just resize it so that it will look good. And the image is going to be very similar, user.image. So now I have the image ready in my component. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to just publish this one, save and publish. So now my component has that user picture there. In my app, if I go to this, the control screen, in this 3 dot, if I click on check for update, look what it's saying. It's saying that Power VC1 has the updated version because I just added that picture. What I'm going to do, I'm going to click update, and you will see all of my screens now had that picture here. So I don't need to go individually screen, rather I have that update. So this is how easy it is. You can scale this to multiple app and multiple screens, and you will realize how much time you are going to save by using this one. So this was a sample of the component that you can quickly build. Now let me quickly walk you through some different component that I have built so far. And again, all of the components that I'm going to show you are available in the component library. Okay, so let me start with my first app here. So this is the workflow progress tracker app. And what this app is doing, it is connected to a SharePoint list, as you can see here. It's showing me the different status of the different work item that my team is working. What I can do, I can click on the individual item. I can see the detail. I can click the information, make changes. I can also create new item. Okay, so this app is functional, but if you have noticing somewhere on the top of the screen, I have a like an M365 navbar kind of header. This is the first component that I'm using here. So in this component, I can have this icon where you can add more and more a navigation item. I can, if I want to create some admin level settings, I can do it. I can also have the search functionality enabled here. And some of these features, I'm using those experimental feature. So they might not be available right now or may change in the future, but this can be useful to that. Second, you can see the small button here. So someone asked me that, okay, this screen is looking good, but what I want some graphical presentation. Okay, so is there anything that I can use? So I had built some graph component previously. And what I did, I just dropped those component here. And without like spending 5 minutes and using them in my app without any changes. So these two graphs that you are seeing, these are the component. They are using gallery and other features to create these interactive graph. The first component, or the bar chart, what it's doing is going to allow me to filter the gallery underneath it. So if I click on any of the bar, you can see the data is filtering based on the information that I'm clicking here. So that's the one behavior. This column chart, what this is allowing me to do is allowing me to click on any of these columns, and it will take me to the second screen where I can see how many are in critical or the low priority. So if I click on the critical, I can see all the critical item here. I can go back, I can click on the medium. So now I can see all the medium status work item. Again, that's the reason to showing these charts to you and functionality. This is very easy to incorporate in any of your app. If you have the component and someone is asking you, can you do that? You don't need to spend a lot of time to making those changes. You can just drop them and use it. Another component that I think you might have seen, the notification component. Power Apps does have a notification component, but if you remember, it opened all the way on the top screen. This new component that I have built, it is more control. You can make changes, and based on the event. So for example, if you're creating an app and when the item has submitted successfully, you want to show the confirmation, or maybe if there is an error, you want to show an error message. If you want to publish a notification to all your app, you can just use these components. So again, another sample component. Another one that I like to show you guys is the top nap. So this is the top nap component. Again, it is also fully configurable and functional. what you can do, you can create the multi-layer top navigation using this component. You can set the link, whether you want the links to go to the separate screen, like I'm sending to another screen, can be google.com or any other, or you can also send them to the screen itself where you are, right? So if I click on connector, now I'm going to the separate screen. So another component available. Now these are just a few of them that I have created. If you go to the community, there are a bunch of like hundreds of components are already available, though the feature is preview right now. So I would highly recommend go and check them. Now I think I'm almost closing, 2 minutes. And before that, let me go back to actually I like to show you guys one more feature in the component. So if you go back to your component here, and if you go to the component now, if you go there, if you click on the new custom property, because we have enabled those experimental features, now you can see the behavior property here, right? And this is what I was talking earlier. These are the new features coming in. We don't have enough time, otherwise I would have shown you that. Now you can use these behavior property with the parameters that can actually allow you to create functions. And actually, yeah. Simon, how much time I have left?
Deepak, you are well over 10 minutes now.
10 minutes or 2 minutes?
You're well over 10 minutes now.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So then, guys, maybe next time. So I'm going to just go back to my screens real quick so we can just complete the slides here. Some best practice. I think most of them I already have explained, that you should always starting in the component library, plan ahead, make sure that you are thinking about reusability. Do not try to overkill the component. It is reusable, so reusable things should be common. It cannot be a point solution, because point solutions cannot be the component. So keep it simple. Always remember. Some limitations, like data source, forms, data tables are not supported in component. Collections are not supported. You can create tables, but not collections, right? You can use gallery. You cannot use the component inside a gallery or inside a form, right? Local, the media file support. So if you are using images or something like that, it's not supported right now. Some learning materials. So if you go to these links, yes, you can learn more about components, component library, and everything else. And again, sorry for taking much time. These are some link. Go ahead and try to connect me YouTube channel, my Twitter, and I'll give it to Simon. And I believe Reza is next. So yeah, to him.
Yeah. So great. You forgot one thing, Deepak. You must say press the bell icon, subscribe, and smash that like button.
Yes, please.
Oh my goodness, how many subs do you have?
Just not many. I'm new in this YouTube, but I'm very I'm liking it. So creating this community content is really something really interesting for me.
Yeah, and I love all the stats that YouTube would give you. I don't know if you have explored YouTube Studio a lot, but they're very good stats that they give about which region, how, when people are active. So great session, Deepak. Really loved it. Component, it's something that are available in different scenarios, in different situations. If you are building some Angular or Vue application, there also you get components. If you are building an RPA solution, there also you can go ahead and create your own custom components. And great that even Power Apps have come up with their own components. Looking forward when they go ahead and give it the channel availability so that people can go ahead and really use it, because this is something, this is actually community now, right? People can go ahead and build it and then share it, and that becomes official. So great, Deepak. Thank you so much for your time for this conference. Really enjoyed hosting you. Let's stay connected. But if you want to go ahead, we on CSharpCorner, as I said, we do other live conferences too. We would love to host you over there. And any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the final session of the 5 days Power Platform conference?
Thank you.
All right, that's it. Thank you, Deepak. All right, have a good day. Bye. Take care. A nice weekend. Bye. All right, with that, we move to our final session of 5 days of Power Platform Virtual Conference. And I am so excited that I'm hosting Reza. Reza is going to talk about working with Power App galleries and quick background about Reza. He is a Microsoft Business Application MVP and a principal consultant, international speaker, trainer, and a Houston Power User Group leader, Microsoft Flow All-Star awardee, and Power Apps and Power Automate community dual super user. So I mean, Reza has been over there, all over at Power community. So without any further ado, let's invite our final speaker, Reza Durrani. Hi Reza, welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi Simon, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Where are you joining us today from?
I'm joining from Houston, Texas, in my office.
Okay, so Deepak is from your region, right?
Yeah, Deepak is also from Houston. Actually, we both lead the Houston Power Platform user group. So we are ending your conference with speakers from Houston.
Wow, that's great. What a coincidence. Really love it. So thank you so much, Deepak, for accepting the invitation. And you're going to close the conference. I'm really excited. I think we're already 13 minutes in your session. So feel free to go ahead to share your screen and get started with your session.
All right, let me go ahead and start sharing my screen. So screen share. I'm going to swap over to screen number 1. Let me know if you can see my presentation. That should pop up.
Yeah, maybe you want to click on that hide.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I see. Maybe you want to click on that hide pop-up.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Yeah, all right. Next 45-50 minutes and all time of the world is all yours.
Thank you so much. Before I begin, the introduction that you played makes me realize how much I miss having in-person events, really. Being a part of all those events, my friends, Reza, Lala, and really, those were good times. So thank you for running that introduction. Just made me realize what I missed. So, okay. So, well, we are all virtual. This is pandemic time. I've come in with my pandemic hair, so don't judge me. And thank you for joining us. And I hope that this last session, I keep it interesting. I promise I won't bore you guys with slides. In fact, I have very few slides. It's all going to be demos. I'll try and build things live. I'll try and keep this interesting, intriguing, and crisp. So let's get started with the session, working with Power Apps. Galleries. Simon already gave my introduction. I don't think I can beat that, but just a few quick words. I'm a Microsoft Biz Apps MVP and a Microsoft certified trainer. I focus on everything around the Power Platform and in the Microsoft 365 space. I do have a YouTube channel wherein I video blog about things. So if you've never checked it out, here's your chance. Go check it out. You can also connect with me on Twitter. That's my Twitter handle. The learning objectives for today's short session. Gallery control. We will look at when to use the gallery control. What does the gallery control provide to us in Power Apps? Leading into some examples of how you can style your galleries. Leading into how we can even leverage the gallery as an editable grid-like experience in Power Apps. Of course, all of this in the form of demos. And finally, I will close it up with a brief completion message on why you should be using galleries. So what's the gallery control in Power Apps? A gallery control in Power Apps basically allows you to show multiple records from a data source. And each of these records can have multiple types of data that you can showcase in galleries. Gallery is more like a repeating table. For folks who are accustomed with InfoPath, they would have known about repeating tables. Galleries work on similar lines. And each data field that appears in a gallery control, you can configure that, you can style that based on your needs. The gallery, of course, acts like a repeating control, and that's the reason why all the items in the gallery follow the same style that you've defined as part of the template item of the gallery. And the template of the gallery is nothing but the first item in your gallery. Here's a tip. When do I work with galleries? The moment you're dealing with multiple records or a collection of data, okay, anytime you're dealing with something in Power Apps that is more than one, just go to galleries. Don't think twice. I spoke about styling galleries. The out-of-the-box gallery styles that are available, they are good as starter resources, but ideally in production scenarios, you would like to style your galleries accordingly. And here are some examples of how you could potentially style your galleries. You can build horizontal galleries. You can build vertical galleries. You can build galleries that look like cards. You can build galleries that work like grids or Excel-like editable tables. You can style and design galleries the way you like it. At the same time, one of the most powerful capabilities, and something that I am using more and more in my projects, is the option of leveraging the gallery as an editable grid. Let's face it, everybody likes to work with their data in an Excel-like, grid-like fashion where they can quickly modify multiple items and push their changes out to the data source in one go. And that's where galleries come in extremely, extremely handy, wherein you can create that grid-like experience for your users and perform full CRUD operations, that is create, read, update, and delete against your data. And all of this in a very Excel-like fashion in Power Apps. Now let's look at all of this and what galleries are and how we can work with this, all in the form of demos. And Simon, you will have to be my prompter here. Can you see my screen that shows Power Apps right now? Simon, you may be on mute. Okay. All right. So out here in make.powerapps.com in the Maker portal, let me go ahead and build a very simple app. I will call this my work progress app. Okay, so an app that basically tracks the progress of my work. Power Apps requires you to work with data sources. Ideally, you want to store your data. For this example, for today's example, I have a very simple SharePoint list that I created right here. And all I do in this list is I just track my work items. I have different column types here that I have defined categories, the progress of my work. These are choice columns, date columns, priority columns, and so on and so forth. Now out here in my Power App, I would like to showcase that data to my user, basically the data that's living in my data source. In my case, my data source is the SharePoint list. So if I head back to that SharePoint list, which is my work progress tracking SharePoint list, the first step for me in my Power App would be to connect to my data source. So I will go ahead and add a new connection, in this case, connecting to SharePoint. So I'm going to connect to SharePoint, enter the URL of my SharePoint site, click connect. And my list is called the work progress tracker list. I'm going to select that and click connect. And all I've done right now is in my Power App, I've just connected to my data source. Now, as part of my Power App, I will go ahead and apply a theme. So let me pick this lavender theme. Let me add a simple header control for my app, nothing extravagant here. I believe Deepak showed you how to build a component for headers, so please do that. But for now, for this demo example on galleries, just going to add something called as the work progress tracker app. I'm going to position this in the center, maybe give this a background color of purple, give this a text color of gray. Let me increase the size. Okay, so my screen is very simple. I have a theme, I have a header in place. Now I want to showcase data from my SharePoint list in a gallery. A SharePoint list will have multiple records, and multiple records meaning you have more than one. The moment you hear more than one, think about galleries. To work with galleries, if I go to Insert and head over to the Gallery control, there are 6 types of layouts that are provided to you as part of the gallery controls. Once you make a selection, you cannot swap over to the other type. You would have to delete that control and re-add the next control. In this case, I'll keep it very simple. I'll just pick the first option that I see here, which is a vertical gallery, which will stack my data vertically. So I'll connect to this. And the moment I add this gallery, IntelliSense guides me to adding or connecting this to any collection or data source that I have as part of my app. I only have one, which is my work progress tracking list. So I will go ahead and connect to this list. And just like that, this gallery gets added as part of my app and it is connected to my SharePoint list. Now, if you observe the styling on this gallery, on the right-hand side, there's a property called layout. And right now it's using the style that has an image control and it has a couple of label controls and an icon. If I head over to the tree view and if I open the gallery control, I can see all those controls right here. Here's my image, here's my title, subtitle, these are labels, here's the next arrow, and here's the separator that basically separates every record that it is showcasing here in the gallery control. I can head over to the layout and I can actually change my layout. There are multiple layout types that are provided here that I can choose from. And let's say I change this layout type here to title, subtitle, and body. And just like that, this gallery now has 3 label controls based upon the layout that I had selected. Now, this gallery control, as I said, is a repeating control. So if you would like to change any behavior or maybe build your own layout style, you would have to modify the gallery. And to modify the gallery, I would modify the template item, which is nothing but the first item in the gallery. And to do that, if you look at my gallery right here on the top left, there's a small little pencil icon that says edit the gallery. If I select this, if you observe, it has gone ahead and highlighted the first item in the gallery, the context. And what that means now is I'm in the context of the template item, and whatever modifications I make here will be reflected on all the other items in the gallery. So let's say in this case, the icon on the right hand side, I don't need it. So I'll just go and delete this. The moment I do that, if I preview this app, observe that all the items in the gallery have followed suit. If I go back to the template item and let's say I select this title or this item that shows me the progress value of my data, if I would like to see the priority value in this case, I can go ahead and replace this with priority dot value. And now if I preview the app, it's showing me the priority value for all the items in my gallery. So the first item, which is your template item, is what you can modify. And you're not limited to the layout styles. This is Power Apps, you have the full power. So if I go ahead and insert another label, I can insert a label, place it right here. Maybe I would like to add a button. I can add the button right here. I can make any modification I want to the gallery because I have complete command over the template of the gallery. If we continue looking at the properties of the gallery, so if I select the gallery context and go to the properties, we have layout. That's basically what you will choose to start with. After that, there are some other important properties that I would like you to focus on. One of them is called the template or the wrap count. The wrap count right now is showing as 1. It's a vertical gallery. And by 1, what I mean is, or what Power Apps means is, you have 1 record per row because this is a vertical gallery. Now, if I span the width of this gallery across the screen, and let's say I span the height as well. If I preview my app, you see there's a lot of real estate available on my screen, but the template has gone ahead and just placed 1 record per row. If I would like to change that, all I have to do is change the wrap count. So maybe I want to wrap this to 2 items. And now if I head over back to my gallery and maybe reposition my button, get it into the available real estate for my template, which is now smaller. If I preview the app, just by changing the wrap count, the number of items that are being represented per row has changed to the wrap count. So you can change the wrap count to define how many items will be presented in each row in case of a vertical gallery. In case of a horizontal gallery, they would be placed vertically once you change the wrap count. So you can change the wrap count. If I preview my app, I do see the scrolling experience right here. And you can even turn the scrolling experience off. There are properties available for that. So I can turn on or turn off the scroll bar. I can even go ahead and add a scrolling effect that acts like a navigation item. So you see on the bottom now, instead of a scroll bar, I get this little navigation kind of an experience. So I can change that style as well. Additionally, there's also something known as transition. So when the user hovers over a specific record in a gallery, you can define a special effect like pop or push. So let's say I pick pop and I preview my app. The moment I hover on a specific record, you will see that it kind of pops out. Again, this is a transition effect that is baked in natively to a gallery control that you can leverage to enhance your user experience further. So these are some of the key properties of a gallery that you need to be aware of. You can change the layout, you can change the template, you can play with the template, change the wrap count, and create amazing experiences for your users. Now, of course, what I just built is not an amazing experience, but let me show you an example of a sample app that I built that has 5 different gallery styles that you can choose from and apply to any of your apps. So let me swap over to my second tenant here. The first step, what I will go through is I will show you the 5 different styles of galleries, and then we will walk through how I built some of these gallery experiences. So here's my first gallery experience. I'm calling this my gallery lookbook. And right here, I have a horizontal gallery. So basically a gallery in which my items are stacked horizontally from my data source. In this case, my data source is Excel. And right here in this gallery, I have that same navigation experience that I leveraged. If you notice on the right-hand side, if I select, it's going to navigate me across all the items in my gallery. I also have used a property to change the color of the gallery. So right now, if you notice, the dark mode is on for my screen. I can change this and turn this off. And now it's going to apply the theme or the brand of my app or my site right here to my gallery experience itself. I also have a button experience here wherein I added some timer-based logic in Power Apps to show or hide certain sections in a gallery depending upon whether this button is clicked or not. So if I select this, you will observe how it opens certain elements of my gallery depending upon whether this button was selected or not. So a very simple experience of presenting data to users. For anyone who has conducted or gone through the app in a day experience for Power Apps, the data source here that I've leveraged is exactly that. And in app in a day, when you walk through the experience, they show you the standard gallery experience of that vertical gallery. And this is another design or another style of exactly that same data source. And how did I build this experience? Well, here's my screen. As part of the screen, I have a very simple horizontal gallery, and I added that by going to Insert, Gallery, and selecting the horizontal gallery experience. As part of this gallery, I added my own control. So I have an image control that's sitting right here. I have a label control that's sitting right at the top. That's the title of my item. And then I have a hidden container control. So there's a hidden control that's sitting behind these controls. If you look at the position of this, it's behind my image and behind my label control. And this has all those other properties that are basically hidden behind these controls. The next step was for me to show or hide the values of this container depending upon whether this button is clicked or not. So when I select this button, all I'm doing is setting a variable to true or false, basically changing the behavior of a variable right here. And for the container control within this gallery experience, if I head over to the property for not visible, but if I head over to the property for Y, basically the Y axis, which is my vertical axis of my screen, if you notice, the Y axis is going to change based on a value of a hidden timer control. So I have a hidden timer control that kicks off only when this variable is set to true. As the time increases, the Y property starts changing and those elements start dropping down. And that's the reason why when I select this button, it's that experience of this data showing up, but in reality, it's just the positioning of the elements that I'm playing with. So you can create experiences which have timer controls and some sort of visual appeal is what you could add to your galleries with very simple formulas like I just demonstrated right here. This entire app that I'm demonstrating right now is available for you to download for free and explore as well. If you go to the community forums, I have provided this right there. If you go to my YouTube channel, I have a video on this gallery lookbook experience. I haven't explained the details that I'm explaining right now, but as part of that video, there's a link to download the sample app. So do go ahead and check it out. So that's the first experience. I'll move over to the second experience of my gallery lookbook. Here is an experience of my items formatted as data cards. And in this case, I am leveraging the Microsoft Dataverse as my data source. And if you observe right here, how did I set up this gallery now? Now, as part of this lookbook number 2, I have this gallery right here, and this gallery is nothing but a vertical gallery. And in a vertical gallery, if I would like to set multiple records horizontally, what I have to do is change the wrap count, as I explained earlier. And as you can see right here, I've changed my wrap count to 4. And that's the reason why I see 4 records for every row in my gallery. The next thing what I did right here is as part of this gallery, I just went ahead and added my specific controls, right? I have my label control, I have my label controls, my shape control, I added all of this. And to create that card effect, I inserted a very simple shape. And to this shape, I applied a border, which is of color black, and the border size is 1. I can even change the border size to maybe 2, change the style to dotted layout. If I preview this, you will see how my cards are now showing up in that dotted fashion. So it's basically a rectangle control that's sitting at the back that is creating that effect of a card, whereas in reality, it is nothing but a very simple, straightforward gallery experience. And for the status of my item, so based on the status value of my data, I am showing the bar on the top that shows the color, right? So you see if it's not started, the color is blue. For items that are completed, the bar color on the top is green. And how did I go about doing that? Well, once again, I used one of the shapes, which is the rectangle shape that you can add right here from the icons right here at the bottom. And for the shape, there's a property called fill. And for this property, all I did is I added a very simple if condition that says, check the status of the item. If the task status is in progress, put the color orange. If it is deferred, put the color gray. If it is completed, put the color code for green. Else, the only option in my case is not started, so put the color blue. And just like that, I transformed a very simple gallery experience into a complete card-like experience that I'm showcasing right here. So this is gallery lookbook option number 2. Let me move over to style number 3. Now, it's not just about styling. It also has to do with the fact that you can filter your data in your galleries using some of the options that are provided right here. Now, in this case, I have a very simple gallery here, which is once again a vertical gallery, which has a wrap count of 3. So it shows 3 items. Once again, it has that card-like experience. So needless to say, I would have used that same feature as before wherein if you look at my gallery on the left-hand side right here, I have that rectangle shape that has that little grayish tinge background to it, and that's why it is showcasing as that effect. I have my navigation. I even have the effect of pop. So when I hover on the record, it kind of pops up. Now, not just showcasing or styling galleries, you would also like to provide filtering options to your users so they can filter the data that is being showcased in the gallery. So if you look at my gallery control right now, it's showcasing me all my records from my data source, which in this case is Microsoft Dataverse. But what if I would like to change this? I would like to change this experience and show me all the data that has the priority high. The moment I pick the priority high in my drop down, if you observe, my gallery filtered the data, right? If I go ahead and check the task status, so show me everything where the task status is completed and the priority is high. The moment I pick completed, this will start applying my filter against my data source. I'm running in a bad network connection right now, and I can see that the gallery is trying to load. There you go. It's gone ahead and filtered my data, which is against my data source in this case, and applied it to the gallery experience. Now, how did I go about adding these filters and connecting, more importantly, connecting these filters to my gallery? Now, the filters on the top that you see right here are standard controls that I dropped as part of my Power App. This is a text box. This is a combo box control. This is a gallery again that I added for adding options for filtering. If you want to check how I built this out, I have a full video on this as well. And I have a few date controls that I added. Now, the key here is, how do I filter my experience of my gallery based on the selections that the user makes in those filters on the top? The gallery has a property called items. So if I select my gallery control right here, which is my main gallery, if I head over to the items property, you will note that I have gone ahead and applied formulas here. If I just apply my data source, which is called tasks, it will show me all my data. But I would like to even go ahead and filter my data. So for that, I have gone ahead and used the filter function in Power Apps to filter my data based upon the selections that the user makes in the filters associated with the gallery. So right here, I have my filters that I have defined. So for example, for the priority value in my gallery, if that matches the priority value that the user selects in this combo box control right here, then you go ahead and filter the data and show me that data. So all I've done right here is very simply added multiple filters to apply different filters to the gallery experience. So if I preview my app and once again start making selections, let's say I would like to search for everything that has the word learn in it. As I type learn, it applies that filter to my data source and gets me the data and presents it right here in my gallery experience. That's gallery lookbook option number 3, which is applying data cards to your gallery with filters. Next one is around adding pagination to your gallery control. Now, Power Apps galleries do not come with the pagination experience by design, but you can create a pagination-like experience by adding formulas to your gallery control. So if you look at my gallery control right here, when I log in or when I'm viewing this screen, it's showing me the data in my gallery and the pagination size right now is 5. If I change this to 10, it will show me 10 records. If I change this to 15, it's going to show me 15 records. Now in my data source, I believe I have like 14 records. So if I change this to 5, I'm viewing only 5 records. If I would like to change this, I can then start paginating through the different pages of my gallery. So as at the bottom, it's showing me that I have 3 pages of data. If I click next, it takes me to the next set, then it takes me to the next set. So I'm basically scanning through the different records that are a part of my data set right here. To create this kind of an experience in galleries, what I did here, at least in this scenario here, is a little bit of show hide logic. I have a standard gallery control that is hidden, that is connected to my data source. And then I created my own gallery control that connects to that hidden gallery. And based on the items in that hidden gallery, I calculate and do some maths here as you can see, to calculate how many items I need to show, what is the page size, how much data has been returned by the data source, and how do I add all this logic to create that pagination-like experience for my galleries. Yes, you have to do work. Pagination is not an inbuilt feature in galleries, but with the power of a little bit of maths, you can easily create these kind of experiences for your Power Apps. Once again, if this is something that you are interested in, I have a full video on how to create pagination with galleries, so go ahead and check that out. And the final option that I would like to demo today is an editable grid-like experience in Power Apps, very similar to Excel. So right here, I have a data source. In this case, it's SharePoint. And I'm showing the data from a SharePoint list right here in this experience. And this is also a gallery control. And as part of this gallery control, I have my controls that I have added, which are currently in view mode. So I can change the mode of my controls, and I'll show you how. If I click edit, the mode of my controls change to edit mode. So basically, here's a button to change the mode of those controls, view or edit. Okay. If I click edit, this gallery is now editable. I can make modifications and make modifications in a very Excel-like fashion. So if I select this record, click tab, it will start tabbing through the different records of my data set. And I can make changes on the fly. So sure, change the status to medium, change the status to medium, make this critical, make this low, change this to in progress, change the date of this item to the 29th. I can change things on the fly right here as part of this grid-like experience. And as I make these changes, Power Apps is keeping a track of every record that I changed. I currently changed 4 records. All those 4 records are being highlighted right here as part of my gallery. And right here on the top, I have a save button. The moment I click the save button, what's going to happen is Power Apps is going to push out all these changes at once with one query to my data source in a performant manner and update all those records in one go. Now, this is a very powerful experience because nowadays you don't want to have your users interacting with one record at a time. Typically, your experience would be to have mass editing of data, right? Working in a very Excel-like fashion. And right here, I have the full experience. I can start making modifications to my records. I can even go and undo my changes. I can view the grid, edit the grid. I can go ahead and delete records as part of my grid. I can even go and add records on the fly as part of my grid experience right here. So all of this is possible thanks to the gallery experiences and Power Apps. And for this screen, I'll just quickly go through the experience right here. If you observe this, in my gallery control right here, as I look at the items or the record of my gallery, for each of these controls, like a text box, the drop down, there's a property called display mode, and I'm changing the mode based on a variable. And as the user makes changes to any of these items or any of these controls, I have an on change function which basically selects a button. So I'm clicking a button, which is a hidden button. And I do this for every record that is changed on the fly because I want to keep track of the changes. As these changes are coming in, on click of that button, all I'm doing here is loading data into a collection. I'm maintaining those changes in a collection. And finally, when I have the changes recorded, I showcase this button right here called save. When the user clicks the save button, all I'm doing right here is just one single query that says, go ahead and patch my data source with my collection of changes. And this goes ahead, pushes out my changes, applies my changes to my data source in one go in a bulk fashion. So these were 5 examples of how you can play with galleries to create records, edit records, delete, read. You can create grid-like experiences. You can create some experiences with visual effects. You can have card-like experiences where you can highlight statuses, change colors. You can create filters for your galleries where users can filter data that they are looking at right there live as part of the gallery experience. You can add pagination to your galleries, which is not an inbuilt feature for galleries. And finally, you can have the full Excel grid-like experience as part of the galleries. So these were all my demos around working with galleries. Once again, when to work with galleries, when you have more than one records, just go to a gallery control, start using galleries, work with the template item, which is the first item in your gallery, and you can modify that and change that into any experience of your choice. Back to my presentation, there's not much to cover. I promised I'll keep the session short and crisp. I hope I've done that. And after the demo, all I had actually was to say thank you for listening in to this session. And if you have any questions, the floor is open, as well as if you would like to connect with me, those are all my details right here.
Wow, Reza, that was a great session. I see on your slides, the YouTube link that you have, if you can just remove C, even that does the job.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I actually have an aka.ms link
Wow, that's great. That's great. You see, people really loved your session, Reza. I really loved it. I mean, whatever you showed today, people would go ahead and use fancy JavaScript framework to go ahead and build it and write all these applications. And what you showed today, that was really great. And one of our speaker today, Eichel, he did show now you can also go ahead and use custom fonts to make sure that your apps look more nice. What other ways people can go ahead and enhance their apps other than galleries or anything you want to add?
Again, gallery is just one control in Power Apps. You have multiple options. You have the common controls that we use, right? We use what? We use buttons, text controls, label controls. We use the form control a lot. So when you're working with these specific controls, what I will highly recommend is go to the documentation for those controls, right?
Okay.
I learned about galleries by looking at the documentation of galleries. If you look at the documentation, it exposes the different properties. Change those properties. Try changing your experiences for your users. For me, a gallery does not have to be boring. If you're trying to show data to your users, ensure that you're showcasing your data in the right style associated with your app. You can even brand galleries. If you saw in one case, I showed you like a dark mode and light mode.
Yes.
I use that a lot, right? You can brand your apps and you can brand your controls specific to the apps. This session was purely focused on galleries, but of course there is a lot more. And my channel has that a lot more, so go check that out.
Yeah, definitely go and check it out. I also loved, Reza, when you had an option where you could just view the data and if you want to edit it, click and all then turns, you can go and edit it and then save it back. Definitely. One final question. This is not related to your session, but can we actually go ahead and deploy the Power Apps for custom domains? I mean, just out of my interest.
Power Apps for custom domains? So, look, that depends on, you can apply custom domains to Office 365. I don't think you can do that for Power Apps. Portals is a different ballgame. Let's not forget, Power Apps is not just Canvas apps. Canvas apps lives within your tenant. It's a part of your Office 365 experience. On the other side, Portals is what gives you that anonymous access, and you can create your own special URLs or vanity URLs in that case and apply custom domains. So not for Power Apps, but certainly for Power Apps portals.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, definitely makes sense. And thank you, Reza. That was a really, really great session. One of the finest sessions we could have ever have to go ahead and close this conference. Thank you so much. And a great user group that you're running out there. Let us know if we can be helpful in any way. And I know you're based out of India. I'm just looking at your LinkedIn, right? You're a high school graduate from Mumbai. So anytime you come here in India, we do the conference over here. We'd love to host you in those conferences too. So thank you so much.
If the pandemic allows me, I will come to India.
Yeah, take the vaccine first, then do come. All right, Reza, thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. We'd love to have you back, and have a great day and have a nice weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and thank you everyone for joining the virtual conference. And everything's on YouTube, so go and watch it. And as Simon said, hit that button, right? Thank you.
All right, Reza, bye. Take care.
Bye, guys.
All right, with that, we have not yet finished our virtual conference, as we are left with final 10 minutes of the Power Platform virtual conference. And I'm going to invite the special guest, and that is Mahesh. Hi, Mahesh. How are you? You're muted. You're muted.
How are you? What's going on?
You see, I can still go ahead and do another 5 days conference.
Wow, this is great. This is 5 days long, huh? You tired now?
Yeah, exactly. No, not really. I enjoyed it. I mean, after every session ends, when you get an opportunity to talk to speakers and how they prepared their sessions, and we had 5 days power packed with some great session. I think if I should actually go ahead and become a Power App developer. If I cannot, it's a shame
No,
on
that was
me.
definitely a great session. I just watched,
Yeah.
a couple of them, and the
Mhm.
last one was very exciting. That you not only you can build pretty much Excel-like applications, right? And
Yep.
a lot of and you can build your in no time. It also doesn't take a lot of time to build all those,
Yeah.
as long
App
as
in
you
a
just know
day.
how to use these galleries and other part of this whole Power Platform.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
exciting. So we are now at the final moment. I think. So yeah, that's it. So 40 plus sessions, 40 plus speakers with everything that will be available on C Sharp Live too. And for guys who are watching, each session would be divided and would be there on C Sharp Live under the virtual conference show. So guys can go ahead and check it. Would you quickly like to also talk about the next? We are not stopping. It's a 5 days conference, which is actually 5 conference. But we're not stopping. But next Friday, we have a really amazing and unique conferences we have ever done. Would you quickly like to go ahead and talk about that?
Yeah. So next Friday, which is 19th,
Mhm.
March 19th, we have a growth mindset conference, and growth mindset conference is extension of the weekly show we do on growth mindset. And purpose of this conference is not it's not about learning coding, it's not learning how to build software, it's more about how to train your mind and how to think differently and how to be successful. End of the day, how do you build a growth mindset? And that's kind of the foundation of this conference is. And if you look at the speakers, we bring these people where they're successful, they build companies, they sold companies, and they run companies. These are people who think outside the box. They just don't do what everybody's doing, right? So our goal with this conference is, people should not just limit your potentials. They should not limit and live in the cubes, and they should, try to be, go outside or venture outside, take some risks, and do something which they're not comfortable with. That's the key word, right? Because we all live in our comfort zone, and we don't want to get out of the comfort zone. But you know what? Success lives outside of the comfort zone.
Yeah.
So if you're just living in your comfort zone, you're not really reaching your potential. So that's kind of idea behind this whole growth mindset conference.
So yeah, and we have some really amazing speakers.
Yeah. So if you look at Abhi, he is the keynote speaker. He is one of the youngest person I've met who very quickly built and sold, and kind of not so, but he quickly built one of the multi-million-dollar companies, so, and everybody else is pretty successful in that team. So that's a great list of speakers, right? We're going to talk about innovation, we're going to talk about digital transformation, we're also going to talk about growth mindset, we're going to talk about community, and there's good panels there too. So if you look at the agenda, not only there are some sessions, but there's agile session that's I'm very excited about. This session brings two of the top agile coaches in the industry. And there's a digital transformation is also based on how this agile and innovation is being implemented in real companies in form of digital transformation. So this is going to be a very exciting conference.
Yeah, well, one of it's very unique of its kind, and
And we're
I like.
also one more thing. We're also donating for a cause. So in this, we have selected a different charity, which is a local charity here, Bethel. It's not. I live in Bethel Township, so we are going to help our local firefighters and police people who are helping during this pandemic. So if you are new to these conferences, each conference we pick a different charity. If you have a charity in mind, you feel like they deserve and they are doing a good job in this pandemic, we would love to hear from you. Let us know about the charity, and we still have I believe 17 more conferences this year. So we will need 17 more different charities.
Yeah, that just reminds me that we have to schedule a lot more.
Yeah, we need to schedule more conferences, plan for, we kind of have dates.
Yep.
If any of you, whoever joined, first of all, everybody who joined us, thank you so much for your, this is Saturday. I know it's not easy. And then all the speakers, they have done great job. So we really, on behalf of entire CSharpCorner community and everybody who watched, really appreciate their effort. And thank you so much for, supporting and giving your time, valuable time on this Saturday. And everybody also came earlier in this week.
Yep.
Yeah. And now, anybody also who wants to go check out the future conferences, maybe you want to talk about the conference page, website they can go to.
Yeah, just visit 2020.net and you will find all the upcoming conferences and the past one that you have done. You can watch it archived. This is the full stack conference, and we have the growth mindset coming up on March 19th. We have public speaking conference coming up, and the IoT virtual conference call for speakers will be available from Monday. And all these call for speakers would be available by the end of next week. So just visit 2020.net. That is the URL I'm going to put in the comments. So just visit. All the call for speakers links will be available within a week. Just go ahead and apply, share if you know someone who would like to go and speak in a particular conference. We would love to host them. And yeah, 2021 conferences. Oh
yes.
My goodness.
Looks like it's been it's already a year. Remember last year we did that public speaking conference.
Exactly.
And that was really, really great. Like, we had a great content and great speakers. Now looks like it's coming again in next month, public speaking. So let me add more to this. If you are one of the person who wants to become a public speaker, or virtual or in person, or however you want to become a public speaker, this conference is for you. In this, we get these great speakers, and they share their tips, how to set things up, how to be more energetic on the stage, how to present yourself, and how to be confident, and so many cool tips we learn from these speakers.
Yeah, and I remember one of the very fine session by Alan where he did say how you can go and use some of the devices, mic, camera, and tools. And this was one of our very first conferences, like very first virtual conference that we did when the pandemic hit. So it was pretty exciting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Magnus showed how to be a Superman on the stage. That was fun too.
Yeah, exactly. Some good memories there. So yeah, we're looking for the second version of the public speaking virtual conference. And yeah, IoT virtual conference is also pretty interesting. We are inviting people from the entire ecosystem. It doesn't have to be just Azure. It can be Google. It can be AWS. It can be Hackster community. Any community that you belong to, feel free to go ahead and apply. The links will be available from the Monday. So yes, that's it. And
all right, that's all, guys. Everybody, thank you so much. And Simon, a great job, you and by the team. I know there's still guys working late, team behind the scene working hard. I see a lot of activities on social media everywhere, on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, everywhere. So everybody who is behind the scene, thank you so much. So that's the name: Superheroes, Atul, Bhaskar, Manish, Pradeep, Rohit, and everybody else also. I see some people are sharing on social media. So our team on social media has done a great job as well. So everybody, thank you so much. And we will see you next
Friday.
Next week, next Friday.
Yeah, and actually every day. Me, you'll find it
every day. And every day. But for the conference, we will see you next Friday.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you soon.
All right. Good night.
Good night.